then you should renegotiate with the client to increment any of them, or you might have to then set the expectation right. So, guys, before you begin the project, you should check for the constraints and you ensure that the project can be done within the constraints as expected for the quality by the client. Right? Okay. Now let us understand the component of the time. See, the time has got two components. One is the duration and another is the schedule. So, guys, you tell me that what is the duration and what is the schedule? Because these are two words which are known to us. These are not, new words for us. These are known to us already. So, you tell me that what is the duration and what is the schedule?
So duration is
Duration is for a particular task and the schedule is for the complete project.
Okay, so someone would like to tell more or describe with something better?
so duration is the period of time. That time, like our activities, I mean to say our work is going to take place. That's a duration time period. So from beginning to end. Schedule means I think I don't know how to define it.
Okay, so just don't worry, I'll tell you. See, duration is the unit of time, just like we have the unit of length, like millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. So similarly, the duration it has got units. So in the Primavera, the following units can be entered. So I think you guess it. Okay. So let me write it. Read this, guys. So what do you think they represent? M, H, D, W, M, O, Y. So what do you think these are?
So minute,
Minutes, hours, day,
month.
week, month, year.
Correct. These are the incremental the units of time starting from the smallest to the largest. Okay. So these are possible to enter in the duration column in the Primavera. So once you enter the duration, then the software will calculate these two. Start and the finish date, right? The start and the finish date will be calculated and displayed in the start and the finish column. So you enter the duration from your engineering knowledge and the start and finish is calculated. In fact, actually it is not the start and date only, it has got the component of date plus time, right? The date plus time is inherent in the start and the finish date. Okay. So we don't display the time component because that is insignificant, but definitely the date is derived from the time. So guys, tell me that if you add 60 seconds, then what do you get?
1 minute,
If you add 60 minutes, then what do you get?
1 hour,
If you add 24 hours, then what do you get?
day,
Day. So if you add, say, let's say you add, say, 28 to 31 days, then what do you get?
20,
From ranging from 28 to 31 days. If you add them, then
month,
what do you get?
month,
Months. So if you add 12 months, then what do you get?
year,
Year,
If you add 10 years, then what do you get?
decade,
decade, okay,
If 100 years, then what do you get?
century.
century.
Century. So we don't use the century or the decade, but we go up to the years. So now you understand that why the date has the date plus the time component, because the computer calculates it from the seconds, right? It can even calculate from the microsecond, millisecond also, but we don't need that. So what we need is a proper and accurate time, so which is basically the date component we need. So internally it is date plus time. We don't display the time component because it is not significant for us. So that is the time part. Now there is another parameter called the cost. It is also connected with another term called the price. I believe that you guys you must have heard of the cost and the price. So what do you think is the cost and what do you think is the price?
Price
The
is
cost is uh, the price of a manufactured product, and the price is the cost plus the profit margin.
So the price is the including the profit margin.
Yes, sir.
So Okay. So guys, someone would like to say something different? Someone would like to add or say something more on?
Price used
Hmm.
to define the valuation of one object, whereas cost is used to the define the valuation of multiple objects, like multiple products like this.
See, basically cost and price, both of them, they represent amount of money. Okay. So both of them are money, but what is the cost? Basically, the cost is the amount of money which is used to complete the project, right? So where does the cost go mainly? So the cost is mainly going for men, machines, materials, and cash, right? So these are the four components of the cost. So men, machines, materials. So you need man hours, you need machine hours, you need material quantities, and the cash. Basically, the cash represents the work which is to be done by the external team, right? So that is the cash. Okay. So we don't measure their men, machine, and materials. So we just measure their cash requirement, that how much money is required so that they get the job done. Now, what happens when you create a product? The product requires a certain value. Then the value is indexed with another amount of the money, which is called the price. So that's why we say that price is the value index of the outcome, which is the product. Right? See, in the human society, we are exchanging two different kind of values: goods and services. Right? So goods and services are being exchanged using an instrument called money, right? So in earlier days, the money was not there. They used to have the barter system, which was inefficient. So people will be left with more goods. So, they thought that why not basically introduce the coins. So they created the coins from the precious metal, just like bronze, silver, gold, and maybe I don't know. There could be some other metal like copper also. They created the coins. Then later mankind realized the metals themselves have an inherent manufacturing value. You can make something out of them, right? So they started using the paper money, and the paper money has the numbers to index the value, right? So these days we don't even need the paper money. Most of the times we are doing electronic transactions because these days we have got the computers, databases, and we have got the online connectivity. We just transfer the value, right? We are not transferring the physical or the paper money these days, so that everybody knows that what is the value of the service provided, right? So is this clear? So guys, is this clear or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. Now we are going to understand that how do we get the value. So basically, when you create a product, it has got a certain utilization value, right? So that's why you need to create the product. So when you are creating the product, so you have to work within the limitations, right? So that you get the maximum profit. So how do you get the profit? So guys, so price minus cost equal to, so price minus cost equal to profit. But where does the profit comes from? So guys, let me tell you the open secret. The profit comes from the what? Read this, guys.
Quality.
Quality.
Yes. What is the quality? So what does it mean to the client? So quality means for the client, it means that something that works, something that is useful. So would you pay for something which is not matching your requirement? Never. Would you buy something which is defective? Never. So similarly, the client, when he finds that something is useful and something is good for him, so basically the quality has been achieved, right? So once the quality is achieved, then what happens? Then the client is willing to pay the price. When the price is paid, so then you can realize the profit. So without someone paying you the price, you cannot realize the profit. It means that you have to achieve the quality within the limitation of time, cost, and the scope, right? So price is something which is managed by the marketing guys. So marketing guys are trying to project a value into the value projection of your company's services into minds of the client, so they try to get the maximum possible price. But the price is subject to competition. If your company is doing some kind of engineering, then some other company is also doing the same kind of the work, and you both are competing, and due to which the price is reduced to a point which is okay, which can be workable. But if you cannot increase the price, then you'll have to be smart, then you'll have to optimize the cost, right? Is this clear, guys? Is this clear or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you cannot increase the price, but then you can limit the cost. So how do you limit the cost? You use the resources judiciously. Use the resources in the right measure. You apply the men, machines, material, and cash in the right measure. You learn the project management process, you learn the Primavera, and then you plan the project so that you get a very optimized cost, and you give the value to the client, and the client pays you the price, and you get the maximized profit, right? That's how the Japanese companies, they are making the money. So they are optimizing the cost by using a lot of robotics, lot of quality controls on them, right? So they are mass producing lots of goods, and which sell at a good price because the quality is high. If the quality is good and it is high, it is acceptable. So that's going to get you the profit. But for that, we'll have to be smart. We will have to do the project management using the Primavera so that we can finish the project on time with the optimized cost, right? Now, the scope is a word which is connected to another word which is called the requirement. So, guys, tell me that what is the requirement and what is the cost?
Course, as you said, like main machine material. Requirement means what we are going to achieve from these resources. Main machine, like let's say you just showed the construction of building or like this. Yeah. That's
A
how
It is the
requirement
requirement.
is
It
like
is the requirement of
desirable.
Yes, yes, tell me more.
the requirements of are the collection of inputs what we receive from our clients in order to achieve what they need by using the men, machines, and material.
Yes,
And
then what is the scope?
the scope of scope is the actual requirement of the client. So divided into different requirements,
See,
which we
see, it
call
is
as a task.
okay, so that's good. So that definitely you have some good ideas. So now let me clear it with an example. You suppose there are four people, they are gone to a restaurant. So in the restaurant, they're seated and they're approached by the waiter. The waiter will ask them that, gentlemen, what would you like to have? Please tell me your food choices. So they look up the menu and they mention their food choices. So the waiter writes down on a piece of paper the food item number one, two, three, four. He notes four food items. So what is those food items? They are requirement of the client, right? Requirement of food, right, guys? Is that clear? So after the requirement has been noted, the waiter will take those requirement to the kitchen. The kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. So he will give this list to the chef, and chef will tell him, okay, 12 minutes. So the waiter will tell, I guess, sir, please wait for 12 minutes, your food will be ready. Now, meanwhile, what the chef will do, he will assign various activities to his team members. So he might sound like this. He might tell one person to cut something, boil something, mix spices, blend something, microwave something. Okay, so he will give various activities to his team members to prepare the food. So after all the activities are completed, the four food items are ready to be served, right? Now, if you apply that to the engineering, so what does it look like? Basically, the requirement is the features and functionalities, right? So let me write this: features and functionalities of the product as stated by the client. Okay, so where does the client state it? The client states is usually in the requirement document, right? Now, what happens that after it has been understood, basically, what is the scope? The scope is the work to be done by the engineering team to to fulfill the requirement. To fulfill the requirement, right? So the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the requirement. So the basically the requirement is stated by the client and it is described, right? So then what happens? The scope is basically the work. So before you start the work, so what do you do? The first thing we create a product design, right? So we get the design checked by the experts from the client side and our side. So once the design is okay, then we convert the design into the work breakdown structure and we write the activities under the work breakdown structure. And that becomes the scope. So scope is the work to be done. Requirement is given by the client and the scope is the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the requirement. Very simple, right? Is that clear guys?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. The requirement always comes from the client. And so we might help the client in gathering the requirement. We might send an expert on the client side to document that, but the document has to be signed off by the client, right? So the client will state that all the requirements mentioned in this document are complete and correct according to my requirement. Now, what is the quality? So quality is the basically a set of acceptance quality testing criteria which are determined in the beginning. Quality testing criteria, quality testing criteria. Okay, so agreed between the client and consultant. So consultant would be you. So to determine the product as useful and fit for use. Right? Is that clear, guys? So we said that these are quality acceptance criteria. So what happens that at every milestone, we apply the quality acceptance criteria to check that whatever component that we have created, whatever part of the overall product that we have created, so it is acceptable, right? So once that is done, so we get the complete product, then we test the complete product. So we have the same set of the criteria for testing, so which we agree in the beginning. So the quality should not come as a surprise to either of the parties. Nobody should expect more or less. The quality should be documented, and you will have the same testing criteria to be applied on both the sides. First, you will check it, and then you will make sure that it is turning out right, and all the the quality variances they have been taken care of. So then you show it to the client. So when you show it to the client finds it right. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Clear? Is it understood? So when you achieve the quality has a value, right? So the value, then from the value you get the profit, right? Because if something is of poor quality, do you think the client will pay for something which does not match his acceptance criteria? Tell me, guys, is it possible?
No.
Yeah. So that is not possible because you won't also buy something which doesn't fit your requirement or which is of poor quality, right? So that is the idea. So now we go to the next concept. So introduction to the planning aim. So before we start, we should identify the total stakeholders. So mainly the stakeholder is you, the client, and you should identify all the people involved on the client side to determine the requirement to test the product. And from your side also, you should be able to determine that who are your stakeholder, who is your PMO, who is your procurement manager, your vendors, your suppliers, and your joint venture partners. So all these stakeholders, your team members. So after that, you have determined the stakeholders. You should conduct a meeting with the stakeholders from both the sides, and you should be able to determine the scope of the project and the total work of the project, and then you should evaluate different project delivery methods, right? So you should have a plan A, plan B in case your plan one doesn't work. So you can work with the plan two, right? Then you should identify the deliverables. So guys, what is a deliverable? Tell me, what is a deliverable?
Deliverables, like the requirements, they are deliverables.
See, basically, the product is the whole thing. Suppose if I'm constructing a building of 7 stories, the whole building will be a product. Okay. And I agree with the client that I will be getting paid when I complete one floor. So the payment will be made by the client floor wise, not for the entire project in the beginning. So the floor is called a deliverable. So each part of the entire product, which is considered as a complete unit in itself and which gives an idea of the progress to the client, it is called a deliverable. See, the deliverable may not be immediately usable by the client, but the client will get a sure idea about the progress of the project, right? So it is done under a logical breakdown of the project and often called work breakdown structure of the project breakdown structure. So we identify the activities required to produce the deliverables, and then we identify and optimize the use of resources. Why we need to optimize gross? Guys, why do we need to optimize the use of resources? Because we cannot push up the price, right? Because we have got the competition. So we must optimize the use of resources so that we get an optimized cost of the project. Is that right? Hmm?
Yes,
So
sir.
that we use our project management skills, we use the software like Primavera to exactly put the measured units of the resources. We use the measured units of man hours, machine hours, material quantities, and the cash. So that is called optimization. So, this is very, very important part of your planning skills. So then we evaluate if targets date may be met. So we can use the schedule compression techniques to reduce the schedule. We identify risk and plan to minimize them. So guys, there is a new word here, risk. So what is the meaning of the risk as you feel? Tell me what you feel when you hear the word risk.
Sir, the obstacles that we get during the problems, like those things that we may get during the project as it goes on during the time, like resources not available, or for example, let's say some kind of natural problem come, sorry. So that kind of risk and threats.
Yeah, so your idea is good. So the Agnivesh, can you give the definition of the risk according to the PMI?
Any activity which has a positive or negative impact on the project schedule uh, is
Yeah,
called a risk.
it's not about activity. It is an risk is an uncertain event. Okay, uncertain event. It is not under your control. It can happen by itself, and it can happen uncertainly. It can happen without any warning, pre-warning. So risk are there are two kind of the risk. One is the negative risk, and one is the positive risk. The negative risk they are called the threats, and the positive risk they are called the opportunities. But mostly we bother about the negative risk only because the positive risk is getting handled by itself, so that's not a big deal. But the negative risk can stall the project. It can damage the ongoing work, right? So we identify the risk and we plan to minimize them. So there are two kinds of the negative risk. One is the known risk, one is the unknown risk. For example, the known risk is a pattern of rainfall in a particular area. So we can plan our work according to the known pattern of the rainfall. And what is an unknown risk? The floods. The floods they have don't have any given pattern. They may or may not occur in a given area in a particular range of the years. So you don't have way to predict that if the flood may occur in this particular area or not. Right. Similarly, earthquake is an unknown risk. Right. So the known risk is basically the rains or any kind of the adverse climatic condition. Okay, so the activities which are on the critical path they can be delayed. So these are known risks, and we try to basically prevent or minimize them. Okay, then we provide a baseline plan. So guys, what is the meaning of the word baseline? So I'm sure you have heard of this word, and what is the feeling? So when you hear the word baseline, so what does it mean to you?
So in generic way, baseline, like in general way, not like in a PMI way, but is a benchmark.
So basically, baseline is a measuring scale. For example, what is the baseline temperature of the human body on the Fahrenheit scale? On the Fahrenheit scale, the human body temperature is 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit. So, that particular temperature is marked on the mercury thermometer. You must have seen that, guys. There is a red mark on this temperature on the Fahrenheit scale. On the mercury thermometer, did you use the mercury thermometer during your lifetime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, there is a baseline of the human body's blood pressure, 120 by 80 millimeter Hg, right? So the heart, when it is squeezing, it is 120, and when it is relaxing, it should be 18. Similarly, there is a baseline for the oxygenation level. Similarly, there is a baseline for the amount of the sugar dissolved in your blood. So, there are various kind of the baselines which are there for the medical treatment of the human. So all these baselines are known to the doctor. You must have seen in your comprehensive medical report, there is a column called the reference range, right? Is that clear? And then your actual values are noted against the reference range. If the variance is too much, then the doctor might recommend you some medicine. So similarly, for the project to manage and maintain the health of the project, we need a baseline plan. But the baseline plan is created by us, right? We create the project data by taking the information, okay, as provided by the client. We create a diagram, we create a WBS, we put all the activities, we refine that, we scrub that, then we get a baseline plan. So we use the baseline plan to basically measure the health of the project, right? So if we don't have a baseline, so then what happens, guys? So we are totally blind. We just don't know that what is the variance in the project and how much the project is getting delayed, how much is the variance in the schedule, and how much is the variance in the cost going to be, and what is the variance in the resource units. So that's why we need a baseline plan. It is very, very important in monitoring and tracking of the project progress. Then we assist in the stakeholders of communication, that we generate the reports for all these stakeholders. We can generate the reports internally, and we can generate the reports using the external by exporting the data in the external formats. We can export the data to Excel, to MS Project. We assist the management to think ahead and to make informed decisions. So this is the aim of the planning. Now let's see that further, that how we can plan better. So first of all, we will try to understand the benefits of the planning by looking at the example of two organizations, right? So they are of the same size, they are having the same resources, and they are having the same capital investment. So in the organization one, so the project manager says that, okay, guys, let's get started quickly. Let's not spend too much time on the planning, right? So they don't spend too much time on the planning. They start doing the work. And when they find some variance from the acceptance criteria, so they undo it like this. So guys, do you see this U-turn? So that is the undo. So after undoing it, then they redo. So this is how their project goes. Do, undo, redo, and they complete the project and they show the product to the client, and the client says, okay, client is happy, right? But in the second case, the project manager says, guys, let us plan completely up to down to the last activity. Okay, we make sure that we have a very solid baseline. So what does the baseline look like? So the baseline actually looks like this. So it is a very highly reliable, basically, plan, so which has these values. So these values are for the duration, for the schedule, for the resource, for the cost. So they start doing the work, they do the measurement. So mostly it is near the baseline, but it varies. So they take corrective action, so it completes near the baseline. So basically, it is not having any look back. It is not having any undo and redo. So once the project is completed, then they show the outcome to the client, and the client says, okay. So in both cases, it's okay. Then, guys, what is the benefit of the planning? Tell me, guys. Read this.
A project will get completed within the timeline.
Yeah, so
savings of time, cost, and resources.
correct, saving of the time, cost, and resources. I will tell you something for the comparison. let's say the first organization is able to complete the 10 projects per year, and the second organization is able to complete 14 projects per year. Okay, 10 and 14. So, guys, you tell me that which organization is more profitable as regard the business,
The second one, 14.
and which organization can provide more salaries to the staff?
Second company.
Second company, right? And where would you like to join, in the first or the second?
The second.
Second one. But I would say that you should also join the first one also, because you know why? In the second company, the advantage is that you will immediately fit in, right? And definitely, if they are maintaining a good profit, they are paying you a good salary. So definitely you will enjoy working there much more because you will get a lot of recognition there. But the first company should be your target, because in the first company when you go, you can immediately show a lot of positive changes, guys. Right? Isn't it? Hmm? In the second company, the advantage is that you are a good fit. In the first company, the advantage is that you can shine, right? You can show new things to the bosses in the first company. Look, I save a lot of time and a lot of money, and you can give me lots of increments, right? Isn't it? So both ways you are in advantage, right? So just guys keep that in mind. Okay. So you should not be afraid to work in any organization after you have learned the Primavera and you know the project management process. But there is one more point here. The real benefit, maybe even more, maybe your client and the whole business, right? So that is the thing. Now we come to this point. So what is mentioned here? Read this.
Projects fail in the beginning, not in the end.
Yeah, so this is the class. I will give you a very classic example that how the project failed in the beginning and not in the end. So, guys, I believe you remember Chandrayaan 2 project and the Chandrayaan 3 project. So, what we were trying to do in the Chandrayaan project, basically, we were trying to have a soft landing on the moon's surface and then release the rover. So, what happened that in the Chandrayaan 2, the lander crash landed, right? It could not have a soft landing, and then everything got destroyed, right? Okay. So is this
Yes.
clear?
Yes, sir.
But
Yes.
what happens after learning from the mistakes, they replanned the whole project, and then what happened that they did everything right from the beginning, and they got the result in the end. It was a perfect landing, and they expected to get the data for 14 days. They got the data for 16 days. So, which is basically meeting the objective of the project, right? So that's why we say that the project failed in the beginning and not in the end. Basically, you know that what happens is that when we are doing the requirement, we should gather the requirement completely. Then we should create a very good prototype design, which should be checked by all. And then we will have a very good work breakdown structure and activities and resource list. We must use the Primavera properly, okay, to represent the work to be done as per the design. And once we complete the work, so we have a very successful project. So, guys, don't manage a failure, manage a success, right? So, from the beginning, you follow the project management process and then you use the Primavera and you will be managing a success. So, what is the project management? It is the application of knowledge, skills, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed the stakeholder need and expectation. So, what kind of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques? Both. You need both kinds of knowledge. You need your technical knowledge, technical skills, technical tool. You need your project management knowledge, skills, and tools. So you need to combine the technical knowledge and the project management knowledge to create a very good plan and then meet the expectation of the client. Now, guys, there is a word called the stakeholder, right? So stakeholder is a very broad word. So it has the meaning like this. The stakeholders are the individuals and organization involved in or affected by the project outcome. So all the stakeholders are like this. So you are a stakeholder, your team members are stakeholder, the client side project coordinator is a stakeholder, his team is a stakeholder, your suppliers are stakeholder, your vendors are stakeholder, and your subcontractors are stakeholder, Your PMO department is a stakeholder, your procurement department is a stakeholder, your portfolio manager is a stakeholder, your bosses are the stakeholder. So all the stakeholders, they want a positive outcome for the project, because if the project is successful, then everybody gets to benefit. They will get continued business, right? So that's why we say the stakeholders are involved in the project and they are affected by the project outcome, but they look forward to the positive and successful outcome in every project, right? So what are the related endeavors? So let's say I talk about the sub project. So guys, can you give an example of a sub project?
So,
What is a sub project? Just give me an example.
so like we talked about the building, so we have the floors. So we can divide the floor one by one, as you said, like we instead of delivering entire project, we'll deliver the floor by floor. Sub projects, that could be the example.
That won't be the sub project, I will tell you. So, see, look at the work which is done by the building construction companies, like the construction companies. See, the construction companies, what do they make? They make the design and they might be making the superstructure of the entire building. But you know, the internal work, I'll give you an example of the work. The work like the tiling, flooring, plumbing, electrical, fitting out of the lifts, the HVAC system, these are all done by the subcontractors. So that is why they are called the sub projects, right? Does the construction company make the lift? Does the construction company do the electrical work? No.
No.
They involve the subcontractors. The subcontractor does the construction company, I mean the construction company, do they make the air conditioning system? No. They involve the specialist companies, the HVAC companies, to come and install the HVAC, to install the lift, to install the lighting system, to install the CCTV, to install the panels, install the glass, and install the flooring, tiling. Okay. So all those jobs, they are done by the subcontractors. So that's why these are called the sub projects. The components of a project that are often contracted out to the subcontractor, they are called the sub projects. And the sub project, they derive their time and their money limits from the main project, right? And also the quality acceptance criteria. Is that clear? So this is defined by you to your subcontractors. When you give a subcontract, so you can tell the subcontractors, look, this is my quality acceptance criteria, and this is your price limit, this is your cost limit, this is your time limit within which you have to complete your work. The sub projects are also handled in the Primavera. Now then, what is the program? Program consists of a group of the projects supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated way. Let's say the space program of India. So in the space program, you know, there are various project teams. So what is the focus of each of the teams? So one team is focusing on the weather satellite, and the team is focusing on the geosensing and remote mapping. Okay, and there is focusing on the GPS, and there is focusing on the prediction of. I mean, basically they are spy satellites. Okay, so there are different focus group. But what is the common between them? Rocket science. The rocket science is common between them. They use the same platform, they use the same rocket models, they talk to the same rocket scientists to get their satellite launched, because the different satellites, they might have the different payload, different strength is required due to the nature of the satellites. Okay. So basically the program consists of a group of projects supporting. So in the program, what happens, the knowledge is shared and the knowledge is optimized. So if there is a mistake which is corrected in one of the earliest projects, so it is the result, the perfect result can be used in another project also, right? So the other project will get done faster without having to do any kind of the research and development, right? Is that clear, guys? So that is a program. Okay, fine. Now, then we go to the next slide. So guys, this is the life cycle diagram which is taken from the PMBOK, right? So let's say that this is the number one process, initiating. Number two process is planning. Number three is executing. And number four is monitoring. and controlling, and number 5 is the closing, right? So guys, have a good look at this. I'll be back in a moment, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so from the PMBOK, this is the life cycle diagram of a project: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. Now, what is the meaning of the initiating? Initiating means we are having an initial contact with a prospective client. So we are trying to detect, we are trying to find out if this project is technically feasible for us, if this project is profitable for us, right? If we can do it, and if we can do it, if that is a profitable venture for us, so that we do in the initiating process, right? We explain to the client that what are our engineering capabilities and what we have done in the past. So that is the initiating, right? Now, after the initiating is done, so then what happens? So we sign a contract with the client, right, guys? So, guys, can we do any project without signing a contract? Is that possible? Hmm?
No.
No, that is not possible. So we sign the contract. After the contract is signed, then we start doing the planning. So during the planning phase, we do the detailed planning of the work to be done in the project. We plan for integration management, schedule management, cost management, resource management, risk, quality, communication, and procurement and stakeholder. So all these knowledge areas, they are detailed out in the planning phase, and after the planning is completed, or maybe in a big project, if it is nearly completed, we start doing the work, which is called executing. So as we are executing or doing the work, we monitor, we observe that what we are doing, we gather the actual values, right? So that is done in the monitoring part. So in the monitoring, we gather the actual values and we compare it with the baseline values or the planned values for duration, for schedule, for resource unit, for cost, and we find a variance. Then we take a corrective action, which is called controlling. So this goes on till all the activities are complete, and then we do the closing process in which we wind up the project gracefully. Suppose if I've just constructed a building, so I will do the administrative task of cleaning the work site and then remove all the debris, remove all the unused material, and get quality acceptance criteria from the client, and then raise final invoice to the client, get the final payment, make final payment to my vendors and subcontractors, release my man and machine, and hand over maps, drawings, and documents to the client so that he may be able to maintain the building for a long time. And then I will basically do the landscaping and gracefully exit the project site. This is the complete life cycle of a project, and this is basically managed by the Primavera like this. So, guys, do you see the red shading? Hmm?
Yes,
Yes or
sir.
no? So, what is this shading? This is the area of control on the project life cycle using the Primavera. Right. So, guys, I'm sure that you, as a project manager, you want control, right? You want to control the project, yes or no?
Yes.
This is the area of the control, but some part of it of the initiating is not under the control. I'll explain to you. Because when you initially meet the client, so what do you use? Do you use the Primavera? No. Basically, you use software like PowerPoint, right? You might be showing PDF, you might be showing some diagrams using the Visio, or you might be showing certain data using Excel and etc. Right? So you can use various presentation things, right? So what happens after you sign the contract? Then you start making the documents, and the documents can be uploaded and stored in the Primavera, right? So Primavera, if you go to the online version, even in the offline version, you can store the documents. So from that points onwards, you have started the project. That is, the initiating is done. You sign the contract, then you start to detail out the project requirements. And while gathering the requirements, the documents will be updated and stored in the Primavera. So guys, keep this picture in mind, right? So this is the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. So the Primavera helps or puts you in the complete control of the project, right? So it is very, very important for you as a project manager to be in control of the project, right? Okay, now let's go to the next one. So in the next, so what we are looking at is the utilization of the money or the funds over the total life cycle of the project, right? So this is the total utilization of the money. So this part is the initiating, starting is called the initiating, and organizing and preparing it is called the planning. Okay, and carrying out the work is called executing. Okay, executing the project. Now, when you are executing the project, then what happens that you are using in this part, you are using 68 to 72%. So you are going to use 68 to 72% of the total project funds here. Okay, in the executing, right? Is that clear? So, this is basically taken from the statistics from the various domains. So irrespective of the domains, this is the nature of the project. The projects, they work like that, say they use maximum amount of the money in carrying out the work. Then what is the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that in case you make mistakes in execution, it will cost you a lot of money. So if you make a mistake of, let's say, $1, so it might take you, say, $10 to correct it, right? It is very costly, but it might not be so in the initiating or planning. If you make a mistake of $1, so maybe using another $1, you can make the correction, right? So maybe so in the planning, because if you look at the planning and the initiating, right? So basically, these are done within the computer. Do you print anything at all? No, nothing. It's the soft copy. Suppose if you use the time of a subject matter expert for 2 days, and then you wanted to change the plan, so you can use his time again to make the correction. It is still in the computer, but once you take it to the construction site, you take the design, you take the plan, and you do some work and which is wrong, so you will have to correct it. So the correction itself will cost you a lot of money. Right, guys? Is that clear? So after all the work is completed in the executing, then we do the closure. So guys, just keep in mind that this thing is very, very costly. That's why we need to learn the Primavera very well. Right? Is that clear? So define and organize the project. So we basically do the definition and organization of the project. We establish the project team. We define the project parameters. What are the parameters? That what is the total possible duration of the project? What is the total possible cost of the project? What are the various milestones? What are the acceptance criteria at the milestones? What is the final acceptance criteria? Then we define the project framework. Are we going to use the PMI process or some kind of some other process? Then we plan the project. In the planning, we develop the work breakdown structure and activities. We schedule them. Then we develop the schedule. Then we refine the estimates and the resource requirement. Then we develop the risk management plan. After that, we start doing the work. So during the work, we collect the status. So status means actual duration, actual schedule, actual resource units and cost. Then we analyze the variance, we plan and take the corrective action. Okay, then we report the project status to the stakeholders. Then we do the closeout. So during the closeout, we seek a formal acceptance from the client. So once the formal acceptance is given, then we get the payment. And then after closing the project, we compile our lesson learned and we archive the project data. Why do we archive the project data, guys? So that if we are doing similar projects in the future, we don't have to create all the plan from the scratch, and we have got a lot of baseline values which we can compare against and do our projects right in the future. So in the future, whatever projects we do it right in the first instance, right? So guys, let me go take you to the first slide. So in the first slide, so what we were seeing this constraint triangle, right? Triple constraint. Even though there are more constraints, but these are the three constraints, the primary constraint. We have to work within the limitation of time. We have to work within the limitation of money. We have to complete all the work and we have to achieve the satisfaction of the client. So how do we measure the satisfaction of the client? We basically write quality acceptance criteria, right? In the beginning. So we have the same copies on both sides. Quality acceptance criteria. So we basically check the various components of the product and the entire product based upon the quality acceptance criteria as we complete the work, and the client will also do the likewise. So once the quality acceptance criteria, which is done by us, is found to be true and correct by the client, then the client will be willing to make us the payment. So the amount of money which is given to us by the client, so that is called the price, because the price is the amount of money which is inclusive of value, right? A measurement of value, the value index of the product. Right, guys? Is that clear? Hmm?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
now we are going to use the Primavera. We make sure that we plan in such a way that we are able to work within this triple constraint and we are able to achieve the quality goals of the project and the client is happy. So that will be a true and true project management. So guys, if you do you have any questions on this?
Not from me, sir.
Okay, if you have any questions, so guys, let's do this thing. Let's take a break. Guys, make sure that
Yes, sir. Sharing, sir.
switched on.
Sharing, sir.
Recording progress on చూపించింది. Yeah, I think it's being
Okay, so guys,
companion.
you can see the screen clearly, the demo screen.
Yeah, recording on.
So yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So guys, can you see the diagonal arrow end to end and the vertical arrow end to end on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And guys, just make sure that if you have any kind of the button on the top, like the zoom panel, so you remove that from the top, okay? Remove those things from the top. Okay, refresh rate is 60. Resolution, oh, your maximum is already basic maintain aspect ratio. Okay, so you have got the maximum size, okay? Okay, so we will use this for a while. Okay, so guys, so first of all, we are going to introduce to the various parts of the user interface, right? So the various parts of the interface, I'm going to identify one by one. If you look at the top, so what do you read on the top? So what is the text which is mentioned at the top?
No current project.
So basically, there are two things which are mentioned. One is the version of the current software, which is 23, and it says no current project. So these are the two different pieces of the information. So when we don't have any project loaded into the memory, it will say no current project. Okay. So that is the topmost row. Now, after that, topmost row comes the main menu. And you can see that on the main menu, there are various options: file, edit, view, project, enterprise, tools, admin. Okay. So Varun, you click on these options. You click on the file first. Use the mouse to click on the file. So you will see the sub menu, and this sub menu, it is called the drop down menu. It is called the drop down menu because it is in the format of dropping downwards, right? It opens like a sheet of something unrolling on the downwards side, right? So that's why it is called a drop down menu. So there are various options. These buttons can be clicked. The icon buttons with the name can be clicked to execute certain options. Now, after you've seen the drop down menu, and if you want to basically, hide the drop down menu, you press the escape button. There's a escape button on every keyboard on the left corner, right? So like that. So with the click, you can see the drop down. With the escape, you can hide it. So now you click on the view. First you press escape. So in the view, you can see that it has got one of the longest drop down, right? It is quite long. So right now it is not even fitting on the screen. So, so that is why what does the Primavera do? That some of the options, they have been provided on the menu panel. Do you see that? The same options which are in the drop down, they are also there in the menu panel. Do you see the filter option is there? Then group and sort by. So similarly, many other buttons are also there, which are provided on the menu panel. The panel is basically on the upper side, which is below the main menu. So the icons are immediately visible. They're always visible. All you have to do is recognize their functionality and click it. That's why I have provided you the document number 1. Okay, now you press the escape button. So once you press the escape button, then the panel will hide away. I mean, the drop down menu will hide away. See, there is one more way to get the drop down menu. If you look carefully at the view, in the spelling of the view, in the word of the view, the V is underscore, right? Did you note that? So actually, there is a shortcut key, like if you press Alt V, right? Press Alt and the V, you will get the drop down. And now you press the escape. Now you press Alt N. N will be for enterprise. No, Alt N, Alt. You must press the button Alt first, then press N. So you will get the sub menu for the, in case you are more comfortable to use the shortcuts. So you can use the, you can use the Alt. And if you are comfortable to use the mouse, you can just click it with the mouse. Now to hide this sub menu, you have to press escape button, right? If you press the escape, so this thing goes away. So this is how you get the menus, and this is how you hide the menus. Now we come to the next part of the user interface. So this part is called the top panel 1. And below the top panel 1, there is a top panel 2, which has not yet been activated. This is the left panel menu, and this is the right panel menu. So there are 4 panel menus, just like you have electrical panels. So these are the panels where you can flexibly add more buttons. You can.
Sir, I have a doubt, if you don't mind. If I keep the mute on laptop, recording will be off.
No, the recording will go on. Mute means that your voice will not be taken, but everybody else's voice will be taken into the recording, right? Yeah. If you have any background noise, if there are people in the shared room or something like that, you keep it muted so that the recording is clean. Okay. So there is no problem with the recording.
Okay. If I mute also, recording will be going on. Okay.
Yeah. Recording will be going for me, for others, right?
Okay.
Okay, except for
Okay.
you. So
Okay.
if you have a shared room where people might drop in, okay, and there might be some background noise, then you keep the mute on and you can speak. Just you unmute and speak, and that's why the recording will stay clean, right? Okay, like that.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
These are the four panel menus which are there. So this is the top panel one, this is the top panel two, this is the left panel, and this is the right panel. So these are very flexible to configure, right? So you can put the buttons on them, you can sequence the button, you can add more buttons. So like that, you can configure them. Okay. So this is the panel menu. So after the panel menus, so this part is the tab. Okay. This is the tab part. So what do you do? So you select this, you select this project and you right click and open. You right click and open the project. So once you right click and open the project, you will see that these multiple tabs are coming up, right? So you can see that once you open the project, it comes and opens in the activity tab, right? Now, once you open a project, you can also switch on the WBS tab. So you click on these two blue squares, it will start showing you the WBS tab, work breakdown structure. Okay. Now you can also basically click on this button. This is the human icon. Basically, it represents resources. So you click on it, you will get the resources tab. And if you click on the next tab below it, so that is for the reports. So you will get the reports tab. So now you have got the reports tab. So you have got the 5 tabs. So everybody can check this out. So guys, you are here in the projects tab once again.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes, tell me.
sir, for me, just projects, resources, and reports. These three are only active, sir.
So if you want to get the activities tab, you just select this project, Saratoga Senior Community. Then you right click and you open like this. Please look at the demo screen. So did you log in from another screen? Did you log in from your mobile? You can see the
Yes,
demo.
sir.
Yeah. So once you open, so you will get the activities tab also. Then after you get the activities tab, then you can click on the WBS button here on the left side. Just two blue squares and you will get the WBS tab also.
WBS is not yet activated, sir. WBS tab.
So click it.
One second.
No, first you have to open the project. Only then this two buttons, I mean the WBS tab will be active. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Now activities is activated.
So then after that you click on the WBS, then the WBS will be also opened. You'll get the WBS tab also. Okay.
Yes, sir. Done.
See, all these tabs, these are very flexible to move. Just like in the browser, we open multiple tabs for the multiple sites. So basically, suppose the sequence is here, like this projects, activities, WBS, resource reports. Suppose I want to reposition them, I can grab any of the tab. So guys, do you see the outline here? Basically, I'm dragging the activities tab, and when I release, the activities tab is. Yes,
सर
yes, tell me.
मेरा एक्टिविटी एंड WS tab ओपन नहीं हो रहा सर कैन यू टेल मी 1 second सर
Basically what you have to do, you first of all you go into the project. In the project you select this project Saratoga Senior Community. You right click and open project. Okay, right click and open the project. Is that Viswanath?
yes sir
So Viswanath, do you have a secondary monitor? Is your Do you have any mobile phone next to your screen?
I use my mobile phone, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir, mobile phone, sir.
Mobile phone you can see, but did you place it? Are you comfortably seated in your place? See, guys, you try to use a table and chair because if you use a table and chair, you will be comfortable to learn this. So the more comfortable you are in the sitting position, so it will be easy for you to learn it, right? So it will become very comfortable and you will learn it very fast. So guys, so what do you do? Did you open the project? So after you open the project, then you click on these two blue buttons here on the left side. So once you click, and these two buttons will open the WBS tab. See, Biswanath, keep talking to me because if
Yes,
you
sir.
don't say yes or no, I will be waiting for an answer. It will delay. So you tell me, did you get the activities in WBS tab or not?
Still, I'm facing problems, sir.
Okay, so you show me your screen. So I will continue from there. So you show me your screen. So you start your recording as well because I see that you have not started. You share your screen so that I can see your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now you give me the remote control, you approve it. Okay. 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 Now you click here on the WBS. Click this.
Okay.
So you have got all the tabs, right? So basically, the
Yes.
tabs can be rearranged in the sequence just like in the browser. Like in the browser, when you open multiple sites, so you are seeing the data for the multiple sites, right? So when you're seeing the data, and if you wish, you can shuffle the tabs from left to the right and right to the left. So guys, just one more second, I'll be giving the demo from here. So please confirm that you can see the diagonal arrow and the vertical arrow in the from top to the bottom, end to end.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay, so fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue from here for some time. So basically, we have got these tabs. So there are 5 tabs here. So in fact, there are more tabs. These 5 tabs are very, very important. They'll be used throughout the day. In one particular day, when you do the work, these 5 tabs should be open in the morning. Projects, activities, WBS, resources, reports. So if you want to basically, sequence the tab, you can drag the tab from left to right, right? So this is called the tab part of the screen. And now let us come to the lower part of the screen. So basically you will see the entire part of the screen is divided into, I'll say these are the 3 windows, right? So let me mark them. So the 3 windows, they have their own names. So the first window is the table. So the next window, it is called the Gantt chart, right? And after the Gantt chart, so the window that we have below is the details, right? Okay. Now the table is consisting of the columns. So what you have inside the tables are the column. In the Gantt chart, what we have is the timeline or the timelines, and what we have on the top is called the time scale. So it is a scale to measure the length of time, just like we have the physical scale. And in the details, what we have is the information tabs. So the tabs, they provide more information about something which you select on the top, right? Suppose if you selected this project on the top, and if you click on the general, so you will see the general information in the general tab. So there are three tabs which are very important in case of the project, just like the general, and then the dates and the default, right? These three tabs, but all the tabs are equally required, but these three tabs are very, very important to know right away. Now let us study the structure of the table. The table is consisting of the columns, right? So the various columns are the project ID, the project name, the total activities, the strategic priority, right? So we can add more columns. So in between the table and the Gantt chart, there is something called the vertical screen divider. If you drag it toward the right, then you can see more columns. If you drag it toward the left, you can see more Gantt chart. And if you want to balance, so you can place it somewhere in the center. Okay. So Biswanath, you do this thing, you drag it right and left like this, 3-4 times with your mouse. Okay, just do it. 3-4 times you drag it left and right side with the mouse. Okay, so you are using a wire mouse.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good.
In Gantt chart, is it possible to get the months like we have Q1, Q2, Q3 below that?
We will learn about that in a while, right? So basically, the time scale is flexible to expand and contract. So this is
Okay.
called vertical divider. Then you have the horizontal divider like this, right? You can increase the size of the lower part also, right? So you drag this up and down 3-4 times to get the feel of it. Okay, so guys, you drag the horizontal divider up down 3-4 times so that you can feel it, you can do it whenever it is required, and you might be doing it is several times during the workday. First of all, you should know about the interface, parts of the interface. You should get very much comfortable with that. Okay, it is quite comprehensive interface. Now we bring it near the guidelines, right? Now we go to the next tab on the top, that is the activities. So I click on the activities, you also do the likewise. And in the activities also, you will see that there are three parts or the three windows: table, Gantt chart, and details, right? The Gantt chart is required in the projects, activities, and the WBS because these are having the element of time, right? So the data which is represented in the projects, that is also having the time component. The activities also has the time component. And then if you go to the WBS, so the WBS is also having the time component also, right? Is that clear? Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is also having the time component. Now you click on the WBS. So now you click on the WBS. So in the WBS, it has got also the three parts. So let me do this. Let me bring the partitions in the guidelines. So you just bring them here. Okay. So you can drag the horizontal partition also. So you can see that the WBS is also having the time component, which is represented by the Gantt chart, right? So you can basically, the time scale can be adjusted according to the size on the screen. Okay. Now these three tabs, like the projects, activities, and the WBS, it has got the time component. So it has got three parts of the screen, right? So what are the three parts, guys? Table, Gantt chart, and details, right? Now let us come back to the projects. So in the projects, in the Gantt chart, so as you have been introduced, the Gantt chart was basically, it was created by Henry Gantt, as you know. Okay. Okay. Now we have the Gantt chart. So in the Gantt chart, there are two components. One is the timeline and one is the time scale, right? So this timeline, it represents, like graphically, it represents the duration of a project. For example, let me do the same. Let me first remove the markings, right? So let me join, let's say that this is the project, which is the, let's say this is a project which is Saratoga Senior Community Project, right? This is the name of the project, and I connect the timeline to the top. So guys, you look at the duration enclosed by the arrows.
It is from 2011 Q2 to 2014 Q4.
So what is the total duration of?
3 years,
So
9 months.
so basically, if you look here carefully, if you look at, so it is enclosing 3 years and half year in 2011. So the total duration is 3.5 years. 3.5 years. Did you note that? See, you are engineers. You should be able to read the
Yes, sir.
scale.
Yes,
The
sir.
duration. Look at the entire duration, right? Okay. Similarly,
Three and
if
a
you
half
look,
years.
if you look at another project, it will have a different kind of a duration. If you looked at this project, let's say nest bed, right? So let me join the lines for the nest bed. So guys, tell me what is the total duration for this project? You just count the number of the quarters and you multiplied that by the 3 months. So
2
how
years,
many?
3 months.
27 months.
Yes, yeah. So basically, if you count all the quarters, how many quarters are there? So there are 9 quarters, right? So 9 multiplied by 3 will be 27 months. So 27 months would mean that 2 years complete, and then there are 3 months, 20 quarter year, 20 quarter years, right? 2 years complete and a quarter year. So, this is the benefit of using this timeline. So, it measures the time against the time scale, and the time scale is flexible, right? So this is the benefit of the Gantt chart. You can see that how many projects are going on in the parallel, and how they are finishing and starting. Okay, so you can plan ahead, you can look ahead, you can plan ahead. So that's what you can do. Now let us do this thing. Since we understand the parts of the interface, but there are certain more buttons we need to activate to use the Primavera fully, right? So to you make the full use of the buttons, we will set up the buttons on the panels, and we will get the panel 1, panel 2 completed, and we will activate more buttons. Now, how to start activating the buttons? First of all, guys, you click on the view option on the top. Just click on the view. So after you clicked on the view, and if you scroll down, you will see the option toolbars, right? Varun, I believe that you have to scroll a little bit more.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is
I'm
correct.
sure you can find it. So if you scroll a little bit more, you will find toolbars, and on the right side, you will see customize option. Okay. Did you find it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I found it.
Customize option is at the bottom. So guys, once you click on the customize option, you will be seeing this box. So in this box, you have to switch on this check boxes in a sequence. As I tell you, first you select action, then you select administrator, then you select dictionaries, then you select the just a moment, find,
Hmm.
then you select publish, then you select reports, then stop. Okay, so guys, please look on the left top side and just make sure that you have the 6 rows of new buttons on the top. Look at your top left and count if there are 6 rows of the buttons that you have selected. Everybody, please check.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You
sir.
are
Available. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
okay. After that, you click on the close button, and this toolbox will close. Okay. Okay, now we are going to basically arrange the buttons in the panel number two. So guys, this is your panel number two because on the top you have the panel number one. So the panel number one, I will just tell you where is the panel number one. So guys, this is your green line is your panel number one and the red line is your panel number two, right? Now we are going to rearrange the buttons into the panel number two. Just watch me that how I do it. So first of all, I will go to this row of the buttons here. So guys, is having the second device on. So guys, please check that your second device should be on the mute. Second device should be on the mute totally, right? So as not to cause the echo. See, now you look at this. Guys, please, otherwise mute all. Okay. Okay. Now you look at the screen that what I'm going to do, I'm going to this row which is just below the line. So guys, when we bring my cursor here, you will see the cursor turns into a claw, right? Four-sided. Okay, it has got four arrows. So I drag this in a straight line. So guys, you got to be very careful with your mouse because you should not have the zigzag. It should be an absolutely straight line, right? Can you see on the screen that how I'm dragging gently and in a straight line? So once I come to an empty slot, so what do? I shift it up. So once I shift it up, it goes into the slot. So this one, you do the next one. So you drag this one in a straight line. And once it comes to the empty slot, you push it up. Okay. You drag this set. Okay. You take your cursor to the left side. No, to the corner. No. This one, be very careful what I'm telling you. Yes. Now you start to drag. Yeah. Come to the empty spot and yes. Now you do the same for the next one. You drag it up to here. Then you push it into the empty slot in a straight line. Okay. Yes. Very careful with that. Good. Very good. So you pushed it up, right? Now you do it for the next one. Here. So guys, you have to do it in the sequence. Please do not jump the sequence, right? Because if you jump the sequence, then your screens may not look the same. During the training, I want every screen to look the same because I'll be shifting from one screen to another screen for the purposes of the training. So you shift this here and you push this up. So guys, please look at the demo screen. Please confirm that it looks the same. So did you collect your buttons into the second panel or not?
Yes, sir. Did.
So you have completed. Now we have to do the next step. The next step is that there is one set of the buttons on the panel one. So basically you have to shift this set of the buttons into the empty slot below like this. Okay. So first you drag this right, and once it comes near the empty slot, then you drag it down. You have to bring this down. First you drag this right. Okay. Like this, you have to drag. You have to click on the dotted part. Do you see the dots there? Triple dots are there on the left hand side. So basically this is the grabber. You have to grab it here, then you drag it toward the right side, and then you have to push it down like this. Biswanath, do it. Yeah, drag it down. Just don't worry. Drag it down once a little bit and drag it up. Yes, now you release that. Okay, now it is settled. So guys, please look at the demo screen. So you have to bring this set of the buttons to the second panel, right? So this is your zoom buttons and all that stuff. So is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now in this set of the see, there are various sets of the button. How do you know? Basically, each of the set of the button is enclosed between these dots and triangle. So, okay, let me help you identify that what are the various set. So see, each of them is one set. So some set are longer, some set are having less buttons, some are having more buttons, like that. So they are a group of buttons. They have similar or related functionality, right? These are the various set of the buttons. So one set of the buttons, which I asked you to bring down, it has got a special button. So we are going to activate that button. So guys, do you see the small triangle here on the right side? Okay, if you see in that triangle, so you click on that triangle, it will bring down a menu, right? So now you click on add or remove the buttons. So once you clicked on add or remove the buttons, you will see there are more buttons. You click on the lock all toolbars. You click on that on the top, you select that button, lock all toolbars. Yeah, you click it. Okay. So a tick mark will come. Now you select expand all, a tick mark will come. So then you select on the collapse all, another button will be selected. And then you select collapse to, right? So all this button, they got selected on the top. Do you see that? The ones which got the tick mark, they have been added to the top, right? Now, how to remove this drop down? You click on the empty space here, the blank area, and this drop down will go away, right? So once you click on the empty space, it disturbs nothing, but it hides the drop down. Now, guys, you tell me, what does this button look like?
Lock.
What is lock? So basically, we are going to use this button first of all. See, guys, so in this training, I'm transferring my experience to you. I'll share my experience. See what happens that if you go to the usual training, like they do in the Oracle Center, they will not tell you about this button. They think that it is a very insignificant button. Actually, I will tell you this is the most significant button to use in the beginning, because if you do not lock your toolbars, now what happens when your mouse is moving across the screen, it might be possible that it might drag a set of the buttons to another place on the screen, and that might not be very useful for you. It might even move away the main menu. Okay, and it will basically deform the screen, and that will be that might take a lot of time for you to get back. So it is better to log the position of the buttons first of all, and then we can add more buttons, right? So guys, click on this button, you will see a change on the screen. You will see the dragging handles are gone. Do you see that? Now, accidentally, you can click a button but not displace the button. Is that clear? Biswanath, is it clear to you? See, at least one
Yes, sir.
person
Yes, sir.
have to be, right? So, Biswanath,
Yes,
I
sir.
hope you're in a quiet room, right? Okay. So you
Yes,
keep
sir.
your
Yes, sir.
some feedback, because sometimes we are disconnected on the internet, so I would immediately come to know, right? Okay, fine.
Okay,
So
sir.
this is the button which locks. So if you click on this button, you will see the dragging handles come back, right? So these dragging handles, they have to be switched off in the beginning so that accidentally the group of the buttons is dragged to any wrong position, right? Okay, now after this, we are going to add more buttons. So first of all, guys, you go to this left top corner and just find the exact spot on your screen, and then you click on this small little triangle, more buttons. Then you select add or remove the buttons. So guys, look at the demo screen. Guys, look at the demo screen, then you select page setup, then you select print setup. You select these two buttons. Okay. Select the page setup. You select these two buttons. Guys, you're all engineers. Guys, please prevent this. Prevent the ego, man. You're not ordinary people. You're better than average person. You know the technology, you know technical things, what's happening. If you keep your secondary monitor speaker system on, the mic on, it's going to create an ego, right? So guys, prevent it. Okay, now Biswanath, you click those two button, page setup and print setup, and select them. Okay, yeah. Now you click here on the white space. So once you click on the white space, click here. So though the drop down is gone, now you're going to basically click on the next one. This is the next one. You click here. Then you select add or remove the button. From here, you will select activity usage spreadsheet. Then you will select another one, resource usage spreadsheet. Then you will select another one, arrange children. Okay. These three buttons you are going to select. Everybody please confirm that you have got it. Okay. Now
Yes,
you,
sir.
yeah. Now you guys click on the blank space here on the top or here. So if you click on the blank space, it does nothing. It does no harm. It just only hides the drop down and you can continue to work with one hand. Now you go to the text group, click on this triangle here. Select add or remove buttons from here. This is a very important button. You have to select no bottom layout. Okay, you select this. No bottom layout. So guys, have you selected this? No bottom layout?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after you have selected, you click on the white space.
Yes, sir.
Click on any empty space. Okay. Now you might need to use this button almost like 100 times in a day. Yeah, that's very useful button. Now you come to the next set of the button. So guys, carefully click on the triangle which is near the line. You click on add or remove the buttons. Okay. Then you click here, new layout. Then open layout. Then save layout. Then save layout as. Then you click on the table font and row. And then you click here user preferences. Okay, so you have done that. So you have to select in total 6. So just have a
Yes.
look at demo screen and then you can click after you have done selecting this 4 plus 2 buttons, 6 buttons. Then you click on any empty space on the screen, right? Okay, so now we go to the next set of the buttons on the top menu here. Click it. Now you will select from here global change. Then you will select the summarize button. Then you will select the recalculate assignment cost. Then you will select the issue navigator. Okay, I'm holding the screen here so that you can see and correlate with the demo, right? So you correlate with the demo and then I will move to the next one. So guys, have you selected these 4 buttons?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on any blank space on the screen. Okay. Now the first panel has been completed. Now we will go to the second panel buttons. So guys, you click here. You will find a button here, resource curve. You select that resource curve. Okay. So just find that and you select that button and click on any blank space now. Okay. Okay. Now you go to the next set of the button that is in the report group. You select this button. Now from here you select here report group. Report group, right? So guys, continue to look at the demo monitor, demo screen and make sure that you are doing the same thing, right? So you are all synchronized guys up to this point. Okay, now you click on any blank space. So guys, if someone is stuck, let me know immediately so that we don't have to take a long U-turn, right? So everybody please confirm that you are synchronized up to this point. You are having the same set of the buttons on the panel 1 and panel 2 on the top. Guys, please confirm.
Sir, I have added the buttons, but I didn't place the location of the each button. I have added all the buttons, but I didn't place the as per the screen. Please give me 2 minutes. I will set it up.
Yeah, so you make sure that your screen should look like the demo screen. So guys, I want everybody's screen to look the same, because if I switch from one screen to another screen, so that should not be different, right? So just do it. Okay,
Sir, I have one question. Meanwhile,
quickly.
quickly question is, we are selecting only selected buttons there, but some the buttons we are not, we left them unchecked.
Mhm.
So I mean to say we are using them rarely in the future in the practical real time.
Yeah, basically, once you get used to the majority of the buttons, so those buttons which we have left behind, so after the 3 days of the training, you will attain the maturity. In the future, when you're doing some work, you will get to know through the manual which I have shared that what are the total buttons. See, the total buttons are there in the document number one. If you print document number one, all the buttons are listed there. So if you are having that document printout in front of, so guys, I'll just tell you what to do. You take the printout of the page number one and two, you stick them back to back, or you take back to back printout and you laminate that. Get that laminated, okay? Keep it on your table. And whenever you need a new button, the new button is known to you, you take it, right? So first we take the maximum useful buttons for this training. So once we have got a good grip on the project management, so we can expand more buttons. So those buttons are used very rarely, but definitely if you need to use it, you will know it, right? Okay, instinctively you will be able to find that button from the list, right? Okay, fine. So we take the buttons which are highly useful because we have a constraint of time. So if you go to the Oracle Center, they will make you undergo 5 days of the training. I'm not sure if you can spare 5 days, right? So I have to make sure that within the 3 days, you learn the maximum and you are able to complete the life cycle of the project, which is the most important thing to learn the Primavera, right? Okay, we will complete the life cycle of a project. We will basically do a project and we will execute it and we will complete the execution, monitoring, control, and closing of the project. So guys, now you look at the left side and you select this set. Now you select add or remove the buttons. From here, you select the commit changes. The commit change button is like save button. And then you have the refresh data, right? So basically, guys, you should remember that you are working on a database system which is having a shared data. So when you save, it goes to the database, and when you refresh, so any of the changes which are being done by your colleagues, so you can see those changes if you refresh the data. It's just like, the Facebook of a project, right? So on the Facebook, when you want to post, so basically it is equivalent to the commit changes, and want to see the post which is made by your friends, then you refresh the browser, right? So it is just like that. Okay. So now you click on the empty space here. Okay. Now we are going to expand the next set of the buttons. Just have a look on this panel. And then you select here add or remove. Then from here you select enterprise project structure. Then you select the roles. Then you select the OBS. Okay. Then after that, you click on the empty space. After you have clicked on the empty space, so it comes here. Okay. Now you go to the last set of the buttons here. After that, you click on add or remove the buttons. Then you select the issues, click on the issues. Then you click here on the empty space. Okay. Now, after you have done that, now let us go to the right panel, right? So you click on the right side. So then you click here, add or remove the buttons. So after that, you select from here the dissolve, link activities, undo, and fill down. Okay, I'm holding the screen here. So guys, please check the demo screen and you do the same, right? So guys, have you selected all the buttons? as on the screen? Okay, now we are going to apply the fonts. So guys, first of all, you select the project tab here, and then you click on the font button here on the panel number 1. After you clicked on the font button on the panel number 1, you will get the table font and row box. Then you click on the font button which shows the alphabets. Click on the modify font, and after that you will do like this. First I will give you the demo. See, before you select the font, you delete the current font name, right? Clear. Then I want to select Vardhana, so I will type the letter V. I don't have to type anything more. V for Vardhana will come up right away. After that you will select the Vardhana, then you will select the regular, then you will select the 9. Varun, since your screen is small, so you can select the Vardhana font number 8, but the rest of you except Varun, you will select the number 9. Okay, is that clear?
Noted, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the OK. Then you click on the OK once again. Only Varun will use font number 8, and rest of the participants use the Vardhana font number 9. Now, guys, you do the same in the activities, WBS, resource and reports by clicking the tabs one by one and applying the font Vardhana regular 9, and after that we'll go for the lunch. 9 number font. Okay, yeah. Then you go to the WBS tab and you apply the same font here also. Regular and 9, click on the OK. Okay. Then resources. Reports.
Sir, I am getting a pop-up like an application event has been interrupted. Please note event code for reference.
So you just exit and restart your Primavera. I don't know. Just make sure that no other application is running. There should be 2 applications running, Zoom and Primavera. It can be due to the lack of the memory in your computer. So guys, so what we have done that we have set the Vardhana font in all the tabs. So for Varun, you will use the Vardhana 8 because your screen size is small. Okay, so that you have more space to look at, right? So guys, after you have set the font, you can see that you can read it in a much better way, right? You can see that all the text, and on the right side, you can read it in a much better way. So guys, let's go for the lunch. So right now it is 1:20 Indian Standard Time. So let's meet at 2:30 Indian Standard Time, right? Okay, so Friday is a little bit more flexible. So I'm stopping the share. I'm pausing the. Yeah, you start it. And after that, Viswanath, you share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, guys, can you see the demo screen clearly and fully?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's clear. Now we have basically set all the fonts. Guys, have you set the fonts in all the tabs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tabs. Did you set the font?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after we have set the font, so we can basically understand the.
Sir, sorry.
Yeah.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
Tell me.
This in my laptop actually there is a recording symbol is showing and it is recording also. But thing is, morning we have created one folder, na sir, that Zoom folder. So
Oh.
that recorded recordings are not being shown in that folder.
So see, right now I
So it will
can't.
be shown
I
later,
can't.
sir.
Wait. Right now I can't tell from here. Let us continue. I am also doing the recording. There are the 5 other people they are doing the recording, so we can get it from them. Okay, you first focus on the recording in your mind. Okay. Okay.
Right, sir.
Now you will get it from me. That's not a problem. If it doesn't happen on your computer, don't worry. You can take it from me. Okay. Now
Okay.
let us focus on the further interface. So on the interface, we have activated the button. We have set the font. Now we will see that how do the buttons they function, right? So first of all, we will look at this set of the buttons here. So guys, do you see this? The set of the buttons which I marked.
Sir, sorry for interruption.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Quickly.
With respect to my Primavera, some of the buttons are not on, not active.
No, why they are not active? Did you not activate them
Hello?
while we were doing the exercise?
Yeah, I activated the a few of them are not active, sir.
No,
Yes, sir.
you.
Same thing for me also. It is like
So guys,
disabling.
So guys, see, I'm not teaching a very large group, right? So that I can maintain the quality. So please, so one by one. So who was the first one to talking to me, Gangadhar?
Yes, sir.
So please quickly share your screen so that I can fix it, right? So guys, we have to move. So basically, I want to ensure a quality, and you have to ensure the quality from your side also, right? You have to pay attention, you have to listen. So that's what I was asking you. If you're stuck, immediately let me know, right? So you show me your screen, so let me fix.
Sir, yeah, I shared my screen, sir.
Yeah, actually, it's not the buttons. So all the buttons are there on your screen. So you just don't have all the tabs here. So just give me the remote control. Just approve the remote control. So let me tell you what has happened here. So see, you should not actually experiment with this, right? So basically what you have done, you have closed your tabs. Okay. Please approve the remote control. Gandhar, please respond, man. Gandhar,
Yeah, I hope.
are you listening? Please approve the remote control so that I can help you. Approve it so that I can click on your screen. Okay, so you share your screen. I think he is not having a very uniform connectivity. So you please share your screen. So
Shared
let me.
first.
What is missing? No, for you all the buttons are there. You are fine. So what is missing? What do you think is not there?
So these buttons are like disable.
No, they will be enabled. Just wait, man. Just wait. Please be patient because those buttons they activate in the context of the data, right? So you
Okay.
won't find all the buttons activated at all the times, right? Okay. I'll just you focus on what I'm telling you. Your screen is complete, so you are absolutely fine.
Okay, sir.
So Gangadhar,
Hello.
once again, requesting you, please approve the remote control.
Hello, sir.
Please approve the remote control. Your internet is not so good. Approve the remote control.
Okay, I approved, sir.
See, you are fine, absolutely fine. So all you need to do is lock. First of all, you will have to click on the lock button here. I don't know why the click is not going through. So can you please click on the lock? Gangadhar, please click on this button. Click on the lock button. Gangadhar, please click on the lock button.
Yes, sir. I clicked on lock.
Okay. Now I'll just tell you the next
I
one.
clicked on lock, sir.
So see, your voice is breaking. It means that you are not having a very uniform connection. Please ensure a good connection. Now you click on this button. See, don't click on it once again. Click it only once and lock it. Don't click on it multiple times. Click the lock button only once. So guys, just a moment. So let me talk to Gangadhar, okay? I don't know what's happening on his internet.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so Gangadhar, can you hear me?
Sir, I can hear you, sir.
See, Gangadhar, you are having a very poor quality internet connection. Your voice is breaking up, right? So can you please ensure that you get a good quality of the internet? Do something. You'll have to do something on your end.
Okay, sir. You just proceed with. I will confirm with this internet. I'll come back to you.
Yeah. So first you share your screen. So let me help you fix so that you can continue with the rest of the synchronized way. And then in the meanwhile, you call your internet or the Wi-Fi company. So are you using the Wi-Fi or are you using the hotspot?
I'm using the hotspot, sir.
See, do you know that you can connect the hotspot using the cable also, the USB cable? It will give you an excellent speed.
Okay.
So basically what you do, you connect a USB cable from your mobile to the laptop, the charging cable that you use. So instead of the charger, you connect to the USB port of the laptop. Then after that, you go
Okay.
into mobile, you go to the hotspot connection. From the hotspot, you select USB T3. Okay. If you select the USB T3, so you will get a very good connection. Okay. So first you go to your the connections, and in the connection you select a mobile hotspot and T3. And from the mobile hotspot and T3, instead of the mobile hotspot, you select the option USB T3, right? The third option will be there, the USB T3. Because if you connect the cable, your charging cable, okay, so you will be
I connected to USB T so.
okay. So then your speed will increase 5 to 6 times, and you will be absolutely fine. Okay. And now you activate the USB T3 options, the slider button. Make sure that it is on the right side and it is blue. So once it is blue, so you are going to see that it has increased the speed, right? So make sure that this is the selected option. So did you select the USB?
Yes, sir.
So now your voice is clear, okay? Okay, now you
Okay.
share your screen, so I think you will be fine, and your mobile will remain charged also, and your
Okay.
speed will be good. So just try to see that your mobile is pointing in the right direction. So you can basically see on a particular direction, your mobile will give you the maximum speed. Okay, now you approve the remote control for me. Approve the remote control. Approve the remote control.
Approved, sir.
Okay, fine. Now let me do this thing. So I'm not able to click on your screen. So let me do this thing. Mm,
Yes, I approved, sir.
so basically you need to get the tabs on. So let me do this thing. Since I'm not able to click on your screen, nor I'm having the tools. So just a moment. So can you do this thing? Can you click this button, the projects? Click on this button. Click on the projects button. So Gangadhar, your laptop has basically but this. So Biswanath, you share your screen. Guys, just make sure that you are having the right connection and your laptop, everything is fine because you have to take the responsibility of those things, right? Okay, guys. So I was showing you a pair of the buttons here. So if you looked at the pair of the buttons, these are sort of complementary. First, you click on the left side button. Out of these two, you click on the left side button here. So, guys, you will observe something. So, Biswanath, so what is your observation? So, what happened when you click on the left side button?
Sir, Gantt chart is clear, sir. Blank.
Yeah, so basically, that is the table button. Now you click on the Gantt chart button, which is the right one. So you click on the right side button there. So once you click on the right side of the button, the Gantt chart will reappear. So the utility of these two buttons is that if you want to see only the table, you want to see only the column. So if you have lot of column data and you don't want to see the Gantt chart for a while, so you can click on the table button. If you want to see the combination of the Gantt chart plus the columns, you can click on the Gantt chart buttons. Now I want you to remember this button permanently. So guys, do this thing. You click on these two buttons 20 times, left, right. You do this 20 times. Okay. So just go ahead and click on this button. So 20 times in total. And next time I'll just ask you to switch on and off the Gantt chart. So you will know the buttons, right? Okay, so I hope you have understood these the buttons, the utility of these buttons. Now I will show you another pair of the buttons which you need to use very much frequently throughout the day. So this is one and this is the number two. First you click on the right side button and observe what do you see. Click on the right side button. No, you click on the button, man. Click inside the button, not on the side, but in the middle of the button. Please be more logical. I'm asking you to click. Now, what did you observe?
Detail section has gone.
Yes, the detail section has gone, right? It is hidden now. So you will need sometimes, many times during the day, you might need to hide the detail or maybe to display the detail. You might do this repeatedly. You know, these are the basic buttons. So you should click on these two buttons 20 times, right? Left, right. Do this exercise, left, right exercise, do this so that you remember these buttons permanently. So the more permanent memory you create in your mind, it will add to your experience. You can tell people, I have been using Primavera for 2 years, right? Is that clear? So basically, when you are in the workspace in a company, so they expect a finished product, right? So you will know all your buttons, you will know all your fundamentals, and you will be able to manage the project. So let's start with the ABC. So did you click these buttons 20 times, left, right? So next time I'm not going to tell you. Next time I tell you that Biswanath, you hide the detail, Biswanath, you show the detail. So these two buttons, they work on every screen, right? In every
Okay, sir.
screen, show and hide the details. So you should remember them permanently. Okay, now for once you hide the detail, hide the bottom detail a last time. So after you have done that, now I'm going to show you another pair of the buttons which are complementary. Now look at this pair of the buttons. These buttons are mutually exclusive. One is expand all, one is contract all. So right now you can see that the double minus button is active. So you click that button. Click on the double minus button. So once you click on the double minus button, so what did you note, guys? Collapse all. So all the data is collapsed on the table side and on the Gantt chart side also, right? Now you click on the double plus, that is the expand all. So once you click on that, so you will see that all the data is expanded, right? Did you note that? Okay. Now you do this exercise 20 times, left, right, you do it total 20 times. So that you can understand that how it works, right? So guys, let me make one thing clear to you all. I do not run any sort of the demo. You have to do it. This is coaching, right? Okay, is this clear? Yeah. Are you doing it?
Yes, sir.
Varun, you are
Yes,
doing
sir.
it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You are doing it? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Guys, make sure because you know the rest of the training in that we are going to use these buttons very extensively, right? So I don't want to basically I want you to ask yourself or try to recall. So guys, so you have to remember these buttons. Now I will tell you that one more related button is there. So one more related button which is there is this plus minus button. Do you see this? So you click on this button and you will see a pop-up. You will see a box. Now let us do this thing. Let us bring this box to the right hand side. So we drag it. So this in this box you can see that it is asking you for the level. So you click here. and you select from here, you select level 1. Level 1, and then on the right side there is a button apply. So you select level 1 and click apply. So once you click on the apply, it will show you the level 1 of the data, right? Now you select the level 2 and click on the apply button.
Okay.
Now guys, once you do that, you will see the level 2. Now what is the level 1? The level 1 is the enterprise. So guys, do you know that what is the meaning of the word enterprise? This is a common English word. You have heard it many times, enterprise. So what is the meaning known to you?
Enterprise is a group of entities.
Yeah, it is a group of companies, right? So just like Tata Enterprises. So Tata is an enterprise, so they are running various businesses, right? So let me write this group of companies, right? So group of the companies is headed by a role called the CEO. So guys, do you know that what is the full form of CEO? What is the full form of this role?
Chief Executive.
Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah, Chief Executive Officer. Now, what is the role of the Chief Executive Officer? What is his functionality? Is to keep the group of the companies profitable. Now, this group of the companies has diversified businesses, right? You can see that under this group of the companies, there are various businesses here: engineering, energy services, manufacturing, product development, corporate program. And just like in the Tata Group, you have got various businesses. You have got Tata Real Estate, you have got Tata Motors, you have got Tata Steel, you have got TCS, which is the IT field. Then the Tata is into the airlines, and Tata is into the hospitality business. Tata has got the Taj Hotels. You know, these are various businesses, right? So in the project management, these various businesses, they are called portfolio. So these green ones, these are called portfolio. Okay. So I think the Agnivesh, I hope you remember the word portfolio. So
Yes, sir.
portfolio managed by a portfolio manager, right?
Most
Right. Portfolio is managed by a
Yes.
manager, portfolio manager, right? Okay. Now let's see what is in the level 3. So you select here the level 3 and click on the apply button. No, first you select level 3. Yeah, from here you select the level 3, then you click on the apply button. So guys, you are seeing these yellow bands, right? So what are these yellow bands? These are optional. So these are called the programs. So programs are the specialized divisions within the portfolio. So when you subdivide a portfolio, so what you get is a program, and the program is managed by a manager, program manager, right? So it is a specialized part of the business, that is the program manager, right? So is this clear? Okay. Now let us try to understand this, that what does a program manager do? Basically, the role of the program manager is to make sure that the projects which are under the program, so they are getting the resources according to their priorities, right? So that is his job. Portfolio manager is a sort of a business unit manager. His job is to put more projects into the work pipeline of the company. So that is the role of the portfolio manager, right? Is that clear? Okay, now let us try to learn more. So first of all, guys, so these are the 3 levels of this is called the enterprise project structure. Okay, now you click on the OK button. Click on the OK button. So you know this is now set here. Now you click on the double minus, so it will collapse, right? So all the data will be collapsed, right? Okay, now you expand this data here by clicking on the plus. If you click on the plus button, it will expand once more. No, you just have to. Okay, fine. You just, no, first of all, I think you clicked on, just a moment. So first of all, you click on the double minus, then you click on this plus button, not on the right side, right? This one. So it will open up to the next level. You have to click on this button, this one, which I'm pointing here. This one next to the enterprise, right? So if you click on the enterprise, it will open the portfolio, right? Okay, fine. So you can see that now you expand the energy portfolio. Then you can see the projects. Yes. So guys, how many projects are there in the in this portfolio? Count.
6.
6 projects are there. Very good. Now we will expand the product development. So you expand the product development portfolio. Look at the tip of the arrow and you click exactly there, right? Then you expand the program 1 and the program 2. Program 1 and the program 2. So once you expand the program 1 and the program 2, you will see the projects under it. Now you count the number of the projects under the product development. Count it. How many white lines are there? 10. So basically, you know that what happens when you get increased the number of the projects in a portfolio, that portfolio may be subdivided into specialized programs, right? For example, you are working on the energy, and you know there are 3 ways of the energy: renewable, non-renewable, and nuclear. Suppose you are getting more projects in the energy sector, you may decide to subdivide the energy portfolio into programs. So guys, remember, a project can be under a portfolio, a project can be under a program also, but programs are optional, right? What happens when a company starts a new line of business, then it creates a new portfolio, and whenever you start a new business, there will be very few projects in that particular portfolio. As you deliver those projects, as you gain visibility and recognition in that particular area, so then the number of the projects might increase due to the increased number of the orders, and then you will have to subdivide the portfolio into various programs. Okay, so we are going to do it very soon, but before that, we have to basically make sure that we are able to see all the data in the projects. Okay, so let us understand that how the project's data is displayed and interpreted. So first of all, guys, you do this thing, you click on the table button so that we see only the table. We see only the table, right? So after we have got only the table, you click on the expand button, expand all button, that is the double plus button, expand all. Okay, so guys, you are here. Okay, so once you are here, you just make sure that you are on the top row and you scroll to the top and you place your cursor on the enterprise on the top row. Okay, okay, so you can see that. Now you will see that there is a lot of the empty space here. So in the Primavera, we can add more columns and we can utilize this space completely, right? Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So to utilize this space, so we are going to add more columns. Now to add more columns, you can just right click here. So guys, you right click here. Okay, so guys, did you right click? So when you right click, you get a right click menu. So in the right click menu, you will see the option columns somewhere in the middle of the menu. And once you click here, then you will see the customize option, right? So hold your screen for a while for a friend. Guys, everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes.
You are all here?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
See, we will not go very fast, right? I believe in quality, not quantity, right? Okay, just keep this in mind. So if anybody is stuck, immediately tell me, I will help you fix it and we will make sure that we are able to understand the full topics and practically, because it's a practical thing, right? So click on the customize button. So once you click on the customize button, you will see a toolbox. It tells columns. So, you know, this is a toolbox which is used to, you know, to manage and update the columns. So you can see the current set of the columns of what you see here. So they are the selected columns here, right? So from this box, you can select and add more columns. So what you need to do, you need to first, shift the box up a little bit, and you you have to go into the corner, and from the corner you drag the corner at a 45-degree angle up to the tip of the arrow. So the box size will increase horizontally and vertically also. It will increase in height as well as width. And stop it. So you can see that the size of the box has increased, right? Okay, so you can see more things, and you can set the font in the box. So you click here on this triangle here. It says options, the available options. You click it, and then you will see an option called table font and row. Select table font and row and click on the font, modify font, and you select the font Vardhana regular 9. Okay, select Vardhana regular 9. And then you click on the OK, then you click on the OK once again. 2 times you click on the OK. But in this case, you know what happens? The font is changed only on the left side, but not on the right side. But still, it is good that you are getting the font increased, right? So guys, have you increased the font size on the left column?
Yes.
On the left side of the screen? Okay. Now we are going to select more columns for the screen below. So we are going to add a new column after the project name. So guys, on the right side, you select the project name. We are going to. Now to add a column, we have to click this, and to remove a column, we have to click this. But one thing, guys, keep in mind, so you should never touch these 2 buttons. Did you see these 2 buttons? They look like fast forward and fast rewind. You know what these buttons do? Basically, they will take all the columns from left to the right or right to the left, and which is not a desirable thing to happen, right? Is that clear, guys?
Okay, sir.
So we don't want to
Add on, remove.
to the right or right to the left. Just make sure that you never touch these buttons. So we are going to work with only these 2 buttons. To select the column, use it, and to remove a column, use this, right? Okay, now after we have selected the project name, we would like to insert the percentage of the completion. So as I say percentage of the completion, you will see a group here. It says % completes. So you expand this group so to reveal the columns. Expand. So you can see that under this group, there is a column here, schedule % complete. After you select the schedule % complete, then you click on this button to move it to the right side. So once it is moved to the right side, you will see that it is removed from the left and it is moved to the right side. So guys, please confirm that the schedule % is complete is coming below the project name. Okay, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after that, you close this group, close the % complete group. Okay. So now, after that, we are going to select the duration column. So you expand the duration here. So after you expanded the duration, so guys, you are all here. Have you expanded the duration group?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you have expanded the durations, so you select here BL project duration and you take it to the right side. BL project duration and you take it to the right side. And then you select actual duration, then you take it to the right side. So BL means baseline. Baseline means a planned project duration, right? Okay. And this is the actual duration. Okay, guys, is that clear? So did you select these 2 columns? BL per project duration and actual duration? Okay.
Yes.
Now, after that, you close the duration group. You collapse it. Okay. Now, after the duration, we are going to insert the dates column. So you expand the dates column. Okay. So you go to the bottom of the dates column, you will see the start column. Start means start date, right? So it is all alphabetically placed, right? So start will be at the bottom. As per the alphabetic list, select. Now you take it to the right side by clicking on the select button. Okay, after the start, you select the finish column. and you take it to the right side. Okay, now after that, you will select the actual start and you will take it to the right side. And after that, you will select the actual finish column and you take it to the right side. Okay, so you have these 4 columns: start, finish, actual finish, right? So guys, have you selected this columns?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Selected, sir.
good. Now you close the dates group, which is a best practice. Best practice means if you have used a group, if you're done, you should close it. Okay, so that is going to minimize the clutter and confusion on the screen. Now after that, we will focus on the cost columns. Now to see the cost column, we will expand the cost group. So guys, in the cost group, the first column that we will select is the BL project total cost. You select this column BL project total cost. BL means baseline, baseline means planned. And you take it to the right side. Click here, select and take it to the right side. Okay, great. Now, after the BL project total cost, then you select the column actual total cost. Look at the demo screen, please. And then you select actual project total cost, and it should come below the BL project total cost. So guys, look at the demo screen. So the actual total cost should come below. Below means that it is going to appear on the right side. Okay. Okay. Now, after that, you see this. Then we go to at the bottom of the list, you will see variance BL project total cost. Variance BL project total cost, and you take it to the right side. Okay. Now, after that, you select this column remaining total cost and you insert it after the variance. Okay, so guys, have you selected all this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just make sure that you have these columns. So please look and correlate with the demo screen. So Biswanath, you read the columns you have here from top to the bottom.
Project ID, project name, schedule percentage complete, BL project duration, actual duration, start, finish, actual finish, BL project total cost, actual total cost, variance BL project total cost, remaining total cost, total activities, strategic priorities.
Okay, so guys, just make sure that you have the same columns. Now, after the columns have been selected, so now you click on the OK button. Click on the OK button on the top, and this box will close and the columns will get applied, right? So you can see that the columns have been applied. Okay, so after the columns are applied, so we want to make sure that the most of the columns, they are visible on the screen without a scroll. So guys, you watch me that how I arrange the columns width. So the project ID on my screen is okay. Then I go to the schedule percentage complete. So I will squeeze this a little bit. Then I will squeeze the BL project duration column a little bit here. I go here and I squeeze this. Then I will squeeze the start column. See, there is a facility here, just like in the Excel. If you go to the edge of the column, you will see the double-sided cursor. Then what do? You do a quick double click like this, tick, tick. So once you do this, it will immediately resize. See, I go to the edge and I do this tick, tick, right? When I do the quick double click, so it automatically resizes itself, right? Okay. Now, if you look at the top row, So basically the monetary column is complete only when the currency symbol is visible, right? Did you see the dollar symbol? So it means that the data is being completely displayed. So I expand this, then I expand this also so that I can see the dollar symbol or the monetary symbol. So I don't want to see the total activities column. So whatever extra space I have, I can give it to the project name column, right? Or maybe some more space to the numeric columns. So I want to see on the screen only up to the remaining total cost. Okay, only up to the remaining total cost. Just make sure that you can see all the columns and the width of the column is reasonable. See, if you display the project name column partially, it won't be a problem. But if you display a numeric column partially like this, then the data won't be making any sense at all, right? Is that clear? So guys, make sure that the numeric column and the date column should be given the full width. Okay. And you may squeeze the name column or any other text column to display them partially, right? But the cost column and all this column should be displayed fully. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
After you have basically set the columns, then what happens? This looks very much beautiful. So now, guys, I want you to do this. You go to the project ID column and you click it once. Click on the project ID column top as indicated by the tip of the arrow. So once you click it, you will see that the data is going to get sorted and a triangle is coming, right? Do you see this triangle here? And if you click it, again, the triangle will change the direction. Right?
Yes,
So
sir.
what is the meaning of the direction? See, when the triangle is upwards, upward means that the triangle is straight and data is also straight, means that the data is basically it is going from smaller to the largest value. It is increasing in that direction, right? So the triangle is upside, so the data is also upside, right? Now, if you click on the column once again, the triangle is downside. If the triangle is downside, the data is also becoming downside, right? Click it once again. See, what it is indicating that the triangle says that, look, I'm upside down, the data is also upside down. If you look at the data, the project ID, you will see the project ID is decreasing from top to the bottom, right? Okay. Now you click on the project name column here, you will see that first it will sort alphabetically A to Z, right? In this direction, right? The name is getting sorted in this direction. Now, if you click on the column once again, you will see that it will sort in the reverse direction, right? Now, do you see that? Okay. So basically it is upside down. So guys, you can sort any column, but you can in Primavera, you can sort only one column at a time, right? You can sort any of the column, but only one column at a time. So after you are done with the sorting, the best practice is that you should bring the sorting back to the ID column. In every screen, you will have the ID, activity ID, project ID, WBS ID, resource ID, report ID, right? After you have done the analysis of any of the column, then you should bring the sorting back on the project ID column. So you click this. So once you click it, you will see that it has come back. Now, just guys, make sure as a best practice, make sure that when the sorting is back on the ID column, the triangle should be pointing in the upward direction. Okay. So now click it once again so that the triangle is in the upward direction, up direction. So up direction means that the ID numbers are increasing from top to the bottom like this, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
The ID numbers are increasing in this direction. Now, once you have done this layout, it has acquired a value. So next time you want to see the screen like this, so in the Primavera, you have the facility to save the layout. Layout means the design of the screen. So which includes the font, the sequence of the columns, the color, everything, right? So it says it will look exactly like this when you log in next time. Okay. So how to save the layout? So guys, you click on this button here. So this button is called Save Layout As, right? Now you write here projects layout by, you add the word, you put a space here, projects layout by, then you write your name. So in your case, it will be Biswanath, and rest of you guys will write your name. Projects layout by Biswanath, right? Okay. Okay. So hold your screen for your friends to see, because you are the demo guy and your friends are watching your screen to understand. So guys, did you do the same thing? You have to write your name here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now you click on the save button. So once you click on the save, you will see that the layout is applied, right? So it shows, it confirms that you have created the layout and this layout has been applied and displayed here, right? So the layout can be saved in the system. The layout can be exported to many other colleagues, so they can also, and layouts can be imported also, right? So you can take the layouts from your friends, right? So that is the project's layout. Okay. So that's what you can do. Okay. So the layouts are interesting and layouts are very much useful to display the data in a properly formatted way. Okay. Now we are going to interpret the data, right? We are going to interpret the data. So to interpret the data, let me do this thing. Let me mark one of the, no, first of all, guys, do this thing. You click on this column, schedule percentage complete. Okay, click on this. Schedule percentage complete. Okay. Now, let me do the same. Let me adjust the width of the column a little bit so that you can see it clearly. Okay. So you will see that after you click this column got sorted. So the 0 is on the top and the numbers are increasing downwards. So guys, do you have the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now let us look at a project. So guys, you read what is the name of this project. Read this.
Nesbit building expansion.
And if you look at it, it says that what is the percentage of the completion? How much?
0%.
0%. So it means that the project has not been started, or maybe the data has not been brought here. Both of them can be true. Now, since the project is 0%, means the project has not been started. So guys, you will see the actual start date and the actual finish date column. They are blank. Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
So guys, in real life, the actual start date may vary from the and the actual finish date may also vary from the planned finish. It happens, mostly it happens that the actual finish date is definitely different from the planned finish date of the project, right? Okay. Now let us look at the project cost. So what is the planned cost of the project? The planned cost of the project is this much. So this is the amount of the money. So which is the planned cost of the project? Okay. Now let us see that how does it compare? This is the planned cost. Now, if you look at the remaining total cost is the same as the planned cost, right? Do you see that? Because no money has been spent. So you can see the actual total cost of the project is 0 because actually no amount of the money has been spent. Did you see that actually is 0? That is why the planned cost is still equal to the remaining total cost. So as you start doing the project, the actual total cost will be calculated as per the activities completed automatically by the Primavera. As you mark the activities as complete, the actual total cost will be calculated, and then you will see the remaining total cost will decrease, right? And since the actual total cost is 0, so you will see that the variance baseline project cost is also zero. The variance is also zero. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So this is the way you analyze the data. So this shows you the status of this project. Now let's look at another project here. So you read what is the name of this project?
Sunset
Sunset George.
Maintenance work.
Actually, it is gorge because the gorge is a geographical formation. It might be the name of a place, Sunset Gorge. Okay, so what is the completion? How much?
100%.
100%. So it means that the project is totally complete. So it has a start date and it also has a finish date, right? So how do you get the start date? See, when at least one activity is started, okay, when at least one activity is started in the project, so you get the actual start, and when the last activity in the project is finished, so you get the actual finish. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah, so you will get the actual finish date. Now let us look at what was the planned cost of the project. You read, you do ignore the cent, right? You just read only the dollar amount. How much is that?
92,259.
Now you read the actual total cost, read only the dollar amount. How much is it?
97,259.
Yeah, so basically, if you would do a little bit of maths, you will realize to complete the project, $5,000 more were spent in completing the work of the project, right? $5,000 more was spent, and which you can see in the variance column. If you look at the variance column amount, you will see that it is approximately $5,000, right?
Correct.
And it is mentioned in the bracket. Why is it mentioned in the bracket, guys?
It's a negative value.
Negative. Extra is
Correct. We don't put a minus sign in front of the money. We say debit or credit. So whenever is money is incoming, it is credited in your account. You must have seen the message. And whenever the money is paid out from your account, it is debited, right? So that's what it is. So it is 5,000. Now, if you have completed the project, so the remaining total cost will be always zero. It will set to zero, right? Okay. Now, I want you to notice something here. So, guys, if you looked carefully against the start and the finish date, there is a suffix A. You see that? The letter A is suffixed to the dates. Did you note that?
Yes.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Basically, it means actual. So, A means actual. So, if you are looking at the start and the finish column only, and you are not looking at the actual start and the actual finish column, but still you can come to know if the project has actually started or it has not. So if the project has actually started, the A will be suffixed to the start date, but the start date may vary, right? It is not necessary that the actual start date will have to be same as the planned start date of the project. Due to certain reasons or circumstances, the actual start and actual finish of the project may vary. So when the last activity on the project is completed, the finish will be suffixed with the A. Right, guys?
Okay.
Okay. So basically the finish date will come when the last activity in the project is finished, and the start date will be getting the actual when actually at least one activity is started, right? So that's how the start and the finish dates in a project they are derived and displayed here. Okay, that's how this thing works. Okay, now we look at another project, right? So let's look at this project. So this project is so guys, look at this project. So how much is the completion of this project?
31.03.
31.03.
First, you read the name. What is the name of this project?
Heightened.
Corporate part.
So it is 31% complete. So 31% complete means that 69% of the project is yet to be done, right? Right? Okay. So since you have started the project, so you will see the actual start, but the project is not yet finished. So you will see the actual finish date is blank. So guys, did you note that actual finish date is blank? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hmm? Okay. Now we will see the next step. So to complete the 31%, what is the amount of the money which has been spent? So this is the amount of the money which has been spent till now to complete the 31% of the project. Now, if you look at the variance, if you look here at the variance amount, so guys, is this amount positive or negative?
Positive.
Positive.
Now, what is the meaning of this?
Still this much of amount left.
Basically, when you have a variance, see what is the variance? Variance is the basically the earned value minus actual cost. See
So,
normally the variance is expected to be zero. So whatever you planned, you spent it, right? Okay. So if you are having a positive variance, it means that you are completing the work, but you are you are not spending the amount total amount in the budget. It means that money wise you are more than the efficient. You guys are very smart. Okay, till this point you have basically completed 31%, but you have managed to save $4,525 from the budgeted amount of the money which you had planned to spend. So you know what will be the planned amount of the money? The planned amount of the money will be this plus this, right? If you added the actual to total cost and the variance, that would have been the planned amount of the money. And why are you seeing the variance as positive? Because you spent less. You spent less than the planned amount of the money, right? But that does not mean that you will not take care of the monitoring and controlling. How much of the project is remaining, guys? How much is left?
69.
69%.
It means that you still have to cover the 69% of the project. And if you guys are not careful, right? If you guys are not careful during the rest of the project, if you are not doing the proper monitoring and controlling, you know what is going to happen. So slowly and slowly, the variance will become zero. And toward the end of the project, the variance might even become negative if you are not doing constant monitoring and controlling of the project. So guys, it's very, very important that monitoring and controlling should be done on a regular basis from start till the end of the project. So that if you are having any negative variance, you can immediately correct it. Because it is easy to correct the variances in the beginning, because as you move toward the end of the project, you don't have many activities left out to apply your variance strategy, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is just like, say, one day cricket match. So you are playing the second inning and you are running, you are having a required rate, low run rate. But as you are moving towards the end of the match, as you are running out of the balls and the overs, and the required run rate is increasing, right, towards the end. So it might be even ridiculous. It might sound like that you need to have the required run rate per ball is 4, 5, that's quite a lot, right? So basically, the project is like that. If you are taking the corrective action from day one and you are immediately setting the correct duration, correct schedule, and the correct resource units and the cost, so it will be easy for you to control the project till the end of the project. You won't have much variances. Okay. Now let us look at another example of the project. So guys, now you look at this project here. So I'm going to point it out. Read what is the name of this project.
City Center Office Building.
Yeah. So what is the completion of this project? How much it is completed?
16.67%.
So you assume that it is 17% complete. So it means that 83% is yet to be done, right? So you say
Yes.
that it is just only 17% complete. Now complete the 17%. So you just look at the amount of the variance here. Does the amount of the variance look good considering the fact that only 17% of the project has been completed? What do you think?
Excessive amount has
Yes,
been
right.
utilized.
Yeah. And
Not at all included.
suppose you are taking over as a project manager from this point, at this point. So what will be your strategy? Would you compromise on the quality to make this variance as zero, or you will continue with this variance and finish the project with quality? Tell me,
We have
guys.
to also optimize on costs.
You can optimize on the cost, but what if the quality goes below the acceptance criteria? Will the client pay for that?
No,
No, sir.
quality also is
So,
important.
will you say when you take over the project, you will tell your team members that, guys, we still have 83% of the project to be completed. We will make sure that the variance which is negative right now, it is standing at this much amount of the money. It should not rise any further. It should stay constant, and we should be able to meet the quality acceptance criteria of the client. Because if you meet the quality acceptance criteria, you will get all the payments, you will get the final payment also. Maybe the margin in this particular project will not be that much as per the company policy, but definitely you will be able to retain the business, the future business with the client, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
That is more important, right? So this is the way you analyze the data. Okay, now let me show you how you can analyze the data even more. So guys, you switch on the Gantt chart. So did you switch on the Gantt chart?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So after you have switched on the Gantt chart, so what you can see that, let's say that we are in the year 2009, right? We are in the year 2009, and we are looking forward on the timeline. So if you look forward on the timeline, so between the year 2011 and 2012, so how many projects you are doing in parallel? Let me redraw this boundary line. So how many projects you are doing in the parallel?
8 projects.
Eight projects you are doing in the parallel. So you know what the CEO will say. So he will say that uh, see these projects, they require resources. So any of you or you the project managers, if you require more resources, you can let me know. If you're facing any resource crunch, you can let me know. Because if you look forward on the timeline, you can see so many projects are in the parallel. So definitely you can understand if so many projects are being done at once, so definitely there will be a huge requirement of the resources. Now let's say we look more ahead in the time. Let's say we look at the year 2014 only. So how many projects are running in parallel?
Three.
Four.
Three.
You can say two projects, right? Significantly, you can say two projects are there. So it means that the organization is working below the capacity, right? So what the CEO will tell the marketing guys, he will tell the marketing guys, since we are doing big projects and big projects, they take more time, right? So to get them. So please increase your marketing activities so that by the time we reach the 2013 and 14 time periods, so we are able to get more projects, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So is this clear? Okay. So this is the way you can use the data. So you can plan ahead and you can do the marketing, you can do the resource planning, you can basically have a strategy to increase or augment the resources in time so that you are not facing any resource crunch. And when you move ahead in the timeline into the year 2013 and 14, so you are able to get more projects and which is matching the work capacity of the organization, because an organization works well when you are having all the work done according to the capacity. Because if you are not utilizing the resources to their capacity, then it could be a loss-making proposition for the organization, right? So that is why the Primavera is called EPPM, Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software. Enterprise Portfolio. So you have the enterprise here, then you have the portfolio, then you have the projects. So that's why it is called Enterprise Portfolio and the Project Management Software. So this way, the CEOs and the top level managers, they ensure that the organization stays profitable throughout the duration, right? Throughout its lifetime. So of course, if you are doing the projects profitably, the organization will have a long lifetime. So if the organization is not being managed properly, then slowly and slowly it will start making the loss and it will become loss-making organization and it may just fade out one day, right? So that's why it is good to have the Primavera installed in your organization and Primavera practiced in your organization properly. Now you have analyzed the data. Now you click on the project ID once again. So the sorting will return back to the project ID column. And make sure that the triangle is pointing in the upward direction. So when the triangle is pointing upwards, so the data will be sorted from top to the bottom. Right, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys. So this is the way we manage the data, we interpret the data. Now, what happens that we are going to understand the enterprise project structure. Now, what is the enterprise project structure? Basically, if you look at the data, so it is having the structure of a pyramid. So that's why, it is represented by the pyramid symbol. So guys, did you see there is a pyramid symbol here? Here, you can see the pyramid symbol, right? So what is the meaning of the pyramid symbol? Why the pyramid symbol has been put here? Basically, you have to understand that the data which is there, okay? So this data is like having sort of a pyramid structure. So if you want to see the whole thing, the whole picture, so guys, just do this thing. First of all, you click on the minus button, double minus button, okay? Collapse out. So after you collapse it, then you click on the hierarchical view button, chart view. So it will convert into a chart, right? So this is the, guys, let's say that this is the top of the pyramids, right? So, you can see that the pyramid expands as we go towards the bottom, right? So let us do this thing. You click on the plus. So you can see that it has expanded, right? Okay, now you click on the minus button here, zoom minus button, to fit the data within the visible screen. So you can see that it has resized and it has fit from end to end, right? It is fitting on the screen. Now, if you want to see more data, suppose if you are curious to know that what are the departments under engineering and construction, you expand it. Expand this thing. Click on this. Now you click on the minus symbol so you can see more data. So then you will start seeing the projects which are there. You can see the projects under the energy. You click here. Then you can see the projects under the manufacturing. See, then you can see the projects under the product development. In fact, you are seeing the programs, right? So you expand the programs, you will get to see more and more data, right? Like that. Okay. So you can expand the program to also. You can expand the corporate, right? Okay. Now, yeah, you can expand that. Click here. Yes, you can expand that. So you just scroll up, go up. Okay, if you want to see the entire organization, so you click on the double plus button. So it's going to throw up a huge picture. If you want to fit this picture onto the screen, so you click on the zoom minus button. So if you do this zoom minus button, it's going to fit it on the screen. And you know, guys, if you look at this from top to the bottom, it is expanding like a pyramid. So that's why, you know, the EPS is represented by the pyramid button. This is the meaning. Right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
now let us click on the table view. So if you click on the table view, it will become column-like. The data will be displayed in the column, right? It's going to show you like a tree. Click it. Right? It shows like a tree, right? So it is the parent-child relationship. Okay? Fine. Now we will learn more about the layout because the current layout which has been created by us, it is being displayed here. So you can see the name of the layout. So whatever layout you created, it got applied here. So this data which is visible on the screen is being formatted according to the layout which was designed by you. The screen design is called the layout. Now, where is the layout stored? So let's have a look. So guys, to see the complete list of the layouts for this particular, tab, that is the projects, you click here. There is a button here. Look at the screen carefully on the demo screen. The name of the button is Open Layouts. Click on the Open Layout. Would you like to save the changes to this layout? You can click Yes. Click Yes. Then you will see the Open Layout box. Click this Yes. So guys, you will see this open layout. So there are two categories, user and global and user. I'm pausing here. Guys, everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
See, I will explain to you. Global means that suppose you are working in a big organization and most probably, their database will be centralized. They'll be a centralized server either in their premises or maybe in the Oracle Cloud Center. Okay. So if you have this global data, right now, guys, you are having the database is on your laptop, means that even if you are working without the internet, you are working offline, you can still do your work, right? Your data is kept in the isolated database in your laptop. So this is a demo version. So this demo version lets you learn and do everything that you work in the licensed version, right? It will let you do everything. This is provided by the Oracle company free of cost for the purposes of learning and so that we can develop the workforce. Because if companies buy licenses and they are not able to get trained resources, then the investment in the software license will go waste, right? Right or wrong?
Correct.
If the airlines, bought more and more planes, but they could not find the pilot to fly them, will that be useful?
No.
Similarly, the Oracle company understands that, the Primavera has got a lot of details. Okay. If we let the people use the trial version, which is basically, This is non-expiring trial. Now, what is the difference between the licensed and this version? Everything, every feature is the same. Only thing is that the database is local database. But if you, when you work and join in a big company, you will find that you are working in a database which is kept in some data center. Now, when you have the global category is visible to all. The user category is a private category, and anything which is kept under the user is visible to you only, right? So this layout which is created by you is under the user. So only you can view and use this layout, right? Is this clear? Now, guys, let's do this thing. Let's move this layout box a little bit toward the right side, like this. Okay, we are going to place it here. Now, in the global, after you move the box here, you select the chart view and you click on the apply button. Everybody move the layout box toward the right side, select the chart view and click on the apply button. So guys, tell me then, what do you see here? You are seeing the chart view of the entire data which we had which we saw a couple of minutes ago, right? It is showing you the data. So this is just like a pyramid, like a pyramid is, narrow at the top, it expands. So this is the pyramid-like structure. So this is why the data is the enterprise project structure is represented by pyramid. Now you select the second option, then click on the apply button, that is the project coding, and click the apply. So you will see a different set of columns: project ID, project name, estimated size, project manager, project status, strategic rating, location, sponsor. So guys, if you look at this list, this is not having the tree structure, right? It is a flat list and it does not have the project management data. It has the project biodata, right? It is showing you that what is the general information of the project. Now guys, let's look at this column. This is interesting. Look at the location. Look at the unique location. How many unique locations are there? China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, Austria, Australia, right? So then you have the Brazil, then you have the India, then you have the North America, right? So, these are the many places that the company has branches and it operates in those places, but all the data is centralized. Is that clear?
Yes.
So it is just like the WhatsApp is global, right? It's not like that the WhatsApp is different for the different countries. So if you are having some friends on the WhatsApp, so that will be throughout the world. You can basically make friends from all over the world. Okay, WhatsApp, Facebook, these are global. Okay. So similarly, the Oracle can also be used for big size company and can be global if the data is kept in the Oracle data center or any other data center. Okay, so this is the extent of the Primavera's power. Now you select the project cost and click on the apply button here and click on the apply. So guys, what do you get? You get another kind of a layout. So in which you have the project ID. Now it is like having a tree structure. Project name, it is the CPI, SPI. Okay. So Agnivesh, do you remember what is cost performance index, the schedule performance index? How they are calculated? Yes, yeah. So basically they are part of the cost management. The cost performance index. Yeah. So basically just to refresh you on that, it is the earned value. So it is the EV. So divided by AC, earned value divided by the actual cost, and the schedule performance index is the planned value, and the planned value divided by the actual cost. Earned value divided by the planned value, right? So basically, what is the meaning of this? So earned value divided by actual cost shows you that what is the performance of $1. So are you spending $1 to get back the value of $1? That should be the minimum. So these two indexes are centered around one. So cost performance index one means that you are going to finish the project on the budget. And if the schedule performance index is at one, so it means that you are going to finish the project within the time schedule. If all the activities are starting on time and finishing on time, the schedule performance index will stay at one. And if it is below one, if it goes below one, so you will have to take some corrective action. Okay. So as to make sure that before you run out of the time on the project or before you run out of the activities on the project, you are able to finish at the schedule performance index of one. It means that you should be finishing on time. Right? Is that clear?
Sir, one question here regarding this CPI and SPI. So SPI value will be always from 0 to 1.
No, it is basically centric, one centric, right? One centric. If one is there, one is okay. And if the CPI is one, one is okay. Means the CPI used to basically check whether the project is going to finish on the budget, and the schedule performance index is used to check is the project going as per the schedule. So if all the activities are starting on the planned start and planned finish, and basically you can say the SPI is going to stay as one, right? You can see that some of the
one is
better.
one is the correct one, like the desired number, like one. And if it's going above means
That you are going
this is
speed, right? Okay, and you can see that in this project in the Juniper nursing home, so it is basically behind the budget. It means that it might take more money to finish the project, and if you look at it is nearly on time, 0.99, which looks quite good. So this is the SPI and this CPI. And if you had more formal project management education, these are for interpretation. Because when you're doing the PMP, you learn this by doing the manual calculation. But here, since you are the boss and bosses will just only use the dashboard, they will look at the numbers and they will take the corrective action as per the requirement. Right? That's the thing. Now you select this project view and click on the apply. So you will see a different set of columns, right? The focus is on project ID, project name, there is finish date, but no start date is there. It tells the name of the project manager, it tells the original budget, it tells the forecast at completion total cost. So if the project is going like this, then what will be the total cost of the project at completion? At completion, labor units. If the project goes like this, then what will be the labor units at completion, right? And it tells the actual cost as per today, as per the current status, right? Okay, so you have seen all different kind of the layouts. Now you select your own layout and click on the open button. Go to the admin and click open. Open means you apply the layout and close the box. It does two things. Apply the layout and close the box. Click. So you are back into your layout. So guys, your layout looks good.
Yes, sir.
Yes, definitely. It has a very good font and it has all the information which you need. And it is quite helpful also. Okay. And you can interpret it quickly. Okay. Now, guys, so we are going to do these settings in the Primavera. Right. So what your boss says that, look, add the duration. I don't know that what is the meaning of this. It shows only numbers. I want to see the suffix of the duration, whether it is days or weeks or months or what. He says that in the dates column, I would like to see the time component also. Right now, I am only seeing the date. I would like to include the time also. And I would like to see this money instead of the dollars. I want to see this money converted into rupees. Right? Is that clear? Okay, so guys, so let's have a look how we can do this setting so that we get the proper setting of the environment in the Primavera so that we have a greater control on the Primavera and it is more and more useful for us. So guys, you are ready to go with me step by step? You are all synchronized?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a question till this point? Any question? So let's clear those doubts and then we will move step by step. Okay, is this clear? Okay, now click on the admin. So there is a button here for the Primavera administration. So once you clicked on the admin, you will see there is an option here, admin preferences. So guys, you can see the same buttons here. Do you see? All the three buttons are here also in the panel. Okay, just a moment. Just stay here. Let me show it to you. If you looked at the three buttons carefully, you will see them here. Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely the same buttons. Okay. So what you can do that you can click it from here also. Click here, admin preferences. So in the admin preferences, so guys, please confirm that you are here in the admin preferences box.
Yes, sir.
So first option which is selected is general. So in the general, there is a furthermore setting that is for the code separator. So code separator means when we have the basically the parent and the child codes side by side, so they will be a dot. A dot character will be inserted in between the parent and the child code. Now the next option here, it says first day of the week. So here basically what it means that when you display the calendar, so if you go to any particular screen and if you display the calendar, it will show you the Sunday as the first day of the week. But I think in the working environment, in the corporate, the first day of the week should be Monday so that we can see the weekends bunched up on the right side, right? So you click here and you select here Monday. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, then we come to the next option, that is the activity duration. So activity duration, default duration says 5. So what does it mean? That whenever you create a new activity, it will be created with the duration of 5 days. Activity duration can't be 0, right? It must have at least some duration. So, but for the purposes of this training, we need the default duration to be 6 because most of the activity we need should be having 6 days duration. So you put here 6, right? You put here 6. Okay, so after you put here 6, so this value will be used later. Now we come to the data limits. Click on this. After you select the data limits, so what does it say? EPS, WBS tree, maximum level. So what it means that it is like this. Like this. Okay. So basically the tree can go up to the depth of the 20, but you know, in real life, we never need more than 4 and 5. If you look at the depth here, 1, 2, and 3, right? So in the resource breakdown structure, we might go up to 4 or 5, but there is a provision for more. So we are fine. This is absolutely fine. There is no need to change anything. Now we come to ID lens. ID means identity. Okay. Now, according to the fundamentals of the project, the identity of every entity should be unique. So they have made a provision for 20 characters, which is quite good. So all of them are having the 20 characters for the project ID, EPS ID. If you look at the project ID character is 20, but how many are we using here? Guys, look, how many characters are there in this project? Melrose plant.
20.
Melrose plant, we are having 8 characters used, right? But the total provision is for 20, so which is quite sufficient, right? So there is no
Yes.
need to do any changes, so we are fine with that. So after that, we go to the time periods. So here is the time periods. Okay. Now let me explain to you the time periods. So guys, tell me one thing. What is the number of the hours in a day?
24.
24. But can a person work 24 hours or not?
Impossible.
That is impossible. So we need we can work in certain hours, then we need some rest. Now, all over the world, the man hours is set at 8 man hours per day. But how did the 8 man hours came into being? Right? So I will tell you the history of this. So basically, there is an organization, United Nations. Under the United Nations, there is an organization, International Labour Organizations. Now, the United Nations was formed after the Second World War II to prevent the Third World War. Okay, all the countries came together. They realized that the world wars are very, very destructive. It destroys a lot of human life and loss of life, loss of wealth. Okay, and it is not benefiting anybody. So they formed this organization, United Nations, to prevent any kind of the Third World War. Now, what happens is that the International Labour Organization gave some fair labor laws to the member countries to adopt. So one of the most important was that how many the hours a person should work, because the business owner would say, oh, if a person doesn't work 10 to 12 hours in a day, so I cannot run a business profitably, right guys? He says that I need a person to work 10 to 12 hours. Now there was a debate on this from various angles, from medical angle, from economic angle, and many other angles. So it was decided that optimal man hours in a day should be 8. That's why, it was adopted on the 1st of the May 1953. So guys, do you understand what is the meaning of the 1st May? What is the day called? What is the
Labor's Day.
Labor's Day.
Mandatory holiday.
Yes. Labor Day, I hope you remember that. Labor Day basically is celebrated for many reasons. For the fair labor laws, one of the most important fair labor laws is the man hours per day. It is set to 8, right? So in every software you will find the default man hours is 8. Now, if you have any organization which is working 5 days a week, so if you multiply 8 by 5, you will get 40 man hours per week. But if you want to change it to 6 days, so how many man hours will be that, guys? 8 multiplied by 6? How much will be that?
248.
So you can
48.
48, right? So you make it as 48. So let's change it to 6 days a week format. You type here 48 in this. Now, guys, if you multiply 48 by 4, let's say that you have got 4 weeks every month. So then what is 48 multiplied by 4?
192.
192. So you type here 192. Okay, so guys, so what is 192 multiplied by 12? How much do you think is that?
2304.
2304, right? So first you write here 2304. I want to tell you something interesting. Okay. See, we assume that a year will have the months which are having only 4 weeks, right? So guys, let me tell you a fact. There are 5 months in every year which is having a 5th Saturday, right? So it means there are 5 extra Saturdays in every year. So if you multiply 5 by 8, so you get 40 man hours extra, right? So you got to add them here. So you can check out sometimes later in the calendar. If you will see that there are various months in a year which is having the 5th weekend also. So 5th Saturday is there, right? So there are 5 months. So you make it 2304 plus 40. How much is that, guys?
2345.
Correct.
2344.
So that's why you make it as 2344. So it is just like, you are in the leap year. In the leap years, guys, what do we do? In the leap year, we make the month of the February as 29 days. Why? Because we know it very clearly that the revolution of the earth around the sun, it is not exactly 365 days, but rather it is 365 and a quarter day, right? So just to make sure that all these seasons remain synchronized after year after year after year, So we add one full day after every 4 years to compensate for that fraction of the day. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the abbreviation. So for the month, you make it as MO. You type here O, MO. And for the minutes, you type here M. See, this is why I'm asking you to do this, because in the MS project it is MO and M, because many of my students in the future they will go ahead and they will be dual skilled, so they will be using the MS project and they will be using the Primavera. So in the MS project, this is the abbreviation, but you can't change it there. But if you can change it here, so you will be mentally compatible. So whenever you go to the duration column, so you would use the same abbreviation and there won't be any confusion or nor any problem in transferring the data, right? Now we come to the earned value. So the earned value has this setting, which is according to the PMI standards. So we don't have to change anything at all. So this is the status, this is the forecast. So it is correct. Now we come to the reports. So click on the reports. So in the reports, basically, you have got the header label and you have the footer. So in the header, you write your name, and in the footer, you write your company name.
Sorry, sir, header?
Yeah, in the header, you write your name, and in the footer, you write your company name. Please look at the demo screen. Okay. So guys, you have done that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
When you print the reports, the reports will get branded, right? So this report was created by Biswanath of the Technimont, right? Like that. Now you come to the options. Now you select this URL and copy this and open this in the browser for a while. Copy this URL and open this in the browser and bookmark it, and then you close the browser and come back here.
Need to bookmark as welcome. What?
Yeah, so you just bookmark it and you put it into the bookmark bar. Okay, so that you can see it on the top. And so during your spare time, you can go to this URL and you can read more information about the Primavera. It has got more technical details, right? Okay. Now, after this, you come to the rate types. So this is the standard rate. So that is correct. Then you come to the industry. So in the industry, you select engineering and construction, which is fine because the Primavera caters to the different layout and template of the various industries. But if you select engineering and construction, it will give you the maximum features and which is suited for all kind of projects, right? Even if you're working in the oil and gas, so this would be absolutely fine. Okay. And exception site list you don't need because we are working in an offline model. So this is just to prevent any kind of the malafide sites from connecting, right? So we are fine. So we don't have any online database and we are not going to connect online. So now you click on the close button so that these preferences are saved. Close it and you click on the OK. So it says that certain value will be applied when you restart the software, means that when you log out and you log in, which we will do in a while. Okay. Now in the admin, the second option is the preferences. So you click on this. I think this is the categories, admin categories. So categories mean that how do you categorize the data? Okay. So the baseline types is okay. We don't have to do anything much here. Then we come to the expense categories. Expense means the cash part, right? So there are two categories which will be very useful to have and they are required in every project. So guys, you click on the add button here and a new row will be created. And in the new row, you write here staff welfare. Staff welfare. So that is the amount of the money which you spend for the facilitation of the activity by doing staff welfare like food, clothing, medicine, pick and drop. So all that amount of the money comes under the staff welfare. So the welfare spelling is WELFARE and a capital letter. Use the capital letter here. WELFARE. No. The staff is correct. Staff is correct. Put a space, then capital WEL. No, rest of the words will be small, okay? Yeah, WELFARE, welfare. And then you press enter. Press enter. So once you press enter, so this value will be saved. Now you click on the shift up button, right? So this thing goes up. So guys, have you done like this? Staff welfare should be on the top.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the add button. So once you clicked on the add, now you write here transport expenditure. So this is the planned amount of the money which is used to transport your raw materials or materials from your godown or the storage area, okay, or the warehouse to the site. Transport, just remove the E. E is not required. Remove the E. Transport expenditure. Okay, you write it like that. Transport expenditure.
And
DITURE, expenditure. And you press enter. Okay. So guys, you are done up to here, same to same.
Yes, sir.
yes,
Then you come to the next, that is the WBS categories. Select here WBS categories. And the WBS categories means that you can mark a WBS according to the process group of the project life cycle. So there are 5 process groups in the project life cycle: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. So here the executing should be on the third spot. So you select the executing and you click on the shift up button to bring it to the third position. And this word controlling and monitoring, it is not controlling and monitoring, but monitoring and controlling. So what you can do, you just cut the word monitoring and you take it to the front and you make it monitoring and controlling. Control X, and then you take it to the front and then space monitoring and controlling, and then you go to the right side and you remove one space also, and then you press enter. Press enter. Okay, is that clear?
yes.
Now you select the document category. See, I told you that in the Primavera, you can store documents. So whenever you store the document, it's going to ask you a lot of information. What is the document name? What is the category? What is the status? Who is the author? What is the creation date? What are the keywords? What are the functionality area covered? It's going to ask the complete document information. So one of the information that you have to select is the category. So the category list is very comprehensive. There is no need to create any new category. But suppose if you are frequently using the detailed design specification category very frequently, you can take it to the top. You select it and you shift up and you take it to the top. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So this one goes to the top. Now, then we come to the document status. So after we come to the document status, so there are various kinds of the status already inbuilt, but one status is missing. That is the rejected status. I will tell you that what is the benefit. If you keep this, click on the ad, and you write the status name as rejected. So why we should keep the rejected document in the system? So that your team members can see that how to prevent the document from rejection. So it can be kept as a sample for learning purpose. Okay, so people will get an idea that how to prevent a document from getting rejected. Okay, is that clear? So that's why we have the rejected status here. Now we come to the risk categories, right? Risk. So Agnivesh, what is the meaning of risk?
It is any uncertain event which can cause delay to the project, which can positively or negatively impact the project schedule. So in either case, we have both two types of risks, positive and negative. Positive risks are opportunities and negative risks are threats.
Yeah. So we are mostly concerned about the threats. So positive risk is the come, we can absorb it always. So that's not a problem. Now what happens that as per the PMI process, you have to have a foresight to the risk. If I'm going to achieve this objective, then what can possibly prevent me from achieving the objective? The risk could be various, like a corona, like a pandemic. The risk could be the political, activation on the site, and the site is inaccessible, and maybe the delay of some man, machine, or material. Okay, or maybe there is unexpected climatic situation on the site. So there are various kind of the risk that can happen. So in the project management, what we do, we write the risk name in the risk register and under the particular category, right? So now let us look at this particular category. So if you looked at this, actually this is wrongly structured. The resource should be on the top and people and customers should be under the resource, right guys? Because the resource is a broader term. Okay, so what do we do?
Yes.
To set this right, we select the resource. You select the resource and you click on the shift left. Then you click on the shift up. Then you select the people. Select the people. And after you have selected the people, then you click on the shift right. Then you select the customer and then you shift left. Okay. Okay. So guys, did you do up to here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, then you need to add two more categories, that is the machines and materials, right? So you click on the add, so it will add a blank row. And in the blank row, you write here machines and equipment. So machines and equipments are also considered as risk, because what happens is that if you are not getting the right quality and the right quantity, so there can be risk of the project activities or the project getting delayed. Yes, that's correct. Now click on the add once more. Now you write materials because the materials are all considered as risk. If you are not getting all the materials in the right quality and quantity, that is also going to delay the project, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the notebook topics. So Agnivesh, I hope you remember WBS dictionary.
Yes, sir.
So the WBS dictionary becomes the notebook here, right? Okay. Now
Yes.
in notebook you can write a note about a lot of things. You can write a note about EPS, project, WBS, and activities and resources. Now what happens is that the Primavera being a disciplined software, whenever you want to write a note, it will always ask you about the notebook topic. It will ask you about the topic. So sometimes you might not have the topic in mind. So what you can do, you create a notebook topic, a customized topic called general notes. So you can add quickly something into the general notes and later you can shift it into some specific notebook topic. So you click here, click on the add button. So then you write here general notes. Okay, you write here general notes. And then you press enter. So you have got the general notes, right?
Yes.
So what you can do that if you have any notes to write, but you don't have any idea that where to put it specifically, so you can select the general notes and later you can shift it. Now we come to the units of measure. Okay, so basically when you have the material which has a physical measurement, so you have to select the unit of the measure when you are creating the master record of a material resource, right? So, there are various ways in which the materials are measured. So I will tell you, you can measure a material for length, for area, for volume, for weight, and for the count or the units, right? Now, if you looked at the dollar, is the dollar is any physical measurement? No. Guys, use your engineering thought process. Is it a physical measurement or not? The
No, sir.
dollar. No, it is not a physical measurement. So you select the dollar and delete it. We don't need it in the list. Okay. Okay. Now let me tell you something more about the measurements of materials. Vishwanath, read this.
Sir, length, area, volume, weight, count equal to units equal to numbers.
Yeah. So we have got the 5 ways in which we can measure the physical parameter of a material. Now the length and basically the measurement, there are two kinds of the measurement which is prevalent in the world. One is the British imperial and one is the decimal. So what is the length in the British imperial? Inches, foot, feet, miles. And what is the decimal way? So we have the basically for the length we have the millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer, like that. So similarly, if in the length you are using the feet, the area can be square feet and the volume can be cubic feet, right? And if you are using the length as meter, you can have the area in square meter and the volume as cubic meter, right guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we come to the British way of measuring the weight. The British imperial introduced, like for the weight, you have ounces and pounds. But what is the decimal way to measure the weight? So you can measure the weight is milligram, gram, kilogram, okay, tons, like that. Okay, and if you look at the British way of the counting, the British way of the counting will be like the dozens and the gross, right? But what the decimal way of the counting is 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, and then you have the million, billion, like that. So that would be. Now, what I'm going to do, so I'm going to give you a list of the units of measure which you can use to enhance this list. So first of all, you place your cursor on the top row, and I'm going to send you the list in the WhatsApp. So in the WhatsApp, you look at the list and you create the ones which are not existing in the current list, right? So just wait, I'm sending them to you in the WhatsApp. So just give me a moment here. So guys, please go into the WhatsApp, and from the WhatsApp, you add the ones which are there in the screenshot, right? You can see in the screenshot meter, square meter, cubic meter, numbers, items, tons each. So you just use the list which is shared to you in the WhatsApp, and then you complete it. Look at the WhatsApp in your mobile phone, and from the mobile phone you can add it. So you click on the add, and one by one you add them, right? Click on the add button. It will create a blank row. You write the abbreviation, you write the name, right?
So should we maintain sequence as well as you send
You maintain the
the
sequence,
screenshot?
the screenshot, okay? In the screenshot, it is starting from the meter. So you start from the meter as well, right? Okay. The first one is meter. Yes, correct. Meter. Spelling is METR. See, guys, remember, METR means instrument. METR, it means length. Okay, METR. Yeah. So there is a difference. No, you write it in mix of caps and small. Okay, METRE. Correct.
So in this ton is repeated, so ton and tons.
See, if you find something repeating, you avoid it, right? You take only one entry.
Oh,
Sir, in my this one, shifting is not working. Shift up, shift down is not working.
See, shift up, shift down will work if you select something. If your cursor is on a particular item, only then you can do the shift up or shift down. So
I
without,
selected the item which is at the center only.
so then it will work.
It's but still it's not working.
That is not
I
possible.
selected. Okay, anyway, I will enter all the things also.
Yeah, first you enter all the things, you will find that it works.
Okay.
Yeah, I will join. तो थोड़ा मैं 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ.
Okay, guys, so you're done. So that is good enough. Okay. So it
Yes.
is quite fine. So unit means that count, you can write something like this. Count unit, right? So meter, square meter, cubic meter. So guys, this is good enough to start with, because this is to give you an idea. So in the future, if you come across a new kind of a material, you can look at the packaging of the material. Definitely you will find how this material is measured physically will be mentioned by the manufacturer on the material packaging, right? Okay. Now, after having done this, so you can click on the close button. Okay. So after you clicked on the close, so we are going to do the next one, that is the currency. So this is the button for the currency. So in the Primavera, it is possible to maintain a master value of the currencies against the US dollar. See, all the world over, the US dollar is the base currency, right? So it is checked here, and the exchange rate of all the other currencies is measured against 1 US dollar. So when you are sending money from one country to another, actually the banks are sending the US dollar on your behalf, and the recipient bank will take the US dollar and it will give the local currency to the recipient person. So this is how it works. Okay. So US dollar is something which is globally understood by all, and everybody, that's why measures the exchange rate against the US dollar, because it is easily comprehensible. Now here, if you look at the list, we do not have the Indian rupee. So we are going to create the Indian rupee here in the list, and you click on the add button here. This is the master list. So now we are going to write here INR. So in the currency ID, INR. So INR is the 3-letter international code for Indian rupee. It is fixed for all the countries. For India, it is INR. And you write here the currency name as Indian rupee. Indian rupee. Okay. And then the symbol of the Indian rupee can be obtained by pressing 3 buttons, Control, Shift, and number 4 at the same time. If you press these 3 buttons at the same time, you will get the rupee symbol like this. And guys, if you are not getting the rupee symbol, so I can give it to you in the chat box, right? So now let me give it to you in the chat box here. So if you go into the chat box, so you can see the rupee symbol here. So you can copy it from there, you can paste it in your Primavera. Now we will take the round exchange rate of 80. So approximately it could be around 83 or 84, but we are going to take this value of 80, right? Now you press enter. Press the enter button and you can see the number of the exchange rate. You can have up to 6 decimal places, right? Why do you have that much? Suppose if you are converting $1 million to the rupee, so the accuracy will prevent any loss of money, right? Okay. So after you have saved it, so this value will go into the master table. It will not be applied immediately unless you apply it using the user preferences. Now you close this. Okay. So basically, whatever you have done, all that is saved in the master list, master database. Now let us take a break for 20 minutes, and after that we will come back and we will set the interface values using the user preferences button. So this is the button that we are going to use, right? So let's take a break for the evening tea time and let's be refreshed. So I'm going to pause the record.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, now guys, we are into the user preferences. So user preferences basically lets you select the preferences which you want for your own use, right? So now in the user preferences, the first preference is the time units. That how do you want to show the time? So I want to show the duration level for the day. Okay. And then you click on this, it will start showing the day and the subunit will be the hours. Okay. Okay. So
This user preferences window from where it came.
user preferences, there are two places. Either you click on the edit, okay, or you can click on this button directly. You can see this button on the panel number 1. So either you click directly this button, or if you go to the edit submenu, you will see that at the bottom.
Got it.
Okay. So first of all, you will click the time units and then you will select the show duration level. Then you will select this checkbox. Then you will select the third checkbox here. So if you are displaying only the hour in a column, so that should be also displayed with the unit label. Okay, so you click that one. Select the third option, all the three. This one, you click on this third checkbox as well. Yeah. So you can see the example here, right? So this is how it is going to be formatted. Now we come to the dates. So now you select the 12-hour format. Okay. So you will be seeing the time like this, right? So this is the date plus the time component. Okay. Now you click on the currency. Now we are going to select the currency that we need to use. So you click here on the selection button and in the search box, you type here INR. You type in the search INR. INR. And then you click on the plus button, select. Okay. You click it like this. So you're done. Okay, now you select the next option, that is the assistance. So in the assistance, you will see there's an assistance for use new resource and there's another assistance for use new activity wizard, right? So you uncheck this, right? You uncheck this one. Okay. Okay, guys, so you have done this because when we create a resource, it has got lots of information. But when we create an activity, we don't need the wizard. So we just need to create the single row thing. Now we come to the application. So we set the behavior of the application. So it's a startup window. So in the startup window, you select here projects. So when you start the Primavera, it should start up in the projects list. So you click here on the projects and you want it to start with a listing of the projects, right? Projects like that. Okay. Now we can skip the password. Then we come to the resource the analysis. You click on this resource analysis. So this is set according to the PMI standard. So there is no need to change anything here. Then we come to the calculations. The calculations is also set. Okay, so we don't need to do anything here. So all this is set according to the PMI standard. So that's all right. Nothing is to be done here. So guys, someone having the second device on, so please mute it. Please mute your second device audio, speaker and mic both. Now you click the startup filter. Click it. Okay, so in the startup filter, so there is a restriction. So in the beginning, when we are learning, it is useful for us to view all data. Okay, so you select all these radio buttons. So everything will be shown with the full list without any filter. Okay, select all this. Yeah. So we want to see all the data in the beginning, and slowly, as we get used to it, then in the future later, so we might restrict the data. Okay, so after you have selected all this, then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. So you will see the settings are applied here, right? Do you see that? So you can see the duration. In the duration, you can see the suffix. You can see the days and the hours, the fraction of the day. Now, if you look at the date, so in the date, if you expand it, you can see the time component of the date, right? You are seeing 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. and all that. And if you looked at the money has been converted into the rupees, right? So we might have to increase the width of the column, because when you are multiplying something with 80, 1:80, then the number of the digits are bound to increase, right? So you got to adjust. You make sure that you can see the currency symbol on the top row. If you can see it on the top row, then it's okay for all the rows, right? So this is how the user preferences work, right? Okay. So then we can scroll to the left side and we can see the enterprise column. Okay. Okay, guys, now I want to show you something more. So guys, you click on this button to close the tab. So the current tab will be closed. You click it. And then you click it once again. You continue to click this button till you close all the tabs. So guys, once you close all the tabs, you will see that the screen is blank, right? So you will see that on the top, I believe that one of the project is still loaded into the memory. Can you see the name here on the top? Biswanath, you unmute yourself, right? So let me send you the command to unmute. So
Okay.
you unmute, right? You can see there is a project. See, basically in the Primavera, if you have a project loaded into the memory, it will be displayed onto the top. Now, if the project is loaded into the memory, then you will see these two buttons as active. Do you see this? So the green button is for the activity tab and the blue button is for the WBS tab. So guys, you click the green button and you remember that it is to display the activity tab. and then you click the blue buttons that it is to display the WBS tab. Okay, click it. So you can see the activities tab. Now you click on the blue button, you can see the WBS tab also. So why these buttons are active? Because the project is loaded into the memory. Suppose if you are done working on a project, then how do you unload a project from the memory? So there is a key combination Control W. If you press Control W, then it will ask you, do you want to unload the project from the memory? Then you say yes. Press Control W. Press Control
Yes, I
W.
want
Yes.
this project.
So once you click yes, you will see on the top no current project, right? So guys, when you don't have any project in the memory, so you will see that most of the buttons are deactivated because some of the buttons they are related to work inside the project data. So if the project data is not available in the memory, so those buttons are deactivated. So all other buttons they can work independently because they do not require any project data, right? Is that clear? They don't
Yes,
require
sir.
any project data to be there in the memory. So all the buttons which are related to the project data, so those buttons will be deactivated. Okay. Now, if you want to see the list of the projects, so what do? See guys, remember this button. Okay. Remember the looks and shape of this button. This will start displaying the list of the project. So click this. It will get you the project tab. Okay. So after you get the project tab, then you select this project, Saratoga, select this. After selecting the project, you right click and open the project. You right click and open the project. So if you right click and open the project, so you will see that most of the buttons, they have become active, right? You see these buttons are now active. And then you will see the WBS button is active because the WBS is the information inside the project. If the project is loaded, only then the WBS button will be active, right? If the project is removed from the memory, then the activity button and the WBS button will be deactivated. Now you click the WBS button, you will see the WBS tab will come up, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fine. So we can see the data of the project if the project is loaded into the memory. Now let us do this thing. Come to the project. Now we are going to understand the data structure of the EPS. Now you click on the projects. So after you clicked on the projects, you will see the list of the projects here. Now you click on the plus minus button here and you select the level number 2. Level number 2 and click on the OK button. So OK button will apply and close the box. Okay, so here you are at the portfolio level. Now you expand the energy only. You expand the energy portfolio. So guys, after you expand the energy portfolio, just make sure that the project ID column is having the triangle in the upward direction. Please confirm. Everybody please confirm. So that the sorting is same on everybody's screen, right? Just make sure that the numbers are increasing from top to the bottom. Okay, so after you have got this data, so now you have a meeting with your boss. So your boss called you for the meeting. Now he says that Biswanath, we are going to subdivide this portfolio into 3 programs like this, right? So he says that we are expanding in the energy sector and we are going to basically have lots of projects coming in. So before the project they come in, so we are going to subdivide the energy sector into the energy portfolio into 3 programs: the renewable energy, non-renewable energy, and nuclear energy. So he mentions the code word like this. So REN, Okay, like this. Then for the non-renewable, he say that this will be having the ID of non-ren like this, and for the nuclear, it will be NUC, right? So he wants these three programs groups to be created under the energy services, and the two projects each will be moved into the each of the programs, and three new program managers position will be created, and the program will be reassigned to those new program managers, right? Okay, so let's do it step by step. First, we will subdivide the energy portfolio into three programs. Now, to handle this, so we have the pyramid button on the left side. So guys, you click on the pyramid button on the left side. So after you click the pyramid button on the left side, so you need to set the fonts. You just click here. So then you select the table font and row as Vardhana. Okay. And you select Vardhana regular 9, and Varun, you can also select 9 here because there will be no space constraint. But when you are working on this part of the screen, you can select the font number 8, right?
Yeah, correct.
Because
Yeah.
you know the number of the columns are more there. Here you can select the 9 number font.
Sure.
Now, after that, what you do that you can increase the height of this box by dragging it downwards. So you drag it a little bit downwards and increase the height. Yeah, increase the height by dragging it down up to here only. That's okay. Then you dragging it on the right side to increase the width of the columns so that the column gets more space for the width. And then increase the width of the column so that you know you can type in much more clearly. You can drag this column right from here, increase you give more space to the text. Now you click on the add button here, click on the add button. So once you click on the add button, you will see a new row come up here. So basically you click on the shift up button and you move this just below the energy, shift up and bring it just below the energy. Okay. Okay, so after you have done that, it has come here below the energy. So guys, please tell me everybody is synchronized up to this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
now you click on the shift right button. Click on the shift right. So you can see the new program. You can see the relationship, right? Parent to the child relationship. So it comes up here. So you go into the EPS ID column and you double click here and you write here REN. Okay, in this you write here REN. You delete the existing content, then you write REN. After that, here in the EPS name, you write Renewable Energy Program. It's a program, right? You write here Renewable Space Energy Space Program. No, you use a mix of caps and small. Not like that. You keep the first letter in caps and rest in small. Yes. Renewable Energy Program. Space, energy, then space, then program. Okay, and press enter. Press the enter button always. No, the spelling is correct. You just press enter. No, why are you making the spelling wrong? Just hang on. Why are you forcibly making the spelling wrong when it is correct? Again, man, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Just wait. I'm asking you not to click. Now you write the whole thing once again. You write the whole thing once again.
Energy program.
Energy
Sir,
program.
enable.
Program. You write the word program.
Yes. Enter.
Now, what you do that you will copy this. So keep your cursor here and then you click on the copy button. So once you click on the copy button, so you will see you will see that the paste button becomes active. Now click on the paste button. Click on the paste. Now you click here no. You don't want to copy all the projects. Then you click on the shift left button here. Okay. Now after that, you change it to non-run. You just click and go inside it and use your wisdom that which character you should change. So that should be done with the minimum efforts, right? Non-run is what is required here. You have to remove the dash one and then you write the word non-run. Complete the word. Go to the front and you write the word non. No, you have to write it on the, oh my God. See, you are not able to listen to me. That is the problem. See, just hold it. Okay. Non-run. I have showed you the sample also. No. Write the whole thing in caps, man. You can see the above one is in caps. Use your common sense.
Sorry, sir.
ID should be basically short and straight in caps. Write the word non-run without any no space. That's it. Now you just have to be smart. Use the software smartly. You place the cursor at the beginning and you write the word non and you put a space. That's it. So it becomes non-renewable energy program. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. And you put a space. Put a space and press enter. Okay, since whatever you had copied, it is still in the clipboard. So you click on the paste button once again to create the third row. Then you click no here. And then you shift left. First you shift it toward the left side so that it is correctly related to the parent. Now you write the code here, NUC, N-U-C. In the EPS ID, you write here N-U-C. And instead of the renewable, you write here nuclear. Okay, you go into the renewable. No, why are you deleting the whole thing, man? Why are you not using the software smartly? When the software lets you change, you don't use it like a paper, right? In the paper, you have to write everything from scratch. Here, you just have to be smart, right? So now you do it, whatever that is, now you type the whole thing. Type it, man, type it. Biswanath, complete the whole sentence.
Okay, sir.
Energy program. Wait, man. Yeah. So now the energy services is basically a portfolio. So let me do it so that it is explicitly clear that what is there below the enterprise. Below the enterprise, all these is portfolio, right? And below the portfolio, there is program, right? So now the three programs have been created, and we are going to create three project managers for this and reassign them. Now you click on the close button here. Okay, so before we assign them to the managers, let us do the distribution of the project, right? Into this program. So first of all, you select these two, select the first two, and you move it into the renewable. Okay, you select the first two and you do Control X. Control X. Now you select the renewable, place your cursor on the renewable and you press Control V. And you press Control V. Okay, so these two are moved already. You can see that the plus sign appears, and if you expand it, you can see the projects are inside this group, right? You can see it. Now you select the next two. After selecting the next two, you move it into the non-run. Okay, yeah, Control X. Yeah. Now you place your cursor on the non-run and move it there by doing Control V. So Control V will paste it and it will move. Cut and paste. So it moves. Okay. Now you select these two.
Okay, sudden.
Okay, so guys, you can see that these are moved, right? So now let us expand them so that we can understand what's actually happening and what is the benefit of doing this. See, the total value of the portfolio I'll be indicating with the blue line. So this is the total value of the portfolio. Now, what happens? This total value has been subdivided into three programs. So this is the value of renewable. This is the value of the non-renewable, and this is the value of the nuclear. So guys, you look at the values of the programs. So out of the three programs, so which program is having the maximum value? Tell me, guys.
Nuclear.
Nuclear.
Now, what the CEO will say to the portfolio manager, he will say that just make sure that the nuclear energy programs, which are very high value, they should be provided with all the resources and all the funds so that they can be finished as per the schedule with the quality. Now, out of the three programs, so which program is having the least?
Renewable.
Renewable. So he will turn toward the marketing manager. He will say to him that look, in the renewable energy program, we have more capacity to work. So try to increase your marketing activities in the renewable energy sector and get more projects into the work pipeline, right? So, this is the benefit of EPPM, Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software. In the future, you might be becoming the portfolio manager also, right? Okay. If you do the right things in your career, you will definitely reach there. So you have already started the journey in that direction, right? So this is how the portfolio of the energy services is subdivided into programs. It gives a better idea, the better picture, clearer picture, high resolution picture. Okay. Okay. The 4K picture, UHD picture of the project, and using those pictures, the top level managers, they are able to take the decision, right? Okay. Now we come to the managers. Set the managers. So guys, you select the energy services portfolio, and then after selecting the energy services portfolio, you click on the detail button. Click on the detail. So after you click on the detail, you will get the detail, and you come to the general tab. If you're not on the general, then you click on the general tab to select the general, and you will see that in the general tab you have a column here. It says responsible manager, right? So basically, these are the managers, those who are the overall top level manager, board level manager. So I want you to show you something. If you looked at this symbol, so you will see that this symbol here, the icon, is same as this one. So there is a human with a blue board behind it, and this one is also human but without any board behind it. Now, what is the difference between the two? The first one is for the resources, and the second one is for the board member, right, guys? So this guy is having a board behind his back, right? So he is a board member, and the first one is the resources. So he is the resource, the human resource. So the project manager is not part of the board member. The project manager is a resource who works inside the project. Okay, guys, is that clear? Okay. Now, let's go to the responsible manager, and let's have a look at the current board members. So you click this button. Let's see that who are the current board members. So you will get the OBS list. So in the OBS list, what you are seeing is the box. It's a little bit small, so you increase the size of the box. Okay, you drag it to the top, then you stretch it from the bottom. Then you increase the width of the column. After you increase the width of the column, then you will increase the font size. You click on the display, and after that you click on the table font and row. Then you select the Vardhana, regular and 9. Then you click on the OK and click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, the font size is going to increase. Now you have to basically display all these. Actually, they are having a tree-like structure. Now click on the display here. After you clicked on the display, then you will see the option filter by.
Sir, 1 second. Sorry for interruption. I am not getting the table is pop up, but that icons close, add, delete, cut, copy. I'm not getting that.
No, are you in the organization breakdown structure? Did you click on this icon, this one? Click that. Click the correct icon. See, check it. The name.
Okay. Yes, sir. Sorry, I got it. Thank you.
So then you click on the display. Are you in the display now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got it. I got it now.
Now you select on the filter by. Now in the filter by, on the right side, you select all OBS elements. You select the all option. So if you click on the all, so you will see the tree view, right? You get the tree view now?
I got that, but how to do that filter, sir?
Yeah, first of all, you click here on this small little triangle. After you clicked on the triangle, you select the filter by, and then you select all. So please look at the demo screen also. please do not rely upon my voice. Okay, I cannot talk a lot, but I can basically guide you. But you have to look at the demo screen.
Okay, sir.
So, did you select it?
Yes, sir. Selected, sir.
So now, do you have a tree view? Okay.
Yes.
See, you must acknowledge me. Do you have a tree view?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got it.
Now you click on this column because this view can be displayed in three modes. This is the tree mode, and if you click it, it will become flat. Click it. Biswanath, click it. It has become flat. If you click it once again, it will become upside down. Click it. Now, if you click it once again, it will become tree, right? So, guys, don't be confused if you see any of the modes, right? So, you should remember that the display of the OBS elements can be displayed in three ways: tree view, and the flat mode, reverse, and the right direction mode, right? So there are three ways. Now, who is at the top? Basically, the guy at the top is the CEO. The enterprise is managed by whom but the CEO. So I write here for your benefit that this is the CEO. This role is that of the board member, CEO. Now, who are there under the CEOs? So all these guys directly under the CEOs, they are all portfolio managers. So I write here portfolio manager, right? So this is the portfolio manager for the energy portfolio. Now, what happened that since you created three new programs, so you got to create three new program managers under the energy portfolio manager, right? Is that clear? So you need three. Basically, what the CEO says that we want him to focus only on the business development on his specific portfolio. Now let's do this thing. Let us click on the add button. Okay, let's click on the add button. So a new row is created. So you click on the shift button, shift right. It has become like the child element, right? Now you do this thing, you write the full name here and you add the word manager at the end. No, you write the full word. Man, you don't understand. You write the full thing. Then at the end of that, you add the word manager. Biswanath,
Sir, actually, I did not get it, sir.
you write this whole thing here. The same thing you
Oh,
write here.
sir.
Then you add the word manager at the end because this is a person, right? Okay. Yeah. No, not like that. You should not right click here, but you should direct click. Now you write the word manager. Okay. You put a space and write the word manager with a capital M. Okay. Manager. And you press enter. Now you click on the copy button. We don't have to type the whole thing. And then you click on the paste button. And then you indent it. Shift it toward the left side. And then you make the appropriate changes, right? Make the appropriate changes. Correct. And go to the last and remove -1. That is not required. Yes, that's better. You use the software smartly. And then to create the next one, you click on the paste button once again, and then you shift left. Click on the shift left. No, Biswanath, listen to me, man. I'm telling you to first you click on the shift left. First you correct the structure. Yeah, now you make the changes. Okay, like this. Okay, so you have created the three positions. So guys, if you look at the responsibility of any of these positions, you will see it's blank, right? Because these positions, they have been just created. But you looked at the responsibility of the energy portfolio manager. So you will see that his hands are quite full, right? You see he has got, large number of the projects and the programs, and he has his own portfolio. It's all with him, right? So his responsibility list is quite long. So let me pull up the list here so that you can see that he's responsible for the portfolio, and then he has the basically the projects here, and also the programs. The programs are also assigned to him, right? The programs which you created. So right now the programs are also with him. So now we are going to reassign them. Okay. So we will make sure that he has only the portfolio, nothing else, right? So guys, now you select the renewable energy program. Please come here. So we are going to change the manager here. So before we change the manager, we will open the program so that the projects contained inside the program, so they are also getting loaded into the memory. So guys, you right click the renewable energy program, okay, and open project. Now why are we doing this? So when we update the program, the projects inside the program will be also updated. See, do you see that there are two projects loaded into the memory? If you want a confirmation, you click here on the double minus button, which is the collapse all button. You will see the two project names instantly, right? So you can see the project names here, right? Do you see that, guys? Okay, now why does the Primavera let you load two projects or multiple projects into the memory? Because it is a EPPM software. So what happens that sometimes there might be certain activities which are related between the projects. Maybe they are using a huge machine. So this machine has to be scheduled between multiple projects, right? So if the machine has to be scheduled between the multiple projects, then we can set up relationship between the activities so that the correct schedule is created, so that if the two activities from two different projects are using the same machine, they will be scheduled in a sequence. That is the reason that Primavera lets you load multiple projects into the memory, right? Okay, now let us go into the projects. Click here on the projects. So after you selected the projects, then you select the program, the renewable energy program. So that, see guys, now just make sure everybody please confirm that you have selected the renewable energy program, and you can see two projects in the memory which belong to the renewable energy program.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'll tell you that what happens. See, if you are updating the program, the projects will be also automatically updated with the same responsible manager name. Otherwise, if you're not using this technique, then you will have to update each of the project manually and individually, one by one, which is quite a waste of time. Okay, that's why we are using this technique. We open the program, we update the program, it updates the program and the underlying projects. Now, after that, you come to the column responsible manager and you click on the selection button here on the top. I mean, at the bottom. So you are getting the manager selection box. Since this box is coming up for the first time, so you got to configure this box for the first time, right? So you expand the width like this, and then you also expand the height to make it more comfortable for you to see all the text, all the data which is contained. So you just drag this down. So if you drag this down, so it will increase the height. So Biswanath, can you please drag this down for me? Can you make it a little bit longer? Yes. Now you increase the font size as well. So you can increase the font size from here. Click on the display, table font and row. Then you click on the font and then you select the Vardhana, regular 9, and then you click on the OK and click on the OK. So once you increase the font size, it might be possible that it does not fit. So increase the column width once again. You can increase the width of the box as well, right? So as to give more space to the column like this. Now we are on the renewable energy program and the appropriate manager for this is the renewable energy program manager, right guys?
Yes.
So you select that correct manager and then you click on the apply button. And then you confirm it by clicking yes, confirm it, yes. Okay, so now it is changed for this program. So you can see the correct manager. And now you select the Sunset Gorge project and check the manager. Guys, do you see
Manager.
correct one?
Yes.
Now the Johnstown.
Still it is showing.
It is showing
Energy program manager.
renewable energy program. So the managers for all the projects should be also the same program manager for the projects contained inside this group, right? Now guys, what we will do as a best practice, we will close the project and we will unload the project from the memory. So guys, when you unload the project from the memory, you will see that the numbers will vanish from here and also the activity and the WBS tab will closed, right? Click Control W and you click yes. Now, did you note that what it says on the top?
No current project.
And do you see that the activities and the WBS tab is gone? Right?
Yes.
Okay. We will do the next program. You select the non-renewable. Select the non-ren. And then you right click and open. Right click and open the program. So when you open the program, the two projects are selected and loaded into the memory. Guys, look at the top, right? You see that two projects have been selected. Now you come to the projects tab here, come back, because when you open, it takes you to the activity tab. You come back to the project. So you have to focus once again on the non-run because sometimes it goes out of the focus, right? So after you have selected the non-renewable energy program, let the cursor come up, yes. Now you change the manager to appropriate one, right? You click on the responsible manager and who should be the responsible one? Non-renewable energy program manager. Now you click on the plus button here and then the manager is applied, right? Now you select this project, Baytown, and you check the manager. Is it the correct one? Okay.
Yes, sir.
The driftwood. Select the driftwood. And do you see the responsible manager? Is it the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once these are changed, now you press Control W. Okay. Press Control W, and these are gone. Right? No current project. Okay, great. Now we will do the same thing with the nuclear. So you select the nuclear energy program and you right click and open the project. Now you come back to the project tab once again. Now select the nuclear energy program. No, don't rush, Vishwanath. Be careful, be responsible.
Sorry,
Keep
sir.
your attention. Okay. Yeah, driving the Primavera is like driving the car. Okay, so be careful because you will be working on huge data in a real setup. So whatever
Okay.
you do, right or wrong, it will be visible to many people because you will be working
Okay.
on data, right? So
Right.
select the here and then you change the responsible manager from here. And then you select here nuclear energy program manager and click on the selection button. Okay. And then you check the managers. Is it the correct one? Correct one. Now check the next one. That is the correct one. Now this is from the project data point of view. Now we will check it from the manager's point of view. So from the manager's point of view to check. So guys, first of all, you unload the project data from the memory, which is a best practice. Whenever you are done with something, you should unload the data. Because what happens when you unload the project data, it sends the project data to the server to be saved, right?
But
Because
for
it,
me, a
see,
nuclear energy program manager has not changed, sir.
hold on. Please let me finish the sentence.
Okay,
Let
sir.
me give you the complete knowledge. So when you press Control W, the whatever updates you have made in the local memory, it is unloaded from the local memory. It is sent into the database. Now, after the data is sent into the database, suppose if your laptop crashes or it goes bad, you don't have to worry about anything because the data will be safe in the data center, right? So you can use another computer to connect to the data and you can continue your work, right? Okay. Now you click on the yes. Click on the yes to basically close it. Okay. Okay, fine. So what's your problem? Tell me.
Sir, for me, this third one, nuclear energy program manager, has not changed, sir. It is
Change for
showing old
no, change for not what? For the program or for the project?
for the program, sir.
So you select the program once again. Okay. Now
Okay.
you open the program. Once again, you open the program and then you come back to the program. I think you were not keeping your eyes open. I think you may have accidentally changed something else. Okay. See what happens when we go to the activity, the focus is shifted, right? So you just do it once again. Okay. Do it once again. Open
Yes,
the
sir.
program. Now you come back to the program, select the nuclear, and then you apply the correct manager, and then it will work. Okay. Then it will change. If it still does not change, I will come to your screen and check it. Don't worry. But you must try to correct the things yourself first.
Yes. Now it is changed, sir.
Okay, very good. So after that, let us do this thing. Let us check from the manager's point of view what they got. So you click this button. Now you select the energy portfolio manager. Let's see that what is the responsibility he got. So he's got only the portfolio because that is what the CEO wanted. CEO says that please focus on the portfolio and then develop and get more business into this business unit, right? Now let's see that what is the responsibility of the nuclear energy program manager. So he has the responsibility of his program, right? So he has the program and he has the projects which are there, right? Do you see this? So he has the program and he has the projects under that program. So which is the same for all the program managers. So it means that the responsibility assignment has been done to the appropriate managers, right? Okay. Now we will see something more happening here. Okay. So let's say that your boss is saying that we would like to create a new portfolio. Okay. Now let us do this thing. You click on this plus minus a button and you select the level number 2. And you click on the OK. Now click on the OK. So it will bring you at the level number 2. Now what your boss is saying that we should have a new portfolio under the enterprise. Now what is the purpose of this portfolio? The purpose of this portfolio is that all the learning and development projects will be conducted here by the project managers, those who are free from the current projects and those who are waiting for a new project. So they will be conducting the learning and development projects under the new portfolio for the new joinees, right? So let us create the learning and development portfolio and let us create the portfolio manager as well, right? So how to do it? So we will again use the EPS tool. Okay, EPS tool is used to maintain the structure of the business. Now, once you do it, you are at the EPS structure. So guys, you select the enterprise, you go to the top and you select the enterprise on the top. So after selecting the enterprise, you click on the add button here. Now you shift it just below the enterprise. Okay, take it to the top, just below the enterprise. Okay, here. So that's correct. Now you write here LND just like the ENC, right? In the same format. LND in the short format.
Sir, LNT.
Yes, in the short format as below. Do you see this ENC in the same format you write LND? Learning and development. So ampersand, but yeah, D for development, D, not T. D for Delhi, D for development. Correct. Now you come here and then you write here learning and development. Okay. Learning and development portfolio. Also add the name portfolio. So guys, did you create this portfolio? learning and
Yes, sir.
development
Yes, sir.
portfolio.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you will see that whenever you create a new portfolio, it is assigned to the CEO. Why it is assigned to the CEO? Because the CEO is the best person to decide and reassign it to the appropriate manager. Now he says to you that you guys, no background noise. Please mute your mic or ask the people to stay out of the room till you finish the training. Okay. Now the CEO is the person who is basically the best person to decide the reassignment, that who should be managing this portfolio, right? Okay. So, okay, fine. Now let us do this thing. Let us first of all close this EPS tool. Then we will go into the OBS tool. Now you click on the OBS button here, which is represented by the human icon with a blue board. Now you click on the add button. So make sure that your cursor is on the enterprise CEO and you click on the add button here and it will create a blank row. So in the new row, you write here L&D portfolio manager. You can write the full sentence L&D portfolio manager. Portfolio manager. Okay, fine. So after that, you can close this box. Close this box. Now we want to assign the manager to the portfolio. So what we do, we select the portfolio here. You select the learning and development. You select the portfolio. Now you assign the correct and appropriate manager, right? So you reassign it to the correct manager. And you select the learning and development portfolio manager here. And you click on the select button, right? So it has gone to the correct manager, right? Okay. Okay. So guys, once in a while, you will see that the floppy button is active. So it means that you have some unsaved changes. So most of the time, Primavera is automatically saving the data. Just click on this button 2 times. Remember, 2 times just to be safe. Twice, right? And after that, the data will go into the server. And then your colleagues are also working on some part of the project, and whatever changes they make, and if you want to see those changes, you can click on the refresh button. So whatever changes you make, you save it, and whatever changes your colleagues make, you want to see it. If something changed, you click on the refresh data. Click on this. Okay, so it will bring the fresh data from the server. Now, guys, you close this tab, that is the project tab. You should be having a blank screen. Absolutely blank screen you have right now. So guys, make sure that there should be no project in the memory also. You press Ctrl W and remove any project from the memory. So now we will see that how does the software behave when we reload it. Because we had made a setting to show the list of the project by default, right? I hope you remember that setting. Now let's see if that works or not. So after basically removing all the projects from the screen, we exit. You click here, file exit. And then you click on the confirmation. Yes, you confirm it. Yes. Okay, so now you load it once again. So Biswanath, you need to share the entire screen with me, not just the Primavera, because the sharing is now gone. Okay, first you share the entire desktop and then you load the Primavera. Yeah. Now you can minimize this Chrome browser. Yeah. Now you go and go to the bottom and you can close all this browser, right? You can close all these screens. Okay. Yeah, you just close all these windows and you select the Primavera from your taskbar. So on the taskbar, so just a moment, just a moment. So let me put this on your taskbar. Okay, Primavera Professional. So pin to the taskbar. And on your taskbar, we should be also having the Word and Excel, right? So just a moment, because we need those files. Word app. So we right click, pin to the taskbar. And then we also need the Excel on the taskbar, pin to the taskbar. Okay, so we can take the Primavera to the right side because that will be used more frequently. Okay, now you start the Primavera. Okay, click the Primavera. And you click on the connect. Okay, so you can see that by default, it is showing you the list of the projects, right? So suppose if I close the list of the projects here, so Viswanath, do you remember that what is the button to get the list of the project from here? Which button you will press? Which one? You click it and show it to us. How to get the list of the project without restarting the Primavera?
I forget it, sir.
This one. Click this button. You will get the list of the buttons. Okay. Try to remember the buttons. Right. And then to hide the bottom detail, you click this button.
Yes.
And then if you want to display all the data, you click on the expand all. You hide this. First you click this button, you hide the bottom screen. Now you click on the expand all, click this. Now, if you want to open a particular project, now from your choice, you basically the project you will select, right? So if you want to work on any of the particular project, you will do it. Okay, so guys, tomorrow we are going to work upon the planning part of the project. So we will learn that how to plan the schedule, how to plan the resources, how to develop the cost of the project. Okay, so we are going to do the complete planning phase and execution phase also some partly. So guys, before I close for today, do you have any questions regarding the project management and the Primavera interface, data structures, anything you want to know? Some questions or doubts are there for the topics that we covered today?
I have few, I mean to say I noted them, but forgot. But one question I would ask,
Yeah, sure.
and today and tomorrow or weekend. But sir, we have the column for actual total cost variance, right? And then we have that negative sign amount and then positive amount. So that I understood, but I'm just thinking that this calculation is happening somewhere in the logic. The calculation part is written somewhere in inbuilt in Oracle, or we.
Calculation is programmed into the project. Okay, the calculation is programmed into. So who is having some background noise? Guys, if you are having people, please switch off your mic so that I can answer and you can hear it clearly. So the calculation, the logic is inbuilt. See, basically, you know what happens when you are updating the data at the activity level, it is consolidated at the WBS level. From WBS, it goes to the project level, and from the project, it goes to the basically the portfolio level. So all the data is coming from individual activities. Actually, it is looking at hundreds of thousands of the activities, right? And if you feel that some data is not being displayed right, so what you can do that, you know, there is a button at the top. Look at this button. Do you see this statistical button on the top here? I'm not to click there. So this is the button. If you click this, so basically what it will do, it will sum up all the projects, right? But you know, it takes a lot of time. Okay. If you do it right now, it might take around 1 hour. So basically what it will do, it will reread all the projects since it's not like an Excel, because in an Excel or in the MS project, if you make one change, it's instantaneously going to update the entire spreadsheet because all the data is kept in the MS project, it is kept in the memory. That's why it is so quick and fast, and people love to use that. But here, basically, it is having the facility for having large details of the projects, right? So here, the data is kept in the database. Sometimes it is not updated currently. So if we feel that it is not updated currently, so we can open this button and we can select all projects. Now, what it will do, it will go to the in-depth of the project. It will go to the activity level. It will read all the data. So what it will read the duration. It will read the schedule. It will read the resource unit. It will read the activity cost, and it will read and total them into the WBS. From the WBS, it will be totaled into the project. From the project, it will be brought into the program and portfolio and the enterprise, right? But it takes time. Okay, but usually it is updating itself. Okay, but sometimes it might miss. So that is why this button has been provided, and you can run this routine at the end of the day, right? When nobody is doing any activity, so you can run this button, it will update the entire data, and the computer will be also free for this purpose, right? So that's what you can do.
We can like
Okay. So guys, any other question you have?
Sir, because of the internet issue with my laptop and all, I have missed some recording. Can you
Okay,
please
sorry,
share that?
I will provide you the recording. Okay, I will try to see if that gets converted because the conversion process takes around 4 hours. Okay, so let me see if that happens quickly. So I will upload it to the Google Drive and then I will send the link to you. But you don't worry. So you just continue, just to make sure that tomorrow you have a very good and clean internet. So you make all the arrangements today which are appropriate for the next 2 days of the study. I'll provide you the recording, right?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Guys,
Thank you.
don't have any question right now. Don't worry. You write down your question, and tomorrow morning I will answer your questions. Tomorrow morning I'll be coordinating with you just to explore if we can start 30 minutes earlier, right? Okay, fine. Because I have to go somewhere in the evening. So let's see if you can start 30 minutes earlier. I will send you a message in the group in the morning. Okay, guys. So good night. And right now you keep your laptop on because it's going to convert. It's going to convert the compressed format into the MP4 format. It takes time. Okay. Till it converts completely, keep your laptop on. Okay, bye.
Okay, sir.
Good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, there is one more person. Just a moment. I think why is it missing? Good morning. The Agnivesh, you join quickly.
Good morning, sir. Yeah.
Okay,
Just
please.
joined.
Yeah, please come. So, guys, you must have seen that in history, the major civilizations have developed near the river banks, right? You can see all over the world, Nile River, Ganges River, Sindhu River. So, where there is water, there is agriculture, and when there is agriculture, So there is a lot of food security, which is very important, right? Food security is important or not? So basically, the earliest calendar were used to track the seasons, because by the season the mankind could tell that what fruit and the vegetables and the grains that would grow more in a particular season, right? So you also know this fact. It's a common fact. We have a lot more fruits in a particular season. Different kind of fruits, they appear in different seasons, and they grow very effectively. The farmers, they started to know this fact many years ago. So after that, the when the food security was ancient, then mankind was happy. After the agriculture came the culture, and after the culture came the religion, right? So then mankind started to mark the various practices of culture and religion beside the agriculture on the calendar. So the calendar right now that we are using internationally, it is the Christian era calendar, right? So in which the year zero is considered to be Lord Christ's birth, and in India we have the Vikrami calendar. Right now it is running into the year 2079, and the Arabs, they have their own calendar which is running into the year 1427, if I'm not wrong. So this is the calendar used by them for their culture and for their religious practices. So every culture, they have their own calendar. There are more calendars in the world, of course, but these are the three which are well known to us. So the calendar is used basically for these days. It is used for culture and for business practices and for the religious practices. But in the project, we want to track the definitely track the start and finish of every activity. So that's why we need to create the schedule. The schedule is consisting of the start date and the finish date, and of course, inside the date there is time component also. Now we are going to see that how is the calendar creating the schedule, right? So what we will do, we will learn these 6 lessons by creating 6 projects, right? We will create lesson number 1 to 6 as projects, and then we will learn that how does it work, right? Okay, so let's do this thing. So let's go into the Primavera. So switch over to the Primavera screen. No, you just do one thing, you minimize everything, then you click on the Primavera, then Primavera will come onto the screen. Okay, so maximize the Primavera. So Agnivesh, are you having another extended screen? Are you having the
No,
so
it's only laptop.
why doesn't it come up maximized on the screen just like Word? Why is it stuck, man?
1 second.
Please maximize it. What's happening here? Just a moment. Just give this thing to me. Okay. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Yeah, I give it to you.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. These things are playing games today. So you go to the task manager. You click on the process, and I don't know what's happening. So can you see the Primavera at all? Yeah, the Primavera. Now you right click on the Primavera P6 professional and end task. Just select it and end task. I don't know. Why it should be so? And click on the yes. Yes. Click on the yes here. Yeah. Okay. Now you close the task manager and you launch the Primavera once again. Close this. Close this. Now you launch the Primavera once again. No, but don't do that. There's no need. Just click on the Primavera. You log in once again. Click on the correct. Okay, so now we are here. So guys, you place your cursor on the please stop the secondary device for the voice. Okay, please make sure. And you just quit the browser because the browser is taking a lot of memory in your system. Just quit the browser. Yeah, close the browser, quit it. Agnivesh, yeah, please close the browser, and we can close the word also. I don't know if that's going to free up the memory. Okay, now guys, you select the learning and development portfolio here. Okay, so you are all here on the learning and development.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So Biswanath, you are here. So I believe that you have two monitors, so you can do the same thing here. Now, after selecting
yes,
the okay, very good. So everybody stays synchronized. And guys, you have to be sharp today, right? We have got a lot of lessons to take care of. And click on the add button on the right side. See, when you're in the project, if you click this button, it will create a project. So this button is to create. It can create a project, it can create an activity, it can create a WPS, it can create a resource, it can create a report. It creates. So click on this, it will start the project wizard, right? Project creation wizard. So in the wizard, you will see, so wizard is a series of form. Since your cursor was already on the learning and development, so it is showing you the learning and development, which is correct. So you don't have to do anything, but you have to click next. Okay, just click on the next button. So in the next button, so after you come to the next form, you have to enter the project ID. So project ID it has to be short, and it should be having some sort of a serial number. So I'm putting here LSN-1, and you write here in the project name, you write scheduling with calendars, scheduling, DUU, scheduling. No, you write only the correction. Scheduling with calendars. With calendars. DARS. The correct spelling is DARS. Right? Calendar. DARS. So DARS. Agnivesh. DARS. Okay. So guys, so make sure that you write it exactly like this. Do you see this? The project ID LSN-1. It's going to create an automatic series. So when I paste this project data and to create a copy, it will become lesson 2, lesson 3, lesson 4 automatically, right? So, this is a very unique feature of the Primavera, since it will try to keep the project ID unique. So it will create the next series number as 2. So after you have entered, so you click on the next button. So once you click on the next, it's going to ask you for what is the project plan start date. So we are going to use a date in the future. So click this button to go into the calendar. And then you click on the right scroller and go to the year 2025. So we are going to create the project 1 year ahead of the start date. So go to the month of September. So guys, have you all come to the month of the September 2025?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are all here. Gangadhar, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
See, why I am asking you to use a future date, I want you to sensitize to the fact that the project planning itself takes time. So guys, it is not an overnight thing that you can do planning within a couple of days, and next Monday you are going to start so you are going to start the project. It's not like that, because the planning takes some time. Just make sure that if you feel that a project is coming your way, talk to your boss and get some ideas. So basically you can put the start date as a tentative date, and later as you get more details when you sign the contract with the client, so you may change the start date, and all the activities inside the project will automatically get rescheduled. Right. So one more thing that why I have selected the September 2025, it's a date in the future. Plus, if you look, it starts on a Monday. So when it starts on a Monday, it will be easier for you to understand the scheduling concept. Now, the start time is also very important. So you use the up scroll button, scroll up till you get 8 a.m. Okay, click on the scroll up till you get 8 a.m. And now you click on the select button. Okay, okay, fine. No, it should not be 14 September. It should be 1st of the September. September 1. Just click on the September 1 and now you click on the select button. So guys, everybody please confirm that you have selected the date as 1st September 8 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, now let me but tell you something about the must finish by date. You should not fill this date because someone might feel very start, okay, I will finish my project by this date, so I should put this date here. Don't put it, because what's going to happen, it is going to basically crumple the critical task calculation. The critical task will not be calculated properly, so you won't be able to get a proper finish date. So you don't put this date. If you have a finish date, you write it on a piece of paper, keep that in front of you. So when you get the critical path, you will do the critical path compression. Okay, schedule compression. You can do it with multiple iteration, first iteration, second iteration, and once you get the finish date. Now I'll tell you something about the finish date. See, there are two dates in every project. One is the delivery date, one is the target date. Now, suppose if the client is demanding that his product be handed over to him and commissioned, let's say he says that you commission my product by the date 1st January 2026, right? Okay. So, let's say that this is the delivery date. Now, what you should be doing, you should be playing smart. You should tell your team, so guys, we must set a target date for ourselves. Approximately, you can set it for, let's say, 24 December 2025. Right? Why is that so? Think of it. Why you are keeping your target date much ahead of the delivery date? When you plan, what happens is that in a project, every project has a variance, right? You cannot have an absolute, but with the software, we are trying to be much more predictable, right? So we set our target date within a reasonable amount of the buffer. Is that clear, guys? It's not that the buffer should be too huge. If you target it 1 week earlier, so you are good. Okay. So you should always plan like this. So whatever is the delivery date of the client, you should keep your target date that we are trying to finish on the 24th of the December. And there can be some adverse things which might push your target date. But if you always finish it before the delivery date, so you will have a good image, good impression of your professionalism. Now click on the next button to fill in the next part of the project data. So it is asking the responsible manager, which is the correct. Now click on the next button. So rate type will be standard, click next. And then you click on the finish. Okay, so once you clicked on the finish, so you will see that the project data has been created. The start date is there, but the finish date will not come until you enter at least one activity, right? The finish date will be calculated when you create at least one activity in the project. Now let's look at the project details. The first tab would be the general. So what is displayed in the general? You have the project ID, you have the project name, you have the responsible manager. You can see them, you can check them, you can change them. Okay, you can check them, you can change them. Now there is another, that is the project website URL. Now, what is the purpose of the website URL? Because a lot of the construction companies, they create a website of the project where they share the ongoing updates of the project. They share pictures. Sometimes, many companies, they even connect a live cam. Okay, so people can see the stakeholders, the shareholders, and all other joint venture partners. They can see that's what it is. So if your project site has a website, that will be good. Okay, people can get a lot of updates, and you need to dedicate some staff to do that job. Now, after the general, we have the dates. Come to the dates tab. So in the date, you have the planned start date and you have another date called the data date. So data date is the date which is updated automatically. It is taken from the actual update of the data. So if you put the actual date, the actual schedule, the actual cost, and the actual units, so till which date you have updated the project, the data date will be showing that date. So normally the data date should be basically updated every week. So every week you must have a project update meeting where you pause your work, entire team comes up with what they have done actually, and they will provide you the data and you will update it here. So it will tell you till which date the actual data has been collected, right? So that gives you a very good opportunity to find the variances early in the project and take an early action to correct it, right? Okay, now we come to the next tab, that is the default tab. So you click on the default tab. So in the default, you can see that there is a parameter called the calendar. See, every project has to be scheduled with a calendar. There cannot be any project without a calendar, guys. Remember this. No project can be created without a calendar. Now, where does this calendar come from? This calendar comes from the sample data. Whenever you install Primavera, it will have some sample data and this calendar comes from there. The structure of this calendar, currently the structure of this calendar is 5 days a week, right? Monday to Friday, 5 days a week. So this is the structure and you can create your own calendar. You can replace this calendar. So right now, as we install the package, so the current default calendar is the corporate calendar. So it got applied onto the project because a project cannot be created without a calendar. So this is the current default, but we will change it. We will definitely create our own calendar and we will use our own schedule. Now another, there is a duration type. Please change it. Click on the drop down and select the next option, which is the units per time. Yeah. So units per time will be understood better by you when you move into the resources. But for the timing, we do this setting. It will be useful later. Now, the next parameter here, the auto numbering of the activities. So if you create an activity, it will get a unique ID. So numbering will start with A1000. It will have an increment of 10, right? So the first activity will be like having the ID like A1000. And then the next activity will be having 1010 and the next activity will be having 1020, right? So, these are the series that is created. Now, guys, you tell me that between, let's say that between 1010 and 20, so how many new activities you can insert if you need to basically respond to the changed requirement by the client? Because if the client changes the requirement, definitely you will need to add new activity. So how many activities you can add between 10 and 20? How many empty slots are there? Use your logic. 9, absolutely correct. Because someone says 10, but you have to think it. You are in a cinema hall and the 10 number and 20 number is occupied, right? Seat number 10 and 20 is already occupied. Then how many people can fit in between the seat number 10 and 20? 9. So why are you having a gap? Because once you've created an activity ID, that should be kept unique because it is being referred in many places, because Primavera can connect to many other softwares like SAP and ERP, all those things. So it is better that the reference number be kept unique. So if the requirement is changed by the client, if you need to add more activities, so you have got, we assume that not more than 9 will be required, but if more than 9 is required, then we can number them like 11.1, 11.2, like that. We can create more series, right? So these are the default settings. Now we select the project and we open. You right click on the lesson number 1 and open. So once you open, so you are going to land into the activities tab. Now here in the activities tab, first of all, you close the bottom details. You click here. Close it. Okay, now you also close the Gantt chart. You click on the table button. So we can see only the columns, right? So guys, we are having these columns, but there are 2 columns. We don't need them right now. So this is the remaining duration and schedule percentage complete. These columns are useful in the execution phase. So guys, we are going like this. Let's say the initiating has been done by your boss. So he has signed the contract. Now he says that Agnivesh, you will do the detailed planning. So you are doing the planning. So during the planning phase, you do not need this column, but you might need this column later in the execution phase, right? So guys, we are going to configure the columns, right? So we know how to configure the columns. So you right click here. Okay, you right click here. Now, once you right click, you will get this menu, and in the menu, you click the option columns. Okay, so guys, please confirm that everyone's here. Yaya, Gangadhar,
Yes, sir.
Biswanath,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
you are all here. So guys, expand this box, expand the box, okay? So that it is comfortable to use. And now you change the font also, right? So change the font. How do you change the font of this box? You click here and you select Vardhana regular 9. Okay. Yeah. So then you can see this font better. Now we have to return to columns. So guys, you select the column remaining duration and return it by clicking on remove. Right? Click this button. So it goes to the duration group because it belongs there, right? Now you remove the schedule percentage complete, remove from list. So do you see that it goes to the group percentage complete, right? So every column, when you remove it, it will go to the originating group from where it came from. Now you close this, close the percentage complete because we have seen. Okay, now the next point is that so we are going to basically insert two new columns. So one is the calendar column, but we are going to insert the new column after the finish date. So guys, you select the finish date column here. Okay. So did you select?
We need to remove the finish column as well.
No, no, no. Baba, I am telling you to select it, not remove. Why I am asking you to select? Because I am going to insert, we need to insert the new column that we are going to now select after the finish date. That is why. Okay, only to place your cursor. Okay, for that reason. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, I need to insert the column calendar. Now, the thing is that there are two ways you can find a calendar. One, if you know the calendars group. If you don't know the calendar, if you don't know the column group, so then you can use the search option. So the Primavera has a search or the find option. You click here, you will see the find option. Click on the find. Now let me tell you something about the find option. See, guys, suppose if you are trying to find here, it is not like the Google search. You have to have the exact search. That's why I recommend to everybody that you should not try to enter the full spelling. See this. What happens if you type the full spelling and wrong? I type the wrong spelling. See this. This is the wrong spelling of the word calendar, right? And then I click on the find next. Then what happens, guys? It's not like Google. Okay. Did you see? It says no matches found. So why does it say no matches found? Because it does not match. So you know what do? I play smart. Instead of writing the full spelling, I write only the partial spelling. Now the Agnivesh. So you click on the find. Now you click on the find. See, this is better, right? Did you understand the point? Now click on the cancel button to hide the box. Guys, is the point taken by you? Have you understood? So
Yes, sir.
do not try to type the full spelling. You might be wrong. Just type some partial spelling which is correctly matching, right? Now, after you have found the column, you click on the select button. And this will come to the right side. Okay. Now the calendar column has been selected. Now you close the general group. Okay, now click on the find box once again, get the find box once again. Now you type here the word PRED, P-R-E-D, P-R-E-D, and click find. So you found. Now click on the cancel button to hide the box. Search box, close it. Now we needed this predecessor detail, which is the correct one. Now you click on the select button. See, next time if you need this column, if you remember the list group, you can come back to the list group once again and you can select this column. But in case you don't, you can find it, right guys? So what is the correct way to find? You enter the partially correct spelling. That's it. 4 to 5 letters in the maximum. After that, you will be able to find the correct column. Is that tip clear, guys? Okay. Now click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, these columns are now implemented. So everybody please confirm that you have the same set of the columns. So
Done,
from
sir.
left, right, activity ID, activity name, original duration, start, finish, calendar, predecessor detail, and the total float. Now we are going to add new activities. To add new activities, you just click on the add button on the right side. You click this button 14 times, 1-4, to create 14 new activities. Correct. So guys, up to 1130. Now on the last activity, you have to press enter. So once you press enter, this activity is also. Now guys, once the data is entered, then you use your common sense. I would say common sense. Common sense for what? To basically resize the column. You can reduce some space from activity ID because the screen space is precious and you can squeeze the original duration and you can make sure that you squeeze it to a point where the column name is clear and you can still see the data. And start and finish column we need to expand. So when we expand, so we make sure that they don't stick too much. There is some white space. And then we click on the finish and then we give it some more space. Then we expand the calendar column also. So guys, make sure that you have something like this. So all the columns, they have their due space and without wasting any space, right? Is that clear? Now place your cursor on the first activity on the top. Select A1000. So after you have selected that, now you switch on the Gantt chart. How do you switch on the Gantt chart? By clicking on the Gantt chart button. So now you have the Gantt chart. Now guys, just wait for me to explain. If you look at your project is in the year 2025, but the Gantt chart is showing you 2010 on the time scale. It means that there is a gap of 15 years. So 15 years you have to scroll, but no, don't click anything, guys. Don't click. Listen to me. I will tell you a hidden feature which is not neither in the menu and it is not in the icon. This feature is basically is going to take you with a click. It will take you to the correct date on the time scale. So you go exactly in front of the activity like this, parallel to the activity. Suppose you want the activity timeline to come here at the tip of the arrow, you do the double click. At the tip of the arrow, you do the double click. Not that, man. Arey man. Agnivesh, yeah. What are you doing, man? I'm asking you to click on the front of the activity on this arrow, not on the top. Tip of the arrow. Agnivesh, where is the tip of the arrow? Click the tip, not the tail. Right? So, Agnivesh, are you using a wireless mouse?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Wireless mouse. The wireless mouse behaves like a drum. See, I'm using a wired mouse. See this. I can draw straight lines. So, can you draw a straight line? No, you can't draw a straight line. Look at your mouse, the way it is traveling. See this. See, I'm going to make a circle. See, what is the control? You see this? It's not perfectly round, but I do have a control, right? See this, right?
Yes.
So guys, try to use a wired mouse. Don't use a wireless mouse. Wireless mouse is fashion. It is not for engineers. Let's be serious. Okay. Okay, now let's come to the main point. The main point is that right now what we have on the screen is the activity timeline. Now I will tell you to do this thing. So Agnivesh, you click here on the tick mark. You do a double click. Did you observe something? Did you feel something?
The timeline is
Activity is
uh,
shifting.
See, activity landed exactly on the spot where you clicked in front of it, right? Suppose if you want this activity timeline to begin from here. So if you double click here, it will come here. This is the feature of the Primavera that people don't know after the 10 years of the usage. And when they come to the class, they say, I did not see it in the manual. I tell them that it is written on the page number 351, somewhere in the middle. So you should have read the manual. Now, who has the time to go through the manual? Let me tell you, the manual has all the information about the Primavera. But is it possible to immediately grab it? So I'm just grabbing you guys and grabbing your hand to do it. So once you do it 2, 3 times, it is a permanent and lifetime memory, and it immediately adds into your experience. So you can tell after this training, I know Primavera for 2 years. And you practically can work like that. Okay. So that's why I'm conducting this intensive training with less number of the students to ensure the quality, right? Industry is looking for a finished product. Industry does not want a half knowing Primavera. They don't have the time to teach you, but definitely they are willing to pay you if you know it completely. Is that clear, guys? So learn it completely. Okay.
Yes.
So feature. So this can be also done if you want to do a fine tuning. You can go to the first layer of the time scale. See, this is the time scale. This is the first layer. And in the first layer, there is a magic. So if you bring the cursor on the first layer, you will see hand. Do you see the finger? So this is for grabbing. See, you can fine tune the placement, right? Okay. So Agnivesh and rest of you guys, please do this exercise. You take it 10 times, 10 times to the left, 20 times you drag this to the left and right and bring the line here. Yeah, and in a straight line. Okay. I'm going to draw a guideline so that you can follow that, and you do it in a straight line, right? Your cursor hand should be on the track. No, your cursor hand is much below. See, your hand cursor should be on the track. Yes, correct. Okay. Yes, yes. Don't go off the track. Yeah, do it 20 times because you will need it subconsciously during the day. You will need to basically adjust the placement of the activity timelines to understand the data in a better way. You should not look like a child. If someone is observing you, oh, we had Agnivesh, he says that he knows the Primavera, and it seems that he's not able to drag the timeline properly, right? Is that clear?
yes, sir.
Very good. Now you place it in the beginning near the margin, near the divider bar. Correct. So you get the maximum data. Now let me tell you that what are the various things. So this red line that you can see right now, it is the update line, the progress line. So this progress line is required during the execution phase, not in the planning phase. So we switch it off. So you click here, click on that button on the top. So once you click that button, so this red line will go away, right? Do you have something on the top? So you drag it away. See, if you have some zoom button or something like that, you just drag
It
this
is
thing.
hiding.
So you
Actually, it is some options are coming, sir, at the top. So I have to
it
hide
up.
that option.
Yeah, you hide it so that you can see your buttons clearly. If you have something on the top, you drag it away or hide it. So you can see this button right now. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
bring it out and keep it here. Yes. Okay. Now, basically, now what happens that the red line is gone. Now, let me ask you guys, you can see a blue line. I want you to guess, what do you think is the blue line representing? What is indicated by the blue line?
The start of the project.
Absolutely correct. So this blue line is representing the project start date, right? So the start date is indicating, so all the activities you will see, they are all positioned on the start date, right? So any activity which does not have any predecessor, it will be positioned and will be getting the reference from the project start date. And what are these called? These green bars. These green bars are called timelines, but these will be called activity timeline because you are in the activity tab, right? In the activity tab, they will be called the activity timeline. Right? Is this clear? In the project, they will be called project timeline. In the WBS, they will be called the WBS timeline. See, if you go into the project, right? So then I switch on the Gantt chart here. So the timeline that you're seeing in the project, so that would be the project timeline. Guys, do you see these green bars here? These are the project timelines. When I come to the activity, so this become activity timeline. When I go into the WBS, so that will become WBS timeline. Now there is one more thing here on the top. Do you see this black bar here? Guess what is that? Think of it. What does it represent? Yeah, that is
Overall
the
progress bar.
yes, that is the project timeline, and the project timeline will be only one. So that is the parent, right? There will be one project timeline, and their activity timelines will be many, right? And what is this part of the Gantt chart called? That part on the top?
Time scale.
Yes, correct. That's the time scale. Yes, guys, that is the time scale. So let me write it. So the time scale basically measures the length of the time in a graphical manner or pictorial manner. So you can see that the activity which have more duration, they will have a longer timeline, right? So you can measure it against the time scale. So right now the time scale is having two units of time. The greater unit is the quarter and the smaller unit is the month. But you know, this time scale is very, very flexible, right? So it has got the various units of time. So guys, let us do this. Let us start to understand that what are the various units of the time possible in the Primavera, right? So to understand it, so we will go and we will click on this button. So guys, you click on this button. Do you see this minus? You click this button and it will condense the time scale. Once more. Once more. So this is the maximum possible time units. You can see the combination of the year and quarters, right? So guys, the quarter is a sub-unit of the year, right? So in the Primavera, you can represent maximum is the years. Now let's see that what are the various time units which are possible to use in the Primavera. So for that purpose, so I will go to my notes once again. So I will go to my Primavera folder. See how organized we are. We click on the documents, then we click on the Excel sheet. It has also the notes. So you go so quickly. Okay, you organize your hard disk. Now let us understand the time scale. So I click on the time scale tab. Here is the notes. So the Agnivesh, you read that what are the various time scale units in the Primavera. Okay, read this.
Quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
No, read from the top. I think you didn't speak the years.
Nice. I spoke, sir, already. Okay. Years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
Correct. You know, these are enters. See, the quarter is the display only because the quarter is fixed and the quarter is like January to February is the first quarter, March, April, May is the March, April, May is the second, June, July, August is the third quarter, and October, November, December is the fourth quarter. So the quarter is only displayed. It cannot be entered in the duration, right? It will come up whenever you are expanding or contracting the scale, the quarter will be displayed to you, but quarter cannot be entered. So what you can enter in the duration column, read this. So you read it like this, Y for years, MO for months, like that. You read it loudly for yourself and for your friends. Read it.
MO for months.
No, you start
W
from
for weeks.
you start from the top.
Y years. MO months. W weeks. D days. H for hours. M for minutes.
Yes, and you know this should echo in your mind forever, right? So you should remember the entry letter. If you want to enter a particular duration in the duration column, you should remember this thing, right? Guys, is that clear? Okay. Now we are going to see that how it works on the time scale in the Primavera, right? So let's go into the Primavera. So I expand the Primavera. So guys, right now I'm having the maximum scale of the Primavera. As you can see, the activities are having very small durations, and due to which it is so condensed. You see that it is looking very small. But if I look at the same scale in the project screen, do you see we are using the same scale, the year and the quarter. Since the projects are long duration, you can see the bars. So these bars are ranging into years, right? 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 year, 4 year. If you look at this project, so how long is this project? So guys, what is the total duration of this project? This is running into multiple years. This is almost like 4 years, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Year to year, it is a total duration of 4 years. But if you place an activity on the same scale, that's going to look small, right? Now let's see that how the time scale is flexible, how we can expand it step by step. So guys, to you expand it by one step by clicking on the zoom button and see what happens. Click on this. It has expanded. Now, what has come in place of the quarters?
Months.
Weeks.
Months, right? January, February. Earlier, there was quarter. So when you stretch the quarter, so it starts to reveal the month. Okay. Now you click the zoom button once again. So if you click it once again, so what do you see? Instead of the year, you can see quarter on the top, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
So when you stretch the year, so it reveals the quarter. It is still months in the lower half. In the first part of the scale, you are instead of the year, now you are seeing the quarter. Now you click on the expand button once again. Click on that. Now once you click on that, so what do you see? So you are seeing the month and the week, right? So you are seeing the month and the week. Now the activity is gone off the screen. So what do? You just do a double click here. The activity timeline will come, right? So guys, remember this trick. If you are looking for a particular activity, you go exactly in parallel to the activity and do the double click, you will be able to get the activity on the screen. Now what we are seeing is a combination of month and the week, right? So each of the day is a Monday. It is the start of the week, 4, 11, 12, like 1st September. You remember it's a Monday. Now you single click on this once again. Now guys, what do you see? What is the combination on the time scale now?
Days and month.
Yeah, no, look carefully.
Weeks, Monday, Tuesday,
Weeks,
days.
right?
Weeks and days.
Weeks and days, right? So see, if you go into the time scale, how does the time scale expand? You can see it here. You see, weeks and days, right? So it comes in pair, months and weeks. Then you expand, then it will come in the pair weeks and days. Then you expand it further, it will come in the combination of the days and the hours, right? Is that clear? Okay. So now we expand it by one more step. You click on the zoom button once. So guys, what is the scale that you are seeing right now?
Month and days. Sorry, week and days.
Week and day.
So it is the week and day. Basically, it is nothing new, but only the difference it makes is that earlier the display scale was having single letter. Now the display scale is having 3 letters, right? Is that clear?
Only initial
Yes.
days.
Okay. So basically it is displaying in 3 letters. That's okay. If you have more screen, you can use it. Okay. Now let's go to the next scale. So you can see that you are now having the day only. So 0 you can ignore. 0 means nothing. You are having the day a little bit more stretched out. But if you click on the zoom button once again, you will see something meaningful. Right? So guys, you are at this scale. Okay, now let us do this thing. Let me bring the 1st September into the view by dragging it toward the left side. So now you're having the 1st of the September in the view. Now I'm going to outline this just like we outline our drawings and diagrams in the engineering so that it is clear that what does it mean. Okay, so I'm going to do this for you guys. I'm going to use my engineering drawing skills. So this is basically 24 hours, right? Like this. This is the 24 hours, right? Now,
Yes.
that what is the business time? Business time is called the working time. So, you know, do you guys see this white area, the white patch? So, white area is called the work time. So, this is the work time. So, guys, what is the starting time of this organization? Look at the scale. At what time? 8. So, it starts at 8 a.m. And what is the ending time of this organization in the evening?
3 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
So it is basically 4 p.m., right? So if you are careful, if you observe it carefully, you will see it is the 4 p.m. Now, that is the area called, the gray area is simply called the non-work time, in which the organization does not work. So different organization might have a different starting time, but this is the non-work time for this organization, right? So an organization usually doesn't work 24 hours. Let's say that it is a normal organization which works during the daytime. So this is the non-work time, right? So that's how it is. So what is the duration of the work time? How much? How many man hours are there between 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Count at the top.
8 hours.
8 hours.
So these 8 hours will be called 8 man hours. Because why these are called 8 man hours? Because man works during these hours. Is that clear?
Okay.
Man hours. And the rest of the time will be called 8 hours. Just 8 hours, not man hours. Okay, this is just 8 hours. And this side is also 8 hours. Is that clear? Guys, is that clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
At least you me. So I think you are in a quiet room. You are in a single room.
Yes.
Okay, so just keep your mic on and you keep talking to me because I need some feedback so that I can understand generally how you guys are doing. Okay, so I can adjust the speed and I can make sure that you understand everything. Okay, so this is called the 8 hours. This is the dissection of the 24 the hours. So guys, you will see that at the beginning of the scale, there is 0. So what is the meaning of the 0? Why is it 0? Why does the 24 hours clock start with a 0?
So
See,
midnight.
yeah, it is midnight because if you have a 24 hours clock and if you looked at the 24 hours clock in the midnight, this is what you will see, right? This is the 24 hours format clock. It will show you 000, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Hmm? Okay. Now, if you looked at the 24 hours clock, just 1 second before the midnight, what it is going to show you?
Next day.
Non-working hour.
No,
Previous
it's
day non-working hour.
Previous day.
no 1 second before the midnight, man. It's going to look like this. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
How it is going to look 1 second after the midnight? After 1 second, it's going to look like this, right? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Because a day is consisting of 24 hours. How is the 24 hours calculated? So basically what happens when it is reaching the 59 seconds and 1 more second it becomes 00 and 1 more minute it becomes 00 and 1 more minute. So the hour is completed when 60 minutes are completed, it becomes 24 hour. But 24 is not displayed. It is displaying only 00. When the new day started, the new day is starting at 00, right? New or a next day. Next, so I'll write it as a next day. The next day starts like 000. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So when the next day is happening, so basically, you know, if you look at the first hour, first 1 hour, 1 hour is completed when you have got 60 minutes. So it means that 1 a.m. will come when 60 minutes are completed for the new day or the next day. Is that clear? That's why, you know, it is written as 0. So what is at the end of the 23? At the end of the 23, there is a completion of 24 hours, right? So is that clear, guys?
Yes,
This
sir.
is day is structured. In the Primavera, you can see such detail. You just see the detail it is showing you. It is showing you each hours of the 24 hours of the day. Then you go to the WBS, then you go to the project. The project rolls up into program. The program rolls into portfolio, and the portfolio rolls into the enterprise. See the detail it can handle. It can handle from the electron proton to the solar system. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is the detail, that's why the industry loves the Primavera and it is looking out for the people, those who know the Primavera well, because they need people to be able to control the projects, big size project with small details, right? Big size project with small details. So this is what the Primavera can do for you. So this is the structure of the day. Out of the 24 hours, this organization is working from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. And guys, do you see any break time from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Do you see any gray?
No.
It is not there. So this might be the work culture of the organization. Maybe the CEO says you come early and go early. So they have 8 man hours of the work. But don't worry, guys, we will create a better calendar which has got a break time also. So this is the structure of the activity during the day, and it is being created from the calendar called the corporate calendar. Okay, so we will go and examine the calendar which is creating this structure, right? So to examine the calendar, so what we do, this is the calendar corporate. So we will go inside the calendar, right, guys? Okay, so let us go inside the corporate calendar and see how the calendar is configured so as to create the schedule, right? Because the first rule says schedule is created with calendar, right? Is that clear? Okay, so just give me a moment, I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, now let us get inside the calendar. Just please mute the secondary device. Okay. Okay. Now to get see, guys, you are all here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, just make sure that the secondary monitor is off for the audio. So, guys, look at this button. This looks like a sheet of calendar, right? So, this is the calendar icon. Click on this. Okay. So, guys, you are in the calendar toolbox. You are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, everyone, please confirm that you are here. Now, let me explain to you. There are three categories of the calendar. The first category, which is in front of us right now, it is the global. Global means that the calendar which are kept here, they are highly useful for majority of the project. The schedule is suitable for majority of the project, and that's why they are selectively kept in the global. So who is keeping them in the global? Primavera administrator. So there will be a role in a big organization. Okay, so there will be a role called the Primavera administrator. So the administrator will be basically handling the users, giving them permission, giving them login, and backing up the database. And he will be making sure that the structure of the data is correct. So he's the guy who's going to put some calendars in the global So the global category is visible to the entire project manager, stakeholder. All the project managers in the company can see the global. So in the global, only those calendars will be kept which are very useful for majority, at least 3 to 4 projects can use. So if that is there, then that calendar may be brought into the global category, right? But when a calendar is not useful for more than one project, it is kept in the project category, right? You can select the project, you can create a calendar if that calendar is useful only for your project. Your project has a very specific and unique time which is not useful for any other project. So you create it in the project. So the calendar which is created under the project category will be visible only to you and your team. It will not be visible to any other project manager or project management team. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us look at the corporate calendar. This corporate calendar has been marked as the default. Now, what does the default mean? The default means that whenever you create a new project, this will be applied as a parameter to the new project to control the schedule of the project. Now, let us see that how many projects are using this calendar. So, guys, do you see this button here, used by? You see this?
Useful.
So, if
Yes.
you button, you will get a list of the project which are using this calendar. Click it, and you will see a list. So, guys, read what is mentioned on the top.
Projects.
Project using the standard full-time calendar, right? Now, let us do this thing. Let us make this list a little bit longer so you can see the names of the project. Guys, do you see such a large number of the projects are using this calendar? Do you see that? Right? Okay. Now you just click on this. Click this. Scroll down. So once you scroll down, so what you are going to see at the bottom, go to the bottom of this list. So guys, what is the name of the project?
Yeah, lesson 1.
Yes, so the project which you just created, your lesson 1, is also using this calendar, right? So that's why it is mentioned here. Now you close this list. Okay, close it. Click on the close button. Close this. Okay. Now let's go to the resource category. So you can see certain calendars which are having some people names, right? So what is the concept of the resource calendar? I will tell you. Listen to me carefully. If you have external consultant or external resources, those who are not full-time, and those who are not full-time, they might be working partial number of the days. Let's say that you have a resource, external quality consultant, who is working only 3 days a week. So he's working only 3 days a week. It means that his activity cannot be scheduled with the regular calendar, which is 6 days a week. So what we do if we want to schedule his activity? So we create a resource calendar, which is basically one-to-one calendar, one resource, one calendar. It is called resource personal calendar, right? Or personal resource calendar. So this calendar will be used to schedule the activities assigned to that resource. It will have the structure of the days according to the resource. Basically, the days on which he comes. Now, let's say that there is a calendar here. It says Frank. Now you select this, and after that you click on the used by. So guys, what do you see? You see only just one resource, right? So only one person is using this calendar because he has a unique, basically unique structures within the week, the days on he works, right? That's why. Okay, now you click on the close button here, click here, click the close. Now click on the global. Okay, is that clear? So what we have is global, useful for majority project specific to specific project, and resource calendar is for the resource, those who may not be working full time and they have a different timing from the regular time of the project. Now, this is the corporate standard full-time calendar. Now we are going to understand that what is the structure of this calendar. So guys, you click on the modify button. click on the modify button. So you can see the calendar, right? Global calendar corporate. So now you make sure that your left side radio button is on, right? Make sure that your
Yes.
left radio button is on. So once you have this on, so then you click on the time periods. Now we will understand that what is the definition of the time periods in this or in this calendar. See, the definition of the day will be 8 man-hours everywhere all over the world because that is the global acceptable standard, right? An organization can be 4 days a week, like in the example in the Netherlands, some parts of Japan, and in the UAE also, they are now having one of the Emirates is having the 4 days a week, right? But the man-hours per day will be always 8. Okay, just keep that fact in mind. So an organization can say that, okay, you guys can work 4 days a week, but the man-hours will be 8, and the man-hours per week will vary from organization to organization. Since this organization is 5 days a week organization, so 8 5 the 40, right? So they've got 40 man-hours as the definition for the working week. Now, what is the man-hours definition of the working month? It is 172. So guys, just do this thing in your calculator. You just do this thing 172 multiplied 170. No, sorry, 172 divided by 8. What is 172 divided by 8? So it is
21.5.
21.5, 21 and a half man days, right? 21 full man days and a half man day. That is what they expect a person to contribute to the company's work during the working month, right? So their working month is having that. Now, if you go to the man hours per year, this is the definition of their year in the man hours. So guys, what is 2000 divided by 8? What is 2000 divided by 8?
250.
250. So guys, how many days of the leave are there? So if you do this thing, if you say 365, okay, so 365, I don't know, just a moment, 365 minus, so 250. So how much is that?
One one five.
Right? Yeah. 365 minus 250 is equal to 115 is the non-work days in this organization, right? So I'm still trying to find this organization. Okay, fine. Now you click on the cancel. Now we will see that how the work week is structured. So you click on the work week here. So once you clicked on the work week, a work week template comes up. This is a template to set the days on and off during the week. So now let me explain to you. So how it is set? It is a very simple and easy to understand template. If you want to set a particular weekday as non-work, you put 0. Now, if you want to set a particular weekday as the work, you put here 8, right? Either the day is either 8 or 0. 8 means work and 0 means non-work. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So once you do the setting into this template, it will give a perpetual setting. Permanent setting means forever setting. So see, it's a computer, right? And it's running very powerful software. And you know, it can calculate thousands of years forward and backward, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So basically, whatever you set here, it is a perpetual setting, and if you continue to go ahead, so it goes beyond our lifetime. So it is quite useful for us. So we need that actually. So we need that facility, right? We don't have to compute the structure of the calendar, okay, ahead, and it is always going to sufficiently cover any project duration that we might have, right? So this is the template to set the weekday on and off. So after that, then we click on the cancel button. So click on the cancel because we are here to see, not change. Okay, so after we click on the cancel, now we would like to understand that what is the structure of the 8 hours. See, if you click on any working day, So you will see the work hours will be 8. But if you click on any non-work day, you will see it's 0, right? If you click on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's going to show 8 hours. And if you click on any non-work day, it's going to show 0. Now the thing is that how are we using the 8 hours, right? That is also very important to know. So then what do we do? Then we select the detailed work hours per day. Okay. So you click it. So you can see this is the structure of the day. So a day has, now you know, it has got a total of 24 hours. And you know, do you see this? This is called the bar for the 1 hour. So it is basically divided into 30 minutes. Why? Suppose if you want to have a starting time like 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, so you can use the first 30 minutes or the next 30 minutes. And if you want to have a closing time like 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, so you can use either the first bar or the next bar, right? But you cannot have any time in between, right? So guys, remember, in Primavera, the timing can be 8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m., 9 or 9:30 a.m. Closing time, for example, can be 5 p.m. or 5:30, but you cannot have any time in between, right? Is this clear? You cannot have any in between time. In between time is not there because you have to select the timing from the bar, right? Now, this is how the day is detailed. So you can see the first hour of the day is 0. And since the working time of this organization is starting from 8 a.m. and the ending time is here. So what is the ending time for this organization? It is 4 p.m. guys.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. So starting time 8 a.m. and the ending time is 4 p.m. Right? So basically it is the same structure for all the 5 days, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we know already there is no break time. You can see 8 man hours, but without any break. Right? Is that clear? Okay.
Sir, in
Now,
our bar, it's showing every like non-work only.
because you might have selected either Saturday or Sunday. If you click on the Saturday, you will see the
Okay.
dark bar.
Correct.
Right? So you
Correct. Got it.
the dark bar because your cursor is on the Saturday because it is displaying the structure for the kind of the day you are selecting. If you are selecting a working day, it will show you 8 man hours in the light color. And if you are selecting the non-work day, it will show you the entire 24 hours as the non-work, right? Okay. So this is how
Okay,
it
sir. Okay.
is giving you the detail of the day. Now, since we had come only to see this and understand the structure, so now that's been a good knowledge. So we click on the cancel. So we click on the cancel to get out of here. Now, are you sure you want to cancel changes? Yes, I'm here not to change anything at all. Okay. So after you have done that, so you can close it, close this thing. Okay, fine. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create our own calendar, right? So to create our own calendar, we go into the specification. So we go to the word. So in the words, the specification is mentioned. So we can go to the details of the document that we can create. So we launch the word and then we go into the Primavera notes, right? So guys, you don't have to launch the notes, you just watch it here, right? This is my whiteboard. So guys, just remember in project management, there are only two kind of days, the working time and the non-working time. So working time are the week, the non-working time is consisting of the regular weekends, monthly weekends, and the holidays. Now, regular weekends are those weekends which recur every week. Monthly weekends are those weekends which come once in a month. If an organization is 6 days a week, they might give an extra weekend once in a month. For example, you must have heard that some organization have the second Saturday as of, fourth Saturday as of, maybe, right? So these are called monthly weekends because they come once in a month and the holidays. So, you know, all these three, they are called the non-work time. Now, so let's take a break for 20 minutes. After that, we will come and we will create our calendar from the given specification, right? Okay, so during the break time, so the recording will be paused.
Yes, sir. It said the recording is started.
Very good. Okay, good. Now you share your screen. The Agnivesh, you share your screen.
Sir, a question first, can we check
Yes,
before?
yes. Now you ask your question. We can explain it better with a.
Yeah. Before I hand over to Agnivesh, can I share my screen quickly?
Oh, you want to share your screen? Yeah, sure. You can share
Yeah,
your screen.
otherwise, Agnivesh is also fine. You can get, if you can go to the admin preference, please.
Admin. Yeah, Agnivesh, you share your screen and let us go to the admin preferences. Okay. Yeah, definitely. We can do it.
If you
Okay.
go to admin preference on the top next to the tools, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Admin preference, yes, click on it. Go to the this is the duration. There is a Monday is fine. Here also we maintain the time somewhere 8 hours, 6. If you go to the data limits, no data time period, please, time period.
Time period. No. So
Yes,
basically,
sir.
we defining in man hours that what is the current organization's work standard. I mean, what is the work culture? How do they define their working times? So they define their working day, which is the global standard. So it is 8 man hours per day. Since the current organization is working 6 days a week, so it will have 48 man hours per week, and this is the man hours per. So this is the global definition of the working week, working month, and the working year in terms of man hours. That is the thing, right? So now,
Sir, yes, sir. After you.
now when we create a specific calendar, we can change there, but this is the global definition. So when I write here, say W, so what it will be interpreted as? It should be interpreted as the 48 man hours, right? Like that. So we will see it in a while once we implement the calendar. So we have to create and implement the calendar so to understand it better. Now
Okay.
let us look at the specification of the calendar here. So okay, so Agnivesh, you read. What is the specification here? Read it, all the lines. You read them one by one.
So it is the IS Indian Standard Time calendar specification, 6 days week, Monday to Saturday.
Go on.
8 man hour.
And eight man hours per working day. That is 48 man hours per working week. That is 192 man hour per working month. And that is 2,344 man hour per working year.
So why are we adding that extra 40? This one, why are we basically adding this extra 40 here?
Because
What
the
is
fifth
Extra
Saturday.
Saturday is coming soon.
Saturday.
Every year now I'll just show it to you because now I have access to the system calendar. Now, if you look at the month of the October 2024, look at the month of the November. Guys, look at the month of the November. Look at the Saturday column. How many days it has? Saturdays are 5, right? In the month of the November. Now, let me go to the next month in the calendar, which might be somewhere in the next year. So you can see the March. March is having 5 days, right? 5 Saturdays, and you can see the May is also having the 5 Saturdays, right? And if you go to the month of the August is having 5 Saturdays, right? And similarly, if you looked at the entire year, so there will be a total of 5 months, right? You see the month of the November next year, it has got 5 Saturdays. So every year has a different combination of the 5 months, which are having the fifth Saturday, right? The combination could be different in every year. Okay, the month could change from year to, but definitely you will find 5 months which is having the fifth Saturday. That's why we are adjusting here, right? Now we are going to tell that what is the breakup of the 8 man hour per day. So this is the breakup. Now you read this.
And the shift details are first shift from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is 4 man hours. And
Yes.
lunchtime from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. That is 1 hour. And the second shift is from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. 4 man hours.
Correct. So basically the working time is called man hour, whereas the non-working time is just called 1 hour. Now, what is the last line saying?
And the holiday as declared by the company.
Yeah. So basically, the company is taking the holidays from the list of the holidays declared in the country, right? It derives from the country. Okay. Now keep this structure in mind. We are going to create it. If we don't remember, we can come back here. So I hope that we will generally remember this structure while creating the new calendar. Now move over to the Primavera. Okay, switch to the Primavera. Now in the Primavera, to create a calendar, so we click on the calendar tool. So guys, you are all here. So we will go step by step from here. Guys, are you all in the calendar tool?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So after here, you are in the calendar tool. You click on everybody click on the add button. Add. So you will see a pop-up box. So I bring the pop-up box here. So I'll drag it here toward the center, and I would like you to read this text. Read the text on the top.
Select calendar to copy from.
Yeah, why is it saying calendar to copy from? It saves your time. It saves you from mistake. So basically, you will select a calendar which is very near to the structure of your target calendar. Your target calendar is IST. So I think if you select the corporate calendar, which is 5 days a week, it will be very quick and easy to modify, right? Is that clear? So you select the corporate. After you select the corporate calendar, you click on the green button to make the selection, and here you have got a new calendar. Now you replace here the text to write IST. Okay. You write here IST and you press enter. So once you press enter, it will get sorted, right? It will get sorted according to the alphabet, right? Now, since we want to use this calendar very frequently, so you can mark it as the default calendar. Okay. Default. So default is a convenience. It's not a rule, right? Okay. So guys, you are done up to here. Did you create the copy? And did you mark it as the default?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to modify this calendar because it's a copy, right? We are going to modify to make it 6 days a week. Now click on the modify button. So once you click on the modify button, you will get the name, the global calendar IST. Now, first of all, make sure that you have selected the radio button on the left side. So guys, please set the radio button on the left side. Did you select it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the time periods. Click on the time periods. So after you clicked on the time periods, so we are going to define the working day as 8 man hours, which is correct. But in this case, the working week will be 48 man hours. So you write here 48. You write here 48, and then the working man hours per week will be how much? 48
192.
before is 192. So you write here the definition of the man hours per month as 192, and then you write the definition of the man hours per year. We had already decided that how much is that?
1400.
344.
Correct. So you write here 2344 is the man hours per year. That is the definition of the year. So, we define in any project management software, not only in the Primavera, we define the working day, working week, working month, and the working year in terms of the total man hours, which is expected from a worker in that organization, right? So that according to the working procedure and culture. Now click on the OK. So after we clicked on the OK, the definition is complete. Now we are going to set the working and non-working day template. So in this template, we want the Saturday to be the working day. So instead of the 0, we put here 8. Right? We put here 8 and Saturday becomes a work day. Now click on the OK. You will see that the Saturday is now on. So it is called the standard. And the non-work is called that is represented with the dark gray color, right? Now we have the definition of the 8 hours. Okay. So this 8 hours is here. Now we are going to define the details, right?
Alaba.
So, this is the detailed breakup of the per day, but we have to set it for 6 days at once. So what do? We click on the work week. So basically, you remember the 6 work days have to be the same structure, right? So we select the 6 days at once. So we click on the Monday, we press the shift, then we click on the last day, and all the 6 days will be selected. I'll tell you a better way to do it. See, guys, please see how to do it. First, you click on the Monday, then you press the shift button and keep it pressed. Then you click on the last, that is the Saturday. Instantly, all the 6 days will be selected. You can do it in the activities, you can do it in the Excel also. It works in the same manner. So do it again. So Agnivesh, you press the shift button, then you click on the Saturday, right? No, again, you are doing the wrong thing. You are not listening to me, ma'am. Press the shift button, click on the Saturday directly. Don't click one by one. Like that. Now, is this clear? Okay, so that will help you make larger selections quickly. Now, guys, basically the working structure of the day, that the structure of the day is like this. The working day starts at 9. You see that 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. is the lunchtime, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the working time once again. So it means that the entire 8 a.m. should be non-work. So guys, what do? First, we select the first 30 minutes, then we press the shift button. Then we click on the second slab, right? Do you see that both of them are selected? They give a very faint yellow glow. Okay, it's very difficult to notice, but I've selected actually both the columns. Okay, so after both the columns are selected, you click on the non-work, and you will see that both the columns will be marked as non-work. Right? Did you note that? Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we do the same thing for the 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. is here. So you select the entire 1 p.m., press the shift button, and then you click on the right side also, and then you click on the non-work. So the entire 1 p.m. will be marked as non-work. Right? Is that clear? Okay. Now to mark the next 4 hours as the work, you select the 16, press on the shift button, and then you click on the ending of the 5 p.m. So here you click on this lab, keep the shift pressed, click here. Now you click on the work, you will see the 2 hours will be marked as the work in the white color. Could you get that, guys? Could you do it?
Yes, yes.
Varun, Gangadhar, Yaya?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I can
sir.
do it.
Huh? Okay, so basically press the shift button, then you can select multiple cells, right? You can go over the multiple rows, multiple cells. So basically what we are telling the Primavera, that according to the structure of the day, the working will start at 9 a.m. At 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. there will be break time, and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. so that will be the working time. So the ending time of the organization at this point on the last lab, actually this is the 6 p.m. right? Is this clear? This point is the 6 p.m. Okay, so after you got this, then you click on the OK button. So guys, we are going to check whatever you do in the calendar, you should check. I'm inculcating this habit onto you. So guys, look at the Monday. Is it correct? Is the structure of the Monday correct or not?
Yeah, it's correct.
Correct. So I'm putting a tick mark here, right? Now check the Tuesday. So Agnivesh, click on the Tuesday. On the right side, you check. Is it correct? Wednesday. Okay. Thursday, okay. Friday, okay. Saturday also okay. Sunday, click on the Sunday. Sunday is also okay, right? So guys, why I'm insisting on this? Because I'll tell you the truth, the bitter truth. I've got 3-4 students, some years back, they told me that sir, after the training, not before the training, they told me that you are insisting on this because we made a mistake in the schedule. Out of the 4, not in the same companies, but from different companies and different time of the incidents. So one of the guys was fired from the job, from the scheduler job, and 3 of them, they were shifted from the scheduling job to the site. It's a very embarrassing situation, and it is professionally very harsh. But a company cannot take a chance with the wrong schedule, because what happens that you have got big equipments, large number of people, you schedule the man and machine, but the material has not arrived. You schedule the man and material, but the machine has not been scheduled correctly, right? So scheduling you should take very seriously, right? So it's a serious job, as serious as the job of a pilot, right? So you must take it seriously. No company will take a chance with you. So after you have done this, see, basically what happens that if you make the calendar correct, it will be correct for thousands of activities. But if you make the calendar incorrect, it will create a wrong schedule for thousands of activities. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So be very careful. You should do a cross check before you click on the OK. Now you click on the OK. We can now trust that it is correct. And this calendar is created. Now we click on the close button. Okay.
Sir, we should add the holidays as well, no?
Later, one by one, one by one. Yes. I like your curiosity to learn things. That's good, but step by step. Now come to the projects. So after we come to the project, so we click on the table button here to hide the Gantt chart, and then we click on the detail to get the detail window. So guys, make sure that your lesson 1 is selected, right? Make sure that your cursor is on the lesson 1. So after you have selected the lesson 1, then you go to the default tab below. Select the default tab. So currently the calendar which is controlling the project schedule is the corporate. So we want to replace the corporate with the IST calendar, right guys? So you click here. Then from the pop-up, you select the IST. Okay, select the IST and click on the selection button. So everybody please confirm that you have selected the IST.
Yes, yes.
Varun, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Biswanath?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm done.
Done. Okay, very good. And Yaya, you have done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now, this calendar, I will tell you that what happens. See, when we implement this calendar, so the activities which are created after this point, they will have the IST. The previous activity will continue to have the calendar being scheduled from the previous calendar, right? So now you come to the activities tab here. Okay. Okay. Now after you come to the activities tab, let us do this thing first. Let us set the time scale to the daily scale. Now you click on the minus button till you start seeing the daily scale single day, right? Single day in single letter. Once more. Yes, single day, single letter, right? So we have the week and the day. So what we can do, so we can adjust it like this, right? So we bring it here. Now we have to save the schedule. So all this while we created the schedule, but we did not save it. To save the schedule, so what do we do? So we click on this button, save as, save layout as, layout. So you write the layout name as activities layout by, then you write your name. Activities layout by, then you write your name. So just hold the screen here. So guys, just check. You have to save the layout, because if you don't save the layout, there is a very good chance that next time you come up, so you might not see the display as your format, right? You're basically saving the screen format. Then you click on the save button. You click on the save. So once you clicked on the save button, then what happens? The layout is displayed here. Okay. So now let's come to the main point. So main point, what we are trying to see is that when we add a new calendar, what happens? So guys, how the calendar is inherited in the Primavera. So the calendar is inherited in the Primavera in 3 stages, right? So, you know, these are the boxes. So let me first complete the diagram. So on the top, there is the calendar which is set as the enterprise default, right? So enterprise default calendar. So enterprise default calendar is usually set by the Primavera administrator. So when you create a new project, so from the enterprise default, it becomes the project default, right? So the project default is automatically inherited, but it can be changed by you as you have done right now. From the project default, it comes to the activities calendar, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So right
Okay.
now, what we have done that we have changed the project default to the IST. Okay. Now what's going to happen? What do you expect to see when you create a new activity? Just see that. Now you click on the add. Click on the add. Now press enter. You will press enter. Now let me show you because the data is a little bit out of the way. So let me shrink the activity name and let me shrink this partition a little bit toward the right. So guys, do you see that the IST calendar is now controlling the schedule, right? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So this IST is now being applied on the new activity. The previous activity is still being scheduled with the corporate calendar, right? That won't change for a while until you change it. Now, what happens is that if you look there carefully, the IST calendar is creating a schedule. If you look at the Gantt bar or the activity timeline, you can see it is starting on the Monday and finishing within the same week, right? And whereas in the corporate, since it's a 5-day week calendar, it is going from the Monday to Monday. It's going to the next Monday, right, guys? Is that clear? But in the when you apply the IST, it is basically starting on Monday and finishing within the same week by Saturday, the 6 days activity. Now, let us look at the timing. So, guys, if you look carefully at the timing, it says 8 a.m. But in the calendar, if you remember, we had set the timing at 9 a.m. Do you remember that, guys?
Yes, sir.
Then the mystery is that why is it 8 a.m. and why not 9 a.m.? So, guys, you remember when you had created the project date, start date of the project, you had mentioned 8 a.m. So, remember that in Primavera, this thing happens. Maybe it doesn't happen in any other software because many of the students, they are coming from the MS project. So, they have some views. They have some views from their use of the MS project. So, I don't want you to get confused. The thing is that in Primavera, if you are using or changing the calendar, you are using the calendar with a different time. So you have to change the time in the project start date also to match it up with the new calendar. So in the new calendar that we are going to use right now, the timing is from 9 a.m. So what we do, we delete this activity, right? Then we will set the project time and then we will come back again. So guys, to delete the activity, you have to click on the delete button, which is the big cross button. Yes, delete it. Okay, now let us come to the project detail. So once you come into the project detail, so you can set the timing of the project by going into the dates tab. So once you are in the dates tab, you click on this button and you up scroll the time until you get 9 a.m. So once you get 9 a.m., so guys, please look at the demo screen. So did you change it? Did you change it to 9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Click on the select button, click on the select. So once you click on the select, the 9 a.m. is going to show up here. So please confirm that you have changed the project plan start time to 9 a.m. The date, of course, is still the 1st September. Now come to the activities tab. Okay, so once you come to the activities tab, then you add a new activity. So go to the right side and click add. And then you press enter. So guys, once you press enter, you see that the time is now corrected, right? It is now 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? So the calendar is now Indian Standard Time. So you can see the activity is basically starting at and finishing at 6
9
p.m.
o'clock.
Yeah, correct. Now we create one more activity, click on the plus button and you enter in the duration column 4 hour, 4H. Always use small letters, right? 4H. Now you create another activity, then you enter 1 hour. I mean 5 hours, sorry. You write here 5 hours. Now Now, tell me, guys, if you enter a 4 hour activity, it is finishing at 1 p.m. But if you're entering just 1 hour extra, why is it finishing at 3 p.m.? Why not 2 p.m.? Because it is just 1 hour extra. Think of it.
Lunchtime,
Lunchtime,
1 hour.
including lunchtime.
Absolutely correct. Very good. Now you guys are thinking like a project manager. The project manager thinks of schedule. He thinks of constraints. He thinks of the working time, non-working time. He thinks of the resource units. He thinks of the money, right? So he uses his past experience and knowledge to create the plan, manage the plan, and finish the project within the given constraints. So your thinking is developing. Now you're able to understand that the calendar has the 1 hour break within the schedule. So that is why when you enter 5 hour, the calendar structure is making it finish at 3 p.m., not at 2 p.m. Now you enter one more activity and you enter the duration as 20 hours. So you write here 20H. So guys, what happens when you enter 20 hours? It is converting into 2 man days and 4 man hours. So it is doing the basic division with 8 man hours. So it is doing like this. See this. You have done this already. You know it. So 8 is the man hour per day and 20 is the man hour you entered. So what it does? So the 4 hour is the remainder and the 2 days is the dividend, right? So it does like that. So every duration which you enter will be converted into man hours, and the man hours will be divided with 8 man hours, which is representing 1 man day. So let me write this explicitly for you. 8 man hours is equal to 1 man day, right? So guys, will you remember this fact? 8 man hours equal to 1 man day.
Yes.
So what is the man day? Man day means 8 man hours. The duration of a day which can be worked by a man, because a man cannot work 24 hours. So the definition of a man day says, as per the international standards, the global standard established in the civilized world after the World War II, it is 8 man hours. Right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Sir, sorry for interruption. I'm just confusing with when we enter 5 hours, original duration, it's taking this one, no? How it is, sir? I confused.
Yeah,
you are confused about what? You're confused about the
Yeah,
we,
we entered 5 hours now.
we
Original
entered.
duration.
So look at the finish time. So what is the 3 p.m.? So you're confused about why it is not 2 p.m. and why it is 3 p.m. So someone told you, no? Two guys told that it is due to the lunch time, the break time, which is mentioned in the calendar structure, right? So you were not creating the calendar yourself.
Yeah, I've created, but
So
I'm confused about it's taking one like that, no? Original duration.
original duration, what like? I'm not able to get your question clearly. Please explain.
Sir, we entered 5 hours, no? In the original duration.
Yeah, we entered 5 hour like this, 5H, right? So then what?
Yeah.
So what is the reason? It is still 5 hours only.
In my calendar, it's taking for 4 hours. It's taking one.
And then for 5, what is the finish time? I'm
For
asking
5,
for 5 hours. When you enter 5 hour, what is the finish time in your activity? Finish date?
same date only.
No, time. Finish time. What is the finish time?
From the 9 o'clock plus 4 hours we should add, is it?
All right, man, you ask a question. When I ask a question, you give me a straight answer. So look at the demo screen. Look at this.
Okay.
The demo screen, it is 3 p.m. So what is your time for this activity of the 5 hours? What is the finish time? Time. AM,
3 o'clock. 3
Huh?
o'clock.
So
PM.
so you are confused that why is it jumping from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. for just one hour extra? Don't you understand that in the calendar there is a break time? You created the calendar yourself. You created the calendar yourself. Did you put a break time? on the
Yes, sir.
schedule of
1 hour.
that is why, man. So that what you have to understand. You are an engineer. You understand a lot of complex things, complex structures, complex calculations. You do. What is your engineering background?
Be civil, sir.
Oh, civil. So no civil engineer. One of the civil engineer, he told me that if I'm creating a 20-story building and if I do the soil testing, I will calculate the sinking rate of the building. I will put some extra height. Even I can understand those things. What is the sinking rate? Do you understand the sinking rate of a building? If the soil is soft, it's going to sink every year by 1 inch. So, if the building is to last 50 years, they are going to put 50 inches extra in the height. Right? So basically, this is very simpler as compared to those things of the engineering. Here you have a break time. So when you enter 5 hours, the calendar is doing the schedule. The calendar says that the 5 hours of the work will be completed at 3 p.m. If I give you 5 hours of the work, will you not go for lunch?
Okay.
After lunch,
9.
between 1 to 2, you will take lunch. You will say that, boss, I will finish 4 hours up to 1 p.m. I'll go for lunch. After lunch, I will finish from 2 to 3 p.m. Is it clear now?
Okay, sir. 1 hour will be calculated after the lunch. So that
Yeah.
it is 3 p.m.
Yeah,
Okay.
please take a cup of coffee.
Okay, sorry, sir. Okay.
I
Got
think
it,
you
sir.
are
Sorry.
not sleep well. That's why I tell everybody, guys, sleep well, sleep well, sleep well. The brain is the most powerful computer and calculator. Okay, use it. You're engineers. You cannot make a mistake in this. In the engineer, if you make such a mistake in the calculation, it can be very drastic on the site. It can have a drastic result. If you miscalculate the capacity of a crane to carry the weight, and you put the crane of the wrong capacity or under capacity to do the work. You can imagine it has happened. I have seen that. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm IT engineer. And if people fail to calculate the load of the bus server, the entire national stock exchange crashes. The entire airline system crashes. Right? We can't have that as engineers. We must be very good in logic and maths. These are the two things we must always keep on our fingertips and be alert. Okay, that is very much required for PM. PM means proactive manager, not passive manager, right? Okay, now guys, we enter the another activity, then we will see that what is the effect. Okay, so we click on the plus button to add another activity, and now we are going to write 1W. 1W is to represent 1 week. So as you enter 1W, the Primavera is converting into 6 days. Why? Because in the Primavera, so basically, it's a project management software for handling large projects. So you've got people coming from all different kind of background. Someone is coming from 4 days a week, 5 days a week, 6 days a week. And if you write here week, someone might perceive that it might be 4 days of work. Someone might be confused. Oh, 1 week means, oh, 5 days for me. Another person say, oh, 1 week means 5.5 days. Another person will say, okay, so 1 week means 6 days, right? So different people will have different perception of the week. So basically what the Primavera does, so Primavera says that week and month, they are just collection of man days. It is immediately converting the week into 6 man days, right? That is why it is, if you write week, it will convert into 6 man days. That is the definition, because the day is the atomic unit of time. It cannot be misunderstood. But whereas the week can be considered as 4 days or 5 days or 6 days or 5.5 days or the 7 days also. Now you enter another activity. Click here, click this, and you write here 1MO to represent 1 month. Small letters. So guys, did you note something? It immediately converted the 1 month into 24 man days, right? Just to kill the ambiguity. So nobody should be confused. So in your mind, you can have 1 month as 30 days, immediately tells you, no man. In this calendar, the 1 month is a collection of 24 man days. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now guys, if you look at this, you entered here 24 days, but why is it finishing on the 27th of the September? Think of it. And why not the
Sundays.
Yeah, so you have got the non-working days in between. So it is jumping over the non-working days to complete the 24 days of the work. So the work days are 24. So to complete the 24 work days, so it is calculating like this: 6 days, 6 days here, 6 days here, and 6 days here. So it is completing 24, right? So guys, so basically the number of the calendar days will increase due to the number of the non-working days it has to interact, or it has to basically intersect with. So this activity is intersecting with 3 non-working days. So due to which it is going to the 27th of the September, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now let me tell you one more thing. So guys, if you're seated in a meeting, I will tell you I made a mistake many years ago. So you can get better. You should not repeat my mistake. So one of the stakeholder asked me, and what is the finish date of this activity? I told him the date. Now what happened that later, the date of the project was shifted, and when it shifted to another date, and there was a different month in the calendar, and the finish date also shifted. So that person was hankering that, you had told me that this activity will finish on the 20th, and now you are saying it will finish on the 25th. I told him that this month has got more non-work days. Right? Do you understand? So guys, can you just imagine if you put this activity on the month of the October, and everybody knows that in the month of October in India, we have got the maximum number of the holidays in every state. Is that clear? So then what's going to happen? If you put the 24 days activity on 1st of October, is it going to finish on the 27th of the September? I'm sure no. It might even go to the month of the November, right? Is that clear? So basically what you should do in such meetings, meeting, you should clearly say that, sir, according to our engineering, we need 24 working days or 24 man days. So that is the engineering days. But the finish date will be calculated when I enter the date of the project and when I create the proper calendar, right? So once you create the proper calendar and when you enter the activity according to that calendar, whatever finish date is calculated, then you should send after the proper calculation. So don't send any calculation in a hurry, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So how the calendar works? Basically, the calendar number of the days will be much more greater than the engineering duration. Engineering duration is 24 days, but the calendar duration is 27 days, and the finish date might even increase if you have more non-working days intersecting with the activity. Okay. Now let's do this thing. Let's enter another activity here. So this time you type here. So you type here 1y, okay? 1y. So once you type here 1y, it calculates 293 man days. Now, how it is doing that, I'll just tell you. So you guys just stay here. Let me show you something. So I go to the IST calendar, click on the modify, click on the time periods. Now, if you look that, so guys, what is 48 divided by 8? What is 48 man hours divided by 8? It's 6 man days, right? Similarly, if you divide 192 man hours by 8, so how many man days you get? 24 man days, right? Similarly, if you divide 2,344 man hours by 8 man hours, so how many man days you get?
293.
93.
So this is what is happening. So this is what the Primavera is doing. So Primavera is looking at the definition of the man hours for every week, every month, every year, which is entered by you. Then based upon that, it is converting into man days, right? Is that thing clear? Okay. So after that, you click on the OK button. Click on the OK. So after that, you click on the OK. Okay. Then click on the close button. Okay. So this is how it works. So basically, this is how the scheduling it works. So the calendar is creating the schedule. Now, guys, let us do this thing. You go to this cell and double click. A pop-up will come. Go to the first activity and go into the calendar column. Now you change the calendar to IST. You now from the pop-up you select the IST and click on the green plus button to apply. So guys, instantly you will see the schedule has changed. The moment you change the calendar, you will see the start time has changed, the finish time has changed. And if you looked at the activity bar, its activity bar has become short and it is now finishing in the same way. Did you note that, guys? Did you note that it is now finishing within the same week? So because it is being scheduled with the IST calendar. So according to the corporate calendar, so since the corporate calendar is a 5 days a week, so 6 days activity is finishing on Monday. But in this case, since as soon as you change the calendar, so it means what? So guys, it means that the schedule is created with calendar, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now let us do this further. So I'm going to teach you something new, which is called fill down. Okay. So guys, first of all, you go to this activity A1000 and change the name to task. You just write here TASK in small letters, all small, TASK.
Task and task one.
Yeah, task and press enter. Okay. Now you press the shift button with your left hand and keep it pressed.
Okay.
Everybody press the shift button and keep it pressed, and then you select the last activity within the activity name column. Click here and all the rows will be selected. So guys, you have the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Now there is a button on the right side. You click on this button and you will come to know what happens. It is called a fill down button. So what does the fill down do? It fills down the value taken from the top row in all the rows, right? Fill down. Is this clear?
Yes.
It works for you, Viswanath, Yaya, Varun?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir. Yes.
Yes,
Now we will do the fill down from in between row. Now you go to this cell and you click here on the sixth day for 1140. Then you press the shift button and then you click on the last row. Now you click on the fill down once again and you will see the value taken from the first row will be taken to the rows, which is the selection. Now we do the same thing here. So first you click on this cell, that is the IST, and then you click on the last row, pressing the shift. So this is the range of the rows which will be updated. Now you click on the fill down. So guys, what do you see? So it changed the calendar, and instantly once the calendar changed, the scheduling also changed. Did you note that? Now all the 6 days activity, they are starting and finishing within the same week. So it means that the schedule is created by calendar, right? So let me show you the diagram, the flow chart, that how the schedule is created by the calendar so that we can understand it permanently. So let me draw some boxes. So this is the original duration column, then it goes there and then it comes here. Okay. Now let me show you that how it works. First we enter the data, then this is processed here, and then from here the outcome is created. This is the outcome, it goes here. Now let me write the labels. Now this is coming from your expert judgment. So there is something called expert judgment. So I believe that people, those who have done PMP, they understand the meaning of this, but I will explain to you. Then the duration. So the duration goes to the calendar plus scheduling program. So what you get on the top is a schedule. So guys, so in the schedule, what you get is a start date and a finish date, right? Let me mark it with the red color. So you get a start and a finish date. Now, expert judgment. So, guys, what is the expert judgment? So, basically, when you work in a particular industry, after some time, when you are fresher, you are an engineer, a site engineer. So, after some time, what happens? You have seen the life cycles of multiple projects. So, when you have seen the life cycles of multiple projects, so then what happens? Right? Okay. So basically, what happens that in every industry, we know that if this is an activity type, so once we go through experience, so we remember that how much time is taken by each activity. So every engineer knows within his own domain. So through his experience, through his industrial knowledge, through his degree, and through his organizational training, industrial training, and some standards book, and from we also know it from the basically from the subject matter experts, right? Is this clear? So we apply our expert judgment to determine, because some people mistakenly think that if they write the activity name in the Primavera, so it will automatically write the duration. No, guys, that is not the true statement. That is not the fact. The fact is that you should be experienced enough, you should be knowledgeable enough to determine the duration of the activity, right? When you write the activity, you should use your expert judgment to put in the correct duration. So nearly correct duration is fine. Now what happens, this duration is combined with the calendar and processed by the scheduling program to create the schedule. So guys, what is the schedule? Look at the top. What are the components?
Start and finish.
Start date and finish date.
Yeah, start date and the finish date, right? So is that clear? The start date and the finish date, that is the schedule. So the schedule is created according to the calendar. If you change the calendar, so you will see the scheduling will change, right? See this, guys. So if I go to the corporate, if I go to this calendar cell and I select the corporate, so what happens? Look at the timing. The timing changes. So if I change the calendar once again and I select IST, so it is scheduled according to the IST. So basically, what is the statement? The statement we said that schedule is created with calendar, right? Is that clear, guys? Do you agree with this statement that the calendar is creating the schedule?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
different calendar means different schedule, right? So the duration still remains the same, but different schedule will be created. The starting time date will be changed. So this is the process. Will you remember this flow chart? How it works? So don't be under any mistaken belief that if you write the activity name, the duration will be automatically entered by the Primavera. That is not possible yet. If that happens in the future, then you and me, we both of us will be jobless, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now let us do this thing for once. So let us refresh the data. So guys, first you save the data, then you refresh the data. Save it so that it goes into the server and you refresh it, because if any changes are there in the server, you can see that, right? So now everything looks okay. Now I'm pausing for any question, guys. Any doubt and question you have? Okay, if you don't have any doubts or question, let us close the lesson. How do we close the lesson? By closing the project, because each of the project is a lesson, right? Okay, so you press here Control W. And you click yes. Okay, so once you have clicked, so you will see on the top, no current project is there in the memory. Okay, and the activity tab is gone. So now what we will do that for the rest of the lessons, we will be using the copy from lesson number 1. So guys, let us look at what is the lesson number 2. The lesson number 2 is about, it says schedule is adjusted by critical path and the holidays. Now let us create this lesson. So guys, what we will do, we will place our cursor on the lesson 1. Okay, now you press Control C and Control V on the same spot. Press Control C for copy and Control V. V for victory. So it will have the paste. Guys, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let me explain to you. There are three boxes which will come like this, but we have to suppress these boxes for the next time. So what do? You select this checkbox. Then click OK and OK. And another box will come. Okay, and you suppress this box also. Do not show this dialog. Okay, and you click on the OK, another box will come. So click on this checkbox to suppress the box. Click OK. Now you have got the lesson number 2. Do you see that the -2 is automatically generated? Now you write here critical path and holidays, right? Write the new lesson name as the new project name, critical path and holidays. So we are going to learn about that. Okay. Okay. Now what do? You open this lesson. You right click and open, and you will see a copy of the lesson number 1 only. So guys, do you have this copy? So now we are playing smart. So what we are doing, that we are taking a copy of the lesson number 1 to basically to avoid typing a lot, right? So we want. Now in the lesson number 2, we do not require the time component, nor we require the calendar column. So there are two things we want to remove from here. We want to remove the time component and we want to remove this column, right? So first of all, let us remove the time component. So to remove the time component, so what do? We click on the button user preferences. Okay, so guys, you click on this button. Now, once you clicked on the user preferences, you select the dates. So after you selected the dates, then you select do not show time. Okay. So guys, did you select do not show time?
Yes, sir.
Now click the close button. You will see the time will be hidden. You will see only pure date. Okay. Now let us hide this column. You right click here and go to the column tool. So in the column tool, you select the calendar column and you remove it. Okay. So guys, do you see that where it goes back? It goes back into the general group. So in case you want to get this column, calendar column once again, so you can go to the general group, or if you don't remember, so what do? You search for the spelling, right? So keep those facts in mind. Okay. Okay. Click on the OK button. So after you clicked on the OK, you will see that the screen has some space. So what do? You recover the space, right? You reduce the size of the start column. You reduce the size of the finish column. And then you bring the middle partition, the vertical partition a little bit towards the data boundary, right? So that you can use the maximum screen, right? So you have got all the space for the columns and you have given the right space to the Gantt chart also. Since you made changes in the layout, so it is useful to save this layout. So click on the save button. So this is to save the current structure of the screen, right? Okay, great. Now to understand the critical path, so I'm sure many of you know what is the definition of the critical path. So guys, I'm going to teach you the critical path not by the definition, but by the observation. You are all engineers, and engineers should have a keen sense of observation. If you observe, so then you will be able to design the right solution, right structures, right? Now, what do? You go to the last activity here, 1200, and change the duration to 12 days and observe what happens on the Gantt chart. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 12 days. So guys, did you observe a change in the Gantt chart?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what changed? The change is that the timeline of this activity, it expanded. And along with that, the project timeline also expanded to match the longest activity. Did you note that? The project timeline at the top. So what we can say safely that the project is basically the duration of the project is being derived from the longest activity, right? You can see it here practically. See, if you looked at the 12 days is now in the project and the finish date of the project is also the same as this longest activity. Did you note that, guys? Okay. Now let us do it for another task. You go to the 1100 and you change the duration to 18 days. 1 8 8 18. Now once again, what is happening? This 18 days is going to the project. The finish date is going to the project and the length of the activity timeline. So it makes the project timeline also longer, right? So the duration of the project is staying equal to this activity, right, guys? Is that obvious? It's on the picture, right? Okay. Now, what is this date on the end? See, this green line is this blue line is what? Start date, right? Okay. But there is a finish timeline also. So, guys, so this becomes the finish timeline, the red timeline on the right side. Is that clear? Now, what happens that what the project managers will do in the earlier days. So once they completed and corrected the plan, they have to correct and complete plan. So what they will do, they will take a pen and they will mark the longest activity with a red color like this. And they will call it the critical path. Okay. So this will be the critical path. So I'll write it in short. C dot P. Okay. Critical path. Now, why they would call it the critical path? It is a very logical thing. I'm going to ask you something. So you listen to me carefully and then answer. Suppose if a person is working on the activity number, say 1100, on this activity, and suddenly he takes 1 day leave in the middle of the activity, is it going to delay the project? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So what will be the new finish date of the project if the person takes 1 day leave? So guys, first of all, you check what is the current date of the finish date of the project.
20 September.
So if this person takes 1 day leave, so what will be the new finish date of the project?
22 September.
22 September. Excellent, excellent, guys. Very good. This is what I want, a change in your thinking. Because normally people will say, like the school children calculation, 21st. No, 21st is a Sunday. You can see clearly. This man, this Henry Gantt, right? So he gave us this, this beautiful representation of the times in 1910, right? So it is right in front of you. We are using software and the software is creating the diagram. These diagrams before the advent of the graphical computers, this would be created by hand. People will do the computation in the Primavera. It was not graphical based, and they will take the data and they will create create the Gantt chart with the critical path marked with the red sketch pen, right? So then they will tell their guys, never ever delay on these activities, right? If the critical path activity is delayed, then our promise looks bad. Because the PM is also the promise manager. He makes a promise, right? So he has to look good on the promise, right? So the critical path is having 0 gap. So that's why it can delay the promise date of the project as it is made to the client. Because you are the PM. PM also means promise manager. So basically the contract is a written promise to the client. Right or wrong, guys?
Yes, sir. Right.
Contract is a written promise which says we will finish your project by this particular date. That is the first promise. Second promise, we will create a product with your quality acceptance criteria. Second promise. Third promise is that we will finish the project within the promised price. Right? Because majority of the projects in this world, they are called fixed bid project. Right? Is this clear? Fixed bid. So you bid upon a fixed amount of the money, and if you agree to that, then the client will award a contract to you, and your company gets to do that work, right? So three promises. The first is the foremost promise, first and greatest and the foremost promise. We will finish your project on the promised date. So you cannot exceed this date because this promised date is right now it is 20. If you go beyond that, you look bad on your promise. There might be penalty issues as well, right? Okay. Now this is the critical path. So this should be in the red color. So why does the Primavera is not showing that in the red color? That is the question. So guys, does this question come to your mind? Why the longest
Yes,
path is not being shown? Because in the beginning, the Primavera, the default setting of the Primavera, it is manual setting. I'll tell you why. So let's go back to the year 1983. When the Primavera was released, there were no graphical computers and the computers were not multitasking. So what do I mean? That you could load only one software at a time. If you wanted to work on the typing, you will load a software called WordStar. WordStar is a predecessor of Word. If you wanted to you finish the typing, you took the printout, you would exit the WordStar, and then you wanted to work on the spreadsheet. There was another software called Lotus 123. So you would load Lotus 123. So did any of you hear these names? Lotus 123 or the WordStar?
Yeah, Lotus
no,
was
sir.
developed by IBM. Oh, the words are I have not heard.
You have not heard of the WordStar. So basically, I have used the WordStar. I used a computer for the first time. I got to see and use a computer. I will tell you the year. So that year was like 1988. Okay, I got to see. So you could load only one program, and all the data was done in the batch process. Suppose you wanted to create a project plan, you will enter the activities, you will set the relationship, you will set the duration, and then you will press the scheduling button. So after that, the schedule dates will be created, right? You will fill the activity name, the ID will be generated. So basically, the ID will be generated automatically by the Primavera, but you have to enter activity name and duration, and you have to set the calendar. So after you enter the activity, you press the process button, it will calculate the schedule and it will calculate the float column. So you will take this data, and according to the data, you will draw the Gantt chart. So, this is how it worked. Okay, is this clear? So let's say that we have just entered the data and we want to process the data to calculate the Gantt chart or the scheduling or the critical path. Now there is a button here. So guys, look at this button. It looks like a clock. So you click that button. So guys, did you get this box, schedule box?
Yes, sir.
So guys, everyone please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Gangadhar, you are here. Biswanath, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now in this box, you will see the button called the schedule. You click this button. I mean, press this button. So once you press it, what happens? It calculates the schedule. So this is how it worked. In the earlier computers, there was no multitasking. So the computers, they computed after you entered a batch of data. After one batch was entered, you press the compute button, schedule button, then it would compute. So this is how they work. They did not compute in real time. So what happened that after some time, the computers, they became, basically they got new CPUs, multitasking CPUs, then the graphical operating system came like the Windows, then the Primavera also released the graphical version of the Primavera, which could basically create the Gantt chart on the right side, all those things, they became automatic, right? Now, let us do this thing one more time. You go to the last activity and you make the duration as 18. Let's say you entered the next batch of the data. 18. Make it as 18. So do you see in the next batch also, it will not be automatically processed, even though it is equal to the critical path, but it will not be marked as the critical path unless you process the data. So let us do it one more time in manual mode. So you click on the schedule button here and click on the schedule. So if you clicked on the schedule, then it will calculate. It will say that it is the critical path. And if you would notice that the float for the critical path is 0. So what is the float? Float is basically the gap between the finish line and the critical path activity. There is no gap. There is no room for delay. If any of the critical path activity is delayed, it's going to push the finish date of the project. Whereas the rest of the activities, they are having some float. So guys, the float would be represented by a black line like this. So, so for every activity which is having a gap from the finish date, the project manager will draw this black line on the drawing board on which he was making the Gantt chart, right? So Gantt chart was made by hand. So you can just imagine that a lot of the things were done by hand in those days, right? So if you went to a bank, the bank clerk would make entries by hand. If you withdraw the money, okay. Now let's do this thing. As now we are in the year 2024, everything is automatic. Now let us set the Primavera into the automatic mode. Because what happened that after some time, when the faster computers entered the market, then the Primavera gave the choice. If you have a fast computer, use the automatic mode. Now let us set the software to the automatic mode. Now you click on the schedule button once again. Now you click on the options here. So guys, you read this. Read this sentence.
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Now I want to focus on the word change. What kind of change, guys? Now let me tell you guys, there are 6 changes, right? Which will immediately schedule, it will automatically trigger the automatic scheduling. If you change the duration, number 1. Second, if you change the relation, number 2. If you change the lead or lag time, number 3. If you change the calendar, number 4. If you delete an activity, if you add a new activity. If you do any of these 6 changes, the schedule will be calculated or automatically. Even if you have 10,000 activities, yeah, you might see a time lag. You might have to wait for some time till the computer is done. But that depends upon how powerful computer you are using. So normally in the companies, they are having i6, no, not i6, i7. They are having 32 GB RAM for the computer they use, so that they can schedule large number of the activities quickly, right? So now we want the software to work in the automatic mode. So we click this checkbox. Select the checkbox. Now click on the close button here. Then you click on the yes button. Then you click on the schedule button once again. So once you clicked on the schedule, the software is now in the automatic mode, but we want to check it. So what we will do, we will change the relationship, right? Okay, so guys, you select these 3 activities. You select from top to the bottom. You select the first one, then you select the last one. Just hold on. So guys, have you selected these 3 activities?
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar, Biswanath, have you selected?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, selected.
Okay, now you right click and you will get a menu. You right click here on top of this selection. So once you get the menu, you will see there is an option here near the middle. It says link activities. Do you see that option, link activities? You click it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Click it. So once you link, what happens that these 3 activities are joined in the finish to start relationship, and their duration becomes, the combined duration becomes 18 days. And since the combined duration is 18 days and it is equal to the current critical path, so this also becomes a new critical path, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us see that how the critical path changes. Is the software working in the automatic mode or not? See this, guys. Go to the last activity and change the duration to 20. From 18, you make that duration as the 20. So guys, did you note something? Now there is only one critical path, right? So rest of the activities being smaller, they are not being listed as the critical path because they do have some float. Now how to detect the float? Okay, so to detect the float, we have to activate the float bar. So guys, let us activate the float bar. So guys, you right click on the empty space on the Gantt chart. Then you select the option bars. So once you've selected the bars, then you scroll down and go to the bottom. So once you scroll down and go to the bottom, you will see the float bar. You have to click on the checkbox 2 times. So one time you click, it will select the bar, and second time you click, it will select the checkbox. You do the same thing here in the negative float bar also. You select the both float bar and the negative float bar. So guys, I'm holding the screen here. Please confirm. Did you select them?
Yes, sir, selected.
Now click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will see that the float bar is implemented, right? So you will see the float on the activities which are non-critical. You wouldn't see any float. So it means that why this activity is critical? It is critical because this activity's delay will push the finish timeline. Immediately it will delay the project. So those activities, they have some gap. Some float is there, right guys? Okay. Now let's do this thing. Go to this last activity and change the duration to 16. Now, what do you see now? The critical path.
Activities have become critical path.
They have become critical because they are comparatively they are the longest. So guys, remember one thing, a project will always have one critical path minimum, and a project can have multiple critical path as well. Is that clear?
Yes.
Minimum one critical path will be always there. From the critical path, the finish date of the project will be determined, and multiple so multiple critical path can be also there. So it's a mathematical coincidence because 6 plus 6 equal to 18, and this 18 can be basically coming from multiple combination of activities like 2 plus 16, 3 plus 15, 4 plus 14, 5 plus 13, just like that. Okay. So basically it is a mathematical coincidence. It is not planned. Critical path is not designed by you, but it happens due to the combination of the activities and a mathematical coincidence. So a project can have more than one critical path as well. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir. Sir, is it possible to do this link like first activity starting from 1st of September and end from 6th, and second activity can we start from 4th?
Next lesson. Okay. So first we focus on the critical path and the holidays. So is the concept of the critical path clear? Now let us define the critical path. See guys, go to the last activity and change the duration to 18. Okay, now guys, the first observation about the critical path is that, so guys, the critical path is physically the longest path, right or wrong?
Yes.
And critical path has zero float, right or wrong?
Yes.
The critical path is having zero float. You can see the zero float. Third observation is that the critical path represents the minimum duration required to complete the project, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right. So you can see that the critical path is having 3 attributes. It is physically the longest. It has got zero duration zero float, and it represents the minimum duration required to complete the project. That's what is the definition mentioned in PMBOK, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So if any of the attributes are matched, so basically it will create a critical path, right? Okay. Now we would like to see what is the practical utility of the critical path. Because knowing the critical path is not enough. So you should be able to use the critical path as well so as to prevent any kind of the schedule delay occurring in the project. Okay. So basically what happens guys, when we are done with the complete and the correction of the plan, complete plan means you have put all the activities, you have applied the relation, you have applied the lead lag time, you have used the correct calendar, and correct means that you have scrubbed the data. You made sure that all the parameters of the data are correct, right? So once the data is complete and correct, so what you are going to do, that you are going to call for critical path meeting. So how to call the critical path meeting? So first of all, you are going to apply a filter. So guys, this is the filter button here. So you click this. So guys, you are in the filter now.
Yes, sir.
So in the filter, you select the critical option and wait here for a while. Everybody please confirm. Gangadhar and
Yes.
Biswanath, you both of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Now click on the OK button to apply the critical path filter. So it will show you only the critical activities. Now, once the critical activities have come, so guys, from the left side, you count how many activities are there on the critical path.
Five.
How many
Five.
Five.
Five activities, right. A critical path can consist of multiple activities also. The total number of the activities are five. So what you are going to do now, you are going to call for a critical path meeting. So let me write the name of this meeting. Okay, you have to call for this meeting. So you are in the planning phase. So you will call these five activity owners and you are going to ask them the question number one. The question number one is like this. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity? Okay. The first question you are going to ask them that are you planning to take a leave during your activity? You write here yes. Now what happens is that one of the guys says yes boss, I'm planning to take a leave during my activity. So then you ask him further. See guys, there are two kind of leaves. One is the negotiable and one is the non-negotiable. See, I'm improving your maturity as people manager. In the future, you are going to manage people. PM means people manager also. PM has got many meanings. The PM means project manager, process manager, people manager, profit manager. Because how do you get the profit? You optimize the resource, you apply them judiciously. So you are the profit manager and you are the productivity manager to make sure that every man and machine is working productively in your project, right? So there are a lot of roles of the PM that I will tell you, but here you are doing people management. Now you are trying to find out whether the leave is negotiable or non-negotiable. So you ask him further that what is the purpose of a leave? So he says that boss, I am just going to some place to relax, right? I'm taking a small vacation. So you tell him that can you reschedule your vacation to happen after your activity is completed? He says, yes, boss, I can do it. So I have no problem in that, right? So I will go on the vacation after finishing my activity. So that is called the negotiable. So that's not a problem. Now, if one of the person says that, boss, I'm going to get engaged, or I'm going to get married, or my wife is expecting during that time period. So then what happens? That person has to go because this is a non-negotiable situation in a person's life. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct.
These are non-negotiable situation in a person's life. So what do you do? What is the solution? The solution I'm mentioning to you, you can use it or you think of a better one also. So what do you do?
To back up.
Yes, talk to the HR manager to get read the solution.
Talk to HR manager to get equally skilled resource in advance.
Why advance? Because what happens that if the previous person is going on leave, so he will explain to the substitute resource, he will do the knowledge transfer, he will tell him all the details that how it should be done, what are the quality processes applicable on this activity, what are the standard procedures applicable, all the details he will explain with the documentation. So when this person goes, so this activity will complete without any hindrance. Right, guys? Is that clear? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we have the second question, which is regarding the machine. So the first question was regarding the man. So now you ask another question. Do you have any machine on your activity which can break down? Okay. Do you have any machine on your activity which can break down? And the answer is yes. So, guys, what are you going to suggest to your team member? If he says, yes, boss, I do have a machine. So, which are the chances of the breakdown during the activity? So, what do you suggest to him?
Repair and maintenance before starting the activity.
See, there are two options. If it is a small, so you give this option. If it is a small machine, you get a standby, right? Okay, now if it is a big machine, so what do? You do this option B, which is do preventive maintenance. Do preventive maintenance. See, guys, let me tell you the example above. So, guys, if you look into the car boot, you have a spare tire there, right? Cars have a spare tire. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, in case you are traveling and one of the tire goes flat, you can replace that. That's called a standby resource. Now, suppose if you're going on a long journey, will you take another? Will you tow another car behind your car? Tell me, guys.
No.
No.
No, that is not possible. That would be very costly option. So similarly, you must have seen preventive maintenance. I will tell you. Whenever you get down from the aircraft, have you seen that many people they are surrounding the aircraft? They are checking the various parts of the
Yes, sir.
aircraft. Some people are checking the tire. Some people checking the general body. Some people they have connected to the onboard computer, downloading the data. Some people are checking the engine blades and all that. So they're checking. So basically, why they are doing that? They're doing the preventive maintenance for the next flight, right? Because the aircraft is flying 24 hours a day. It goes to airport A to B, B to A to B, B to A, 24 hours. Only the crew is changed, right? So they are doing the preventive maintenance before the next flight. This is how the airlines make the money. But they ensure that they are doing a very good and effective preventive maintenance because can you do any kind of repair or maintenance in the mid-air? Is that possible?
No.
No, that is not possible because the aircraft flies on the critical path, right? So if you want to see the critical path, next time you sit near the window, now think of my training program and look outside the window, you will be able to see the critical path, right? Is that clear? Because you know about. So similarly, you are the pilot of your project and you cannot stop your project, right? Is that clear? Because if you stop your project, so any one of your critical path, at least one critical path will always get delayed and it's going to push the finish date of the project. Remember, guys, the project always flies on the critical path. Okay. So if you have the small machine, you get a standby. If you have a big machine, do preventive maintenance, right? Okay. Now let us go to the third one. So in the third one, so what you have is the material. So you ask this question, do you have any material on your activity? Material on your activity which can run in short supply during your activity. during your activity? And the answer is yes. Yes, boss. So, I do have a material, so which can run in short supply during my activity. So, guys, just imagine you have the man, you have the machine, but you don't have the material. So, can the activity be done? Think of it.
No, sir.
No.
It is not possible. So, what do you do? What do you suggest as an answer? You suggest to him like this: order the material, order the full quantity of the material to arrive 15 days before project start date. So guys, read this. Order the full quantity of the material to arrive 15 days before project start date. Why? Why are you asking the material to arrive on the critical path 15 days earlier? See, there can be a possibility of misfit. There can be a possibility of mismatch of the parameter. There can be a possibility of some quantity of the material may be defective. So you got to check it, right or wrong. You got to check it completely. Yes or no, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you got to check that thing so that whatever material you have to be applied on the critical path, that is complete in quantity and correct as per the specification and matching the quality standards. Because if you do not take care of the quality of the input, the quality acceptance criteria would not be met in the end. So guys, you remember the statements. Project fail in the beginning and not in the end. If you fail to put in the right specific quality of the material, will the outcome be acceptable? Think of it.
No.
No,
No.
it will be possible to get the correct outcome, right? Okay, now guys, let us look at the fourth. The fourth is the cash. So the question is like that. Do you have any activity any subcontracted activity? That is more important. Subcontracted activity which requires large cash approvals. And the answer is yes. See guys, read the question. Read it. Agnivesh, read the question.
Do you have any subcontracted activity which requires large cash approvals?
Now, what is the problem with the
Yes.
subcontract activity and large cash approvals? The thing is that, guys, you have to understand, subcontractors, they do not have deep pockets. They cannot pay more than 1 or 2 weeks. So if you have got large cash approvals and you have to pay to the subcontractors, and if that cash dispensation is delayed, so a lot of labors which have been gathered by the subcontractors, some of them might leave, right? Because they don't have any written contract. They are not full-time employees, right? Is that clear? So it can affect your the finish date. Okay, so what is the solution? The solution is like a post-dated check. So what do? You do this thing, get the approvals in advance and take the cash when required. Get the approvals in advance and take the cash when required. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So you don't have to waste time in the approval. So you get this. It's like a post-dated check, right? So in the post-dated check, what is the concept? I agree to pay you, right? But on this date, you just put the check, and since the payment is agreed, so you just take the money on this particular date. Similarly, for the work which is to be done by the subcontractors, make sure, guys, the cash component is ready. Okay. So if you are having any resource delay on the critical path, it will delay the finish date. See, guys, you have to understand there are two kinds of risks: the predictable risk and unpredictable risk. This is the predictable risk, the delay on the critical path. And what is the unpredictable risk? Flood. Flood is unpredictable. Corona or any pandemic created by the unknown virus, it can delay any political situation on your project site. Sometimes, there is a problem of the stakeholder, like India. You must have seen that the farmers, sometimes they will come to the site on the highway and where the railway bridges are being built. They will say, oh, you bought the land very cheaply and now you are going to make lots of money. Give us some money, right? You are seeing that happening, right? So, those situations are unpredictable. They are handled by the higher management, board members, not by the project manager. Project manager should manage the predictable risk, right? For example, the rainfall is predictable. If you look at the pattern, it is predictable, but the flood is not predictable. So if you looked at the critical path, it is absolutely predictable. Absolutely. So you can calculate what resources you need, man, machine, material, to make sure that you have them in the sufficient quantities. Now, how to remember this thing? You can remember with a shortcut like this, 3M plus C, right? So this is how you deal with the critical path. You should do this thing. What is the first M? Man. What is the second M? Machine.
Material
What
cash.
is M? Material. What is the C? Cash, right? Do you remember this? Will you remember this now? Critical path meeting, you will ensure 3M plus C is amply there, sufficiently there, so that you can prevent the critical activities from being delayed. Because this is totally predictable and totally controlled, because the resources are under your control. The calculation is under your control for the critical path. Is that clear? Guys, can you calculate flood? If you looked at the current rainfall in your area, can you calculate that according to this rainfall, there will be a flood? No, you cannot calculate. Can you calculate the earthquake? Yes or no? You cannot calculate. There is no scientific, science has not yet reached that point where they can detect, some pre-data and maybe satellite or maybe sensors. They still don't have that, right? So there are unpredictable risks. So the predictable risk is the delay of the activities on the critical path. So that should be totally prevented by you as a project manager. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after you have done the critical path meeting, after you have ensured the 3M plus C, the first thing that you should immediately do, you should remove the filter. Now, how do you remove the filter? First, you click on the filter. Then you select all activities. Select this one. If you selected multiple filter, by clicking this option, it will unselect all the filters, right? Please note it. Click on the OK. OK. So you are getting the complete data now. Okay, guys, I'm going to ask you a question. The question is like this. Suppose if your company, your organization declares that the 3rd of the September, that is the Wednesday, is going to be a holiday. Okay, so if Wednesday, the 3rd September is declared as a holiday, then what will be the new finish date of the project? What will be the new finish date of the project? So guys, what is the current finish date?
20 September.
So if one day is a holiday in between, so what will be the new finish date?
22 September.
Very good, 22 September. Yes. Now you have understood how the calendar works, how the schedule works. Now let us implement the 3rd of the September as a holiday in the calendar. Okay. So we are going to say this. Now you click on the calendar button here. So once you click on the calendar button, just make sure the IST calendar is the selected one, because we are going to modify that. We are going to incorporate holiday on 3rd of September 2025 in the IST calendar. Now click on the modify button. Now you scroll to the month of September year 2025. Okay, so guys, please confirm that you have selected September 2025. Are you at the September 2025?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you select the 3rd of the September. So have you selected 3rd September?
Yes, sir.
See guys, if you select 3rd September, you will see the work hours is 8. Now, if you click on the non-work, the work hours will become 0 and the color will become dark. The dark gray represents the non-work, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, after this, you click on the OK. Then you click on the close button. So guys, you will note that once you mark the 3rd September as the non-work, you will see the gray shade here. Now, did you see the gray shade? And you will see that the critical path has been extended. Now, the new finish date of the project is 22 September, right?
Yes.
Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, there is a problem in the Primavera. So let me tell you, the problem is that when you enter a holiday in the calendar, it cannot be named inside the calendar. Some other softwares, if you mark the particular date as a holiday, you can describe the name of the holiday, right? But I will tell you the workaround. Just a moment, I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. So the point that I was telling you is that the 3rd of the September is having a particular holiday name. Okay, in fact, if you are planning for the entire year, there might be 10 to 12 of the holidays. Now, how to write the holiday name for a particular project? Since you cannot write it directly in the calendar, I will tell you, I'm transferring my experience to you so that you use the Primavera like a professional, not like a kid. Okay. So guys, we write a note in the project level. So please come to the project tab. So in the project tab, make sure that your selection is on the lesson number 2. After that, you will select the notebook tab in the bottom window. Okay. So guys, have you selected the notebook?
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the add button here. Click on the add. Now you select the general notes. Then you click on the select. Okay, so guys, after you clicked on the general notes and you close the topic box, list of topics, right? Now to write a note, so you click on the modify button. Okay. I'll tell you that how we do it. So we get the list of the holidays from the HR. So we write like this. Just see me how I'm doing it. I write here list. Sorry. List of holidays for 2025. Okay, so let me correct it. So after that, I go to the next line. From the next line, I select the numbered list, right? So I write holiday name. So, so for every number of the holiday, I write the holiday name. And along with the name, you should write the date also, actually, the date. So it should be like this, holiday name and the date, right? Or what you can do, see, you get a mail from the HR, just paste it here like this, right? So with the date, so if you paste it, so it's going to stick around here, right? So then you will know that what are the holidays to be followed in this particular project, right? So it will stay here with the project. Do you see that? In the notebook?
We can also put the link also here. No? Link when sometimes it is available on their web portal.
A lot of text here. So basically, you just select another topic, right? So just select the topic, and in that particular topic, you write that note, right? Okay. Now we come back to the activities. So you can see that whenever you apply a holiday, it is marked with the gray color and the date is shifted, right? It is shifted, it is incremented. Now, suppose you want to remove it and you want to shift it to another date for whatever reason, right? So I'll tell you the correct way, because the correct way is not known. People use the wrong way and they create a mistake in the schedule. Okay. So guys, you come with me step by step. First of all, you click on the calendar button. So after you clicked on the calendar button, so you will make sure that your selection is on the IST, because this is the calendar that we are using. Then you click on the modify button. So once you clicked on the modify button, so you scroll to the month of September 2025. Scroll to the month of September 2025. Now, in the September 2025, you select the 3rd of the September. You select 3rd of the September. Then you select the detailed work hours per day. So guys, you see that the 3rd of the September, you can see all the work hours, they are marked as non-work. The 24 hours structure is marked as non-work. Now, what happens is that people mistakenly think to make this day as the work day, they should click on the work button. So guys, you click on the work the button. Now, what happens is that it puts here 8 man hours. But guys, do you realize that the structure of the day is not the standard according to your organization? Did you note that? It starts at the wrong time. It finishes at the wrong time. It does not have 1 hour break. You see any break here?
Yes, it is taking global.
No break.
It is not the standard of the daily use or the daily schedule of your organization. So what you should do, what is the correct button? The correct button is the standard.
96.
So guys, you click on the standard button. So once you click on the standard button, so what do you see here? So you can see that the timing is basically matching your organization, starting at 9, break time at 3, and finishing at 6 p.m. Right? So guys, remember the correct button to remove the holiday is standard button. So after you've done that, you click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, you click on the close button. So after you clicked on the close button, you will see that the finish date will come back to the 20th of September. Why? Because right now the Primavera is working in the automatic mode, right? So if you make a change in the calendar, so it is one of the 6 rules, it is activating the calculation of the critical path. If you change the duration, if you change the relation, if you change the lead lag type, if you change the calendar, if you add an activity, if you delete an activity. So if you do any of these changes, so the recalculation of the critical path will be triggered and the new finish date will be calculated. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So guys, are you clear about the critical path and the critical path meeting? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
How to critical path? So guys, next time you should do it. So if you want to use the Primavera, use it like a project manager. So after you have completed and corrected the plan, you set the filter for the critical path and you call the critical path meeting, where you check for man, machine, material, and cash being applied on the critical path, right? Okay, now since we are done with this lesson, we can close this lesson. So how to close a lesson? What is the best practice?
Control W.
Control. So you know what does it do? It will close the lesson. Any changes in the local memory will be transferred into the server, right? And all the data will stay safe. Just like if you have excess amount of money at home, so what do? You put it into the bank. Yes, click yes. Okay, so the project is saved and it goes back to the server, and on the top what you see, no current project, right? Okay, so let's go for the lunch. So right now it is 1:45 Indian Standard Time. We will come back at 2:45 and then we will do the remaining rules, and of course we will select the lesson number 1 and we will make a copy. So guys, you can make a copy right now. So what do? You select the lesson number 1 and you press Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Instantly a copy will be created with the lesson number 3. You see that? Instantly a copy has been created. Now what should be the name of the lesson number 3? Schedule is adjusted by dependencies. So the name of the lesson should be dependencies and relationships. So let me write it, okay, so that you get this right. Dependencies and relationships. Okay, so we are going to learn about the dependencies and relationships after we come back from lunch. So we have created the lesson number 3. So we leave it here. Okay, so sometimes it gets loaded. So we remove that from the memory. It should say no current project, right? Now I'm going to stop the share of the screen. Okay, and I'm going to pause the okay. Make sure that your recording is on. So now, Agnivesh, you share your screen. So guys, I hope the speed is not too fast. You are able to understand and absorb all the knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So guys, I hope the speed is fine.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Now, Agnivesh, you give me the remote control and you bring up the Primavera. Okay, so now you open this lesson number 3, dependencies and relationships. Okay, open this lesson. Okay, now we are so guys, just tell me one thing: is my voice clear to you?
So now
Yes,
it's
sir.
Yes, sir.
Clear.
minutes ago was not.
Yes.
Yeah, now it is better, right? Okay, good. Now we are going to learn about the dependencies and relationships. So before we go into the Primavera, so first we will understand it on the whiteboard that what is the dependency and relationship. See, for any kind of relationship, we need minimum 2 activities. Minimum 2 activities are required to set up a relationship. So one of the activity, it acquires the role of the predecessor. The other activity becomes the successor. Okay, so Agnivesh, you read the red color text, which it defines the predecessor. Now here in the relationship tab, you read this text on the top. Read this.
Predecessor task is
So I think you need to mute the secondary device, right? You mute it.
yes,
The
sir,
second,
I did.
go to your secondary. Actually, you don't need it. Actually, you can switch off the secondary device. So Anivesh, let me do this thing. So secondary device.
I
Yeah, you are.
muted, sir, the second device.
Yeah. So let me do this thing. So let me mute this. Yeah. So I muted it on from my side. I think I will put it back into the waiting room. So I think you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now you go ahead and you just tell what is written in the red color text.
The predecessor task is the one which controls the start and or finish date of the successor.
Yeah. So that is why we say that predecessor is the boss, right? Now there are four ways in which the predecessor and successor they can connect in the relationship. So how do we get four ways? Because every activity it has got two dates, start finish. So when I multiplied by multiplied by two, so I get the four combinations, right? So four combinations is possible between the predecessor and the successor activity. Now I want you to read what is the name of the first combination here. Read this.
It's finish to start.
And what is the boss saying to the subordinate?
When I finish, then you can start.
Okay, so this is going to be related like this. The relationship will be depicted on the Gantt chart like this. So the arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor and it will hit the start date of the successor, or it will control the start date of the successor. That's why we say that it is the finish to start. And why it is the number one? Basically, this is the most common relationship. Okay, so that is why the finish to start is at the number one. So you can assume that almost like 70% of the relationship in any kind of the project domain, they are finish to start. Okay, that's why the finish to start is applicable by default in the interface. I will show it to you. So the finish date of the predecessor will be controlling the start date of the successor, right? Now you read what is the next kind of the relationship.
Start to start.
So what is the communication between the predecessor and successor?
When I start, then you also start.
So, it will be depicted like this in the Gantt chart. Okay. The arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor. It will go to the start date of the successor. It will be represented like this. And now, what is the next one? The third one.
Finish to finish.
So, what is the dialogue between the boss and the subordinate?
When I finish, then you also finish.
So, it is represented like this. So, you will see that it is starting from here, okay, and it is starting from the finish date, and it is controlling the finish date of the successor. Okay, okay. Now look at the fourth one. So what is the name of this relationship?
Start to finish.
Okay, so what is the dialogue between boss and this subordinate?
Before I start, you should be finished.
And there is one more thing here. Just read this.
Start date is predetermined.
Yes, start date is predetermined. It is a fixed date and which is somewhere in the future, right? So this activity is going to happen in the future, and before this activity happens or it starts, the successor activity has to be finished before the start, right? So how it is represented, the arrow will start from the start date side and it will go to the finish date side of the successor activity. It will be represented in this way on the Gantt chart, right? So let's keep this four kind of the relationships in mind. And now let's go into the Primavera to implement them and learn with practical examples. So you switch over to the Primavera screen. Click on the Primavera on the taskbar. Okay. So guys, are you into the Primavera now? Okay. Now to represent these activities, we are going to use the WBS groups, right? To get into the WBS, we have to click on the WBS button to get into the WBS tab. So now we are going to create 4 WBS groups. So first of all, to create the group, so first of all, you have to basically drag this partition toward the right side. Okay, we want to add certain column and you can bring the details a little bit downwards, right? So now we are going to add some more columns. So you right click here on the strip. Then you select the option columns, select the columns, and then you click on the customize button. So once you click on the customize button, so you will see this box come up. Okay, so what you can do that you can expand the width of this so that you can see the text clearly, and then you can increase the size of the font here. So you click here. Okay, now we want to insert new column after the WBS name. You select the WBS name, right? Now after the WBS name, we would like to insert the duration. So guys, you expand the duration group from here. Expand the duration group. Now, after the WBS name, you insert BL project duration, baseline project duration. So BL means baseline and baseline means planned project duration. Now you take this column to the right side. So it is inserted, right? Now you close the duration group. So after you close the duration group, then you expand the dates group. We would like to insert the dates. So you will select the start date first, start. So you have to scroll down in the list. You have to go to the bottom. You select the start column. And after the start, you have to insert the finish column. So you select it first. Then you select the finish column. Okay, start and finish are a pair. Now click on the OK to implement this. Okay, see, after you have implemented the column, so you will see that there is some space here. So you can reduce the space like this. Okay, then you can bring the partition very much near to the column and you can expand the scale on the time scale, right? So that you get a better view of this group, right? So you can spread it a little bit more so that it is much more clear in view. Now, since the layout has been created, now you should save the layout. So to save the layout, you click here, save layout as, and then you write as WBS layout by, then you write your name. Okay, WBS layout by, then you write your name. Okay, so after you write your name, so you click on the save button, so it will be saved. You know, there is a little bit of the bug here in the Primavera in the WBS screen only. See guys, whenever you save the layout, I will show you that what happens. The WBS bar, it moves away. See, I brought the bar on the screen. If I do the double click, but if I click on the save button, see this. You know, this bar goes away, right? There is a problem here. Bug. It's a bug. See this. See, I saved. It just disappears. There is a bug. Okay, just don't worry. You should know that there is a bug here so that you can work around the bug. Now we will create the first WBS group as finish to start. So for that, you click on the add button. So after that, we are going to write the name of the WBS. So you can increase the size of the column. You can decrease this a little bit and you get more space. Now you write here, finish to start, capital F, capital S, right? Finish to start. No. You write the full words, finish to start with the capital letters and press enter. Okay. So you have created the first group, then you go to the parent. Place your cursor on the parent, that is the project itself. Now you click on the add button once again, because if you are clicking the add button from the child, it's going to create a child of the child, which will be wrong. Now we want to write start to start. So here you write start to start with the capital letters and you press enter. Now you select the parent once again and then you click on the add button. And then you write here finish to finish. Finish to finish. Now you go to the start once again, and then you click on the add button. Okay, then you write here in the WBS name, you write here start to finish. Start to finish. Okay, and you press the enter button. So you should have the groups numbering 3.1 to 3.4. It should not be any different, right? So guys, please confirm that you are having the same kind of the numbering. Okay, so now you go to the activities tab. You switch over to the activities tab by clicking on the activities. Okay. Okay, so you will find that these groups are appearing at the bottom, right? So you can see them at the bottom. Now you select the first 4 activities like this and you cut them. Control X.
One thing, sir. I've done one mistake. In WBS code, I typed LSN dash 3.1. So now it is taking some other value.
Just don't worry. First, you create the grouping. Okay, you cut the first 4 activities. I will come to your screen also to fix it. After cutting, you paste them into the first group, that is the finish to start. Okay, paste it here. Okay, now for the next group, you select 2 activities, 40 and 50. You cut them and move them into the next group, start to start. And then for the next group also, you select 2 activities and move them into 3.3, finish to finish. Okay, and then you select the next 2 activity, 80 and 90. Okay, and you control X and you move into start to finish, right? Okay, now let me check your screen. So who was that? So please show me your screen.
Yes, sir.
Who made a mistake? Please show me your screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes. So that is okay. So what you've done that you have selected. Okay, just give me the control. Request remote control. Yeah. So we will fix it in a while. So basically, what we needed are these groups. So let's see that how it is written in the group. So basically, in the group name, so we don't have to write in the WBS code. You just write here one automatically. No, just a moment. So you have to delete everything. First, you delete everything. You just type here 1. It will automatically become 3.1. No, okay. Okay. Just a moment. So just a moment. So let me write here X. Okay, we have to do a trick. So for the then we have the start to start, finish to finish, start to finish. The start to finish should be the number 4. So I write here the number 4. So then this should be the number 3. So I write here number 3. Then this should be the number 2. So we write here number 2. And then this should be the number 1. So we now write here number 1. Right. So this should be the start to start like this. Okay. Now we come to the activities. So after that, in the activities tab, so in the finish to start, we need the first 4 activities then. And then we need the next 2 activities, 60 and 70 in the finish to finish. So I go to the finish to finish and paste it here. And then I need the 80 and 90 in the start to finish. So, just to maintain a sequence so that everybody's screen, it looks the same, right? So rest of the activities, they are to be deleted. So I hit the delete button. and they are getting deleted, right? So when you delete it, recalculates the critical path. So these activities are also extra. So I remove them from the group, and on the top, those activities are also extra. So I remove them from the group, right? I remove these activities from the group. Okay, fine. Now you are all set, you are all fine. And then what you can do, so you have saved the WBS, that's fine. So you will bring this one here, and you should reduce the size of the activity name column. Then you can see this column, the predecessor detail. So you can expand it a little bit, and then you can expand the size here a little bit. You have the space. So then you save the layout. So you are all set and fine. Now we will move in a synchronized manner to understand the dependency and relationship. Okay. So Agnivesh, you share your screen. Okay. Now here also basically you need to delete the extra activities which is there at the top. So guys, you select the extra activities which are left over. So from the top you select up to here, and you click on the delete button, and then you confirm the delete. So as soon as you delete, so basically it calculates the critical path, so which is a secondary knowledge for us. This is just to confirm the fact that how the scheduling the program works, right? Now I will tell you about the finish to start. So what happened that sometime back I was discussing about the project management with a civil engineer friend, right? So then I asked him that, what is the general sequence or the general activity sequence for constructing a building. So he says that if you want to construct a building, first you should finish the excavation. After the excavation is finished, you should start PCC. After the PCC is finished, then you start the reinforcement. After the reinforcement is finished, then you will start the shuttering. So these are in a sequence. So you write the first activity as the excavation. So you write here. You write the activity name excavation, EXCAVATION. Then you write the next activity as PCC in the capital letter. Okay. Write that in the capital letter. So PCC full form, it means plain cementing and concreting. Then you go to the next one. So the next one you write reinforcement. Okay. Reinforcement. Then you write the next activity as shuttering. SHUTTERING. So basically these activities are in the finish to start relationship, right? So the previous one finishes, then only the next one can start. So let us do this thing. Let us start to relate the activity starting from the excavation. So guys, you click the excavation, you select it. Select the excavation. Now, if you want to set up the relationship, so you will have to click on the detail so that you get the detail window. In the detail window, you can clearly see, there are two tabs here, predecessor and successor, right? So if you click on the predecessor, it will show only the predecessor. If you click on the successor, but it will show only the successor. But guys, there is a better tab than this, and plus we need more tabs, right? So first of all, let us configure the detailed window. So to configure the detailed window, so everybody please right click here on the gray strip. On this gray portion, you do the right click. So after you do the right click, then you will see there's an option here, customize activity detail. So guys, did you get it on your screen? Customize activity detail.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So everyone is here. So now everyone will follow me step by step. So nobody should be left behind. I assume that if you have any problem, so you should ask me. So I assume that you don't have any problem, right? Now we will remove the predecessor and successor tab. So I select the predecessor, I click on the remove. Then I select the successor, I click on the remove, right? So guys, you will be left with 3 tabs only. Now I go to the left side and I select expenses. Okay. So select expenses, then you select the notebook, then you select the relationship. Guys, this is the main tab for which we came here. And then we select WPs and docs, right? Okay. And then we select the notebook and we bring it one step down. So guys, I'm going to basically put a marking here and you please check the demo screen. Okay. And please make sure that you have the 7 tabs and in this order. Okay. Just have a look at the demo screen and your screen and ensure that you have these tabs, 7 tabs and in this order. I want everybody's screen to look the same. I'll wait for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, you're done. Okay,
Yes, sir.
confirmed? Good, very good. Now we are going to implement this by clicking on the OK button. OK will apply and close. Now you can see that you have got the relationship tab, right? So you select the relationship tab. See, once you click the relationship tab, you will be able to see that this is providing the 2 relationships view at once, right? You can view and apply the predecessor, you can view and apply the successor at the same time. Now both of these are having, there is a column here, relation. Like it looks like it is relation, but actually it is not. Actually this column name is much more bigger than this. Actually it is relationship type. Guys, make sure that you expand this column and the full name should be visible relationship type because we need to frequently use this column to set the relationship type, right? So make sure that it is completely visible, relationship type. Okay. So guys, is the relationship type fully visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
we'll be using this and make sure that everything is configured properly. Now, from the excavation point of view, for the excavation, so which activity is the successor for the excavation?
PCC.
Correct.
PCC.
So PCC is a successor, right? So what we do, so keep the excavations selected, then we go to the assign button on the successor box, right? So we click this button. Yeah, move this here. I'll just tell you, just a moment. Agnivesh, I'll just tell you the best place. You try to move this here. So it will not basically cover anything else. It will be here. You try to move this into the rectangle I marked. Okay. Yeah. Correct. Drop it. So I think it is now fine, right? Okay. Now, once you have clicked on the assign here, so it gives you the assign successor box, right? So in the assign successor, the first time this box comes up, so you have to increase the width and then you have to increase the height also like this, right? So after you increase the height and width to a reasonable measure, now you set the font. First of all, you set the font to the Vardhana 9. Okay, now you select the successor, which is 1010, which is PCC. Select the activity number 1010, which is the PCC, and you click on the assign button very carefully, but once, because I'll tell you guys, see in the Primavera, if you click on the assign button, you can actually click it 4 times. So it will apply all 4 kind of relationships. So because it is not required here, but it is required somewhere else. That's why this button does not get deactivated. In the MS project, just for the sake of comparison, if you apply the relationship once, then this button gets deactivated. So here, if you don't need multiple relationship and if you click this button multiple times, so it will be a mistake, right? So you got to be careful with this button. So when you apply the relationship, you should click it only once if you need only one relationship. Now you close this box by clicking on the cross button. Click on the cross button. So you can see that by default, it will always apply the finish to start relationship type, right? So basically, this is the finish date of the predecessor, which is controlling the start date of the successor, right? Now, in case you don't need the finish to start, so guys, if you double click on this column, it turns into a drop down. Do you see the drop down? So in the drop down, you can see that all the four kind of the relationships are there. So later when we want to use the start to start, so we will be using this drop down to set up the start to start relationship, right? Is this clear? Okay. So now since we need a FS, so we let it remain as the FS. Now from the PCC point of view, who is the successor? From the PCC, reinforcement.
Reinforcement.
Correct. So make sure that the PCC is selected. Then you click on the assign button on the successor. No, you keep the PCC selected. You select the PCC, yes. Now click on the assign button. And now from here, you select reinforcement. You select 1020, and then you click on the plus button. And then you click on the close button, close it. So after you have done that, now you select the shuttering. Okay. See, now you guys tell me from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor for the shuttering activity?
Reinforcement.
Correct. Now, keeping the shuttering selected, we will go to the predecessor box and we will click on the assign button. Okay, so you click on this. Now, since you are opening this box for the first time, you will do the same thing. You will expand the size and you will set the font because this is a different box. Okay, now you will select 1020, which is the reinforcement, and click on the assign button, but once. So once you have done that, you got to close this. So you click on the cross button. So this way you can assign a successor, you can assign a predecessor also, right? Okay. So now you can see that the finish date is controlling the start date. The finish date of the PCC is controlling the start date of reinforcement, and finish date of reinforcement is controlling the start date of the shuttering. Now we will see that what is the effect from the predecessor to the successor. So guys, you go to the first activity, that is the excavation, and you put the duration as 10 days. Go into the duration column and you type here 10 days. So once you type here 10 days, then what happens? Did you note that? See what happens. The excavation says I finished late and it tells the PCC that you start later. Similarly, PCC says I finished late and tells the reinforcement to start later. Reinforcement says I finished late and it tells the shuttering to start late, right? Because it is the finish date which is controlling the start date. So this is happening for the entire chain, right? So in the entire chain, whoever is the predecessor, so it is controlling the successor start date, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's see the opposite. Now go to the excavation and change the duration to 4 days. So after you do that, do you see that what happens? You can see that excavation, it finishes earlier and it tells the PCC you can start earlier. PCC finishes earlier and it tells the reinforcement that you can start earlier. The reinforcement finishes earlier and it tells the shuttering that you can start earlier, right? So finish to start, like, so it goes like this. Now you go to the excavation once again and you change the duration to 6 days. Okay, so you can see immediately it pushes the successor, right? Now let us come to the column predecessor detail. Okay, now this is the predecessor detail of an activity. Now this is the column and this is the data. Now if you looked at the excavation, so why is this column empty for the excavation? Why there are no predecessor detail for this activity?
There is no any activity before excavation.
Correct, because
This is the beginning activity.
correct, it is the beginning of the entire chain. It is the first activity in the chain or the network diagram. So basically this activity is deriving the start date from the start date of the project. You can see this blue line. So it is touching the blue line. So it is getting the 1st of the September from the start date, which is set by you. Okay, like that. Now, if you looked at the next one, so the next one is the PCC, right? And the PCC in the predecessor detail, it is having some sort of code, right? So guys, now let me tell you how to expand this code. Suppose the PCC is a person and is asking you that, boss, can you tell me that what is the meaning of A1000 colon FS? So this is what you will tell the PCC. So you will tell the PCC that your predecessor name is excavation and your relationship with the predecessor is finish to start. Right? Is that clear, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, Gangadhar, you explain this. Explain this.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You explain this.
Sir, what should I explain?
So, what is the meaning of A1010 and colon FS? What is the full form in the plain English language?
Finish to start, sir. That is ID, activity ID.
So, what is the activity ID name?
Hello?
What is the name of the 1010?
PCC, sir.
So you are telling it correctly. Now, can you create a sentence? See, reinforcement is a person, so he comes to you.
Yeah, predecessor of the reinforcement is PCC.
Okay, and then what is the
And
FS?
the relationship between the PCC and reinforcement is finish to start.
Oh, so you should tell the reinforcement your predecessor is PCC and your relationship with your predecessor is finish to start. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now, Vishwanath, you expand this. Vishwanath, I believe you need to unmute your mic. Vishwanath, you unmute your mic.
Sir, hello.
Yes, tell.
Sir, shuttering is the predecessor of reinforcement. It is the idea of shuttering. It is finished to start, sir.
No, who is 1020? What is the name of the activity whose activity ID is 1020?
Sorry.
What is the activity name of 1020?
Sir, reinforcement, sir.
So you will tell shuttering like this that your predecessor is reinforcement and your relationship with that is finish to start, right? Like this, this is the interpretation of this column, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This fact in mind.
Yes, sir.
So finish to start is a very common and it is very easy to understand. So normally, when you become a new project manager, so there is a general tendency to use the finish to start only. I also used to have this tendency to use the finish to start more frequently, but that should not be the case. There are other kind of relationship. Now I will explain to you start to start with an example. So after you have understood my example, then you will give your example. So I'm planning with my team. So I called certain team members. So they were supposed to do the software testing. So I write here software testing. Okay, I'm asking my team member. So this is the software testing is the first activity and duration of this activity is 12 days. Okay, like this it is 12. So you put the duration as 12. Agnivesh, you are here. Are you connected? Because I can't click on your screen. So guys, you can still hear me or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can
Okay.
hear you also.
Really.
I'm just waiting for the response to come because it happens intermittently. Sometimes okay, now I can get the response, right? So basically, this activity is for the 12 days. So right here 12, and this become 12 days. Then I ask that guys that what next? So they say that boss, after the software testing is completed, so we will do the defects fixing. So they write an activity like this, defects fixing. So that activity is also 12 days. And then in the Primavera, so guys, what you can do, if you, then I ask them, so guys, what is the relationship type? So they say, boss, it is FS. So I do this. I select the 1040, then 50. See, for the finish to start, you don't always have to go into the relationship box. You can set it up from here because the finish to start relationship being the most common. So it can be directly assigned by selecting the two activities and clicking on the link activities, right? Okay, so Agnivesh, you click on this option link activities. So, it will establish the finish to start relationship, right? So the finish to start relationship, if you looked at the duration. So guys, do you see this duration? How much is that? How much is
24.
24 days, right? So 24 days is the duration for this group of the activities. So I present the plan to my team members. So one of my team members, he's a very bright chap. So he looks at the plan. He says that boss, software is not a physical product. Two people can work on it in parallel. So I say, how? What is your scheme? So tell me. So he says that, look, boss, what we are going to do, that first of all, we are going to upload the software onto the server. So he says that, boss, this is the server computer, right? So what is going to happen in the next step? So we will have basically two people seated side by side. So one will be the tester and another will be the programmer. So tester and the programmer will sit together. So what happens that the tester will detect a defective line of code and he will report it to the programmer who is using the box. Basically, that's his PC. The blue box is the PC of the programmer. And programmer will go to the server and fix it. And meanwhile, the tester will move to another line of the code. He will report it to the basically the fault list of the programmer. He will fix it. So, in the loop, so they are going to detect and fix, detect and fix. So they are going to work in a loop. It means that they can work at the same time. They can start the work at the same time, and they are going to save time. So, guys, does this loop logical to you? Is it logically correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the software is not a physical product, but because had it been a physical product, then we couldn't work like this. Because in the physical product, first the product should be completely checked, then physically it will be handed over to another person. So two people cannot handle it at the same time. So everybody understands this logic and they agree. So what we do, we change the relationship type to SS. Change it. Okay, so you change it to the start to start. So guys, you can see there is a drastic reduction in the duration. Earlier, how much was the duration? How much duration was there in the WBS?
24 days.
24. So you are saving how many days? 24 minus 12. You are saving 12 days, which is a saving of 50% over the time. So you have compressed the duration by 50%. Okay, now let's see that how it works. Suppose, okay, so let me refresh you on this. So guys, read this text. Read this.
When I start, then you also start. Start to start.
Okay, fine. When I start, then you also start. Okay. Now, what happens that I will go to the predecessor start date. See what's happening here. I can change the date from the calendar tool. I shift the predecessor to next week, right? I shift it to the 8th of the September next week. Then I click on the select button. So I want to suppress this box for the next time, and I click on the yes. So guys, did you note something that as the predecessor is moving, the successor is also moving along with the predecessor, right? See this, I will take it to the next week. So guys, did you note something? See, when the predecessor moves, the successor also moves along. Okay, I'll show it to you one more time. This time, I'm going to bring back the predecessor. Let's say I say that the predecessor should come back. So once the predecessor comes back, then what happens? So what happens? That the successor also comes back, right? I hope the concept is clear. Okay. So guys, there is a sort of we'll say logical check. The logical check is like this. Suppose if I cancel the software testing activity, if I'm not doing the software testing activity, is it possible to the defect fixing activity?
No, without the software, what defect will?
Correct. Because if you are not testing, so you will not have a list of the defect. So without having a list of the defects, so how can you do the testing, right? Because for the purposes of the testing, so after the testing, you should get the list of the defects, and by using the list of the defects, so you can do the defect fixing, right? That is the reason. It means, so logically speaking, so I can say that the defect fixing is dependent on the software testing, and that's why we use the relationship start to start, right? Is that clear? So defect fixing is dependent upon software testing to happen, and software, and then we go to the relationship. So the relationship which we establish is start to start. So the dependency comes from your technical knowledge, and the relationship comes from your project management knowledge, right? So both of them are required side by side. Now, I hope this logic is clear. Now I'm going to basically remove my example. I think I have explained it well. So I'm going to write here P for predecessor, and then S for successor. So guys, can you find some better example from your own domain?
For any building construction project, maybe the painting is the last stage. So the inspection, the final inspection, maybe painting and inspection.
So you write it. Write it. Devesh, you write it.
Done, sir.
So painting and inspection. So you will start them start to start.
Yes, sir. Maybe if your building consists of 3-4 rooms, once one painting is done, then inspection also can be done at the same time when as painting is progresses.
So Agnivesh, do you agree with this? So guys, let's say that the painting is going to take three weeks. So then what happens? Is the inspection completed?
No.
Inspection can be done within 1 day. We can take it as finish to finish. This example.
There is another example. I can share.
Yeah, you write it here, or you can tell to Agnivesh. Think of it, guys. You have to
Maybe
sometimes we are
for
developing.
building construction itself, maybe the foundations, initially when we do the foundation, same time underground facilities can also be started.
Yeah, so you write the name. So you tell the names to your friend Agnivesh. Okay, he's giving his own example.
Maybe the the example as plumbing activities.
From plumbing and electrical work, both can be done parallelly.
Yeah. They may not finish at the same time, but at least they can start at the same time.
So laying of the foundation and installing underground facilities. Yeah. So basically, guys, see this. If I'm not laying the foundation, suppose if I'm stopping the laying of the foundation, so can I install the underground facilities? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. So basically, this activity that is this. So this activity is the predecessor, and the activity which is basically the installing underground facility, it is dependent. It is dependent upon laying out the foundation. That's why we select the relationship start to start. So they can start at the same time and they might finish at the different times. That's okay. So there is maybe this installation of the underground facilities, but it is an advantage if they start at the same time. Okay. So is this agreeable to you?
Yes, sir.
I think it is more like a finish to finish. It is not like a start to start. So guys, look at this carefully. So they need to finish at the same time, because once the laying of the foundation is complete, so there should be the completion of the installation of the underground facilities also, right? It sounds more like your finish to finish. So you can reconsider some other example. So try to give some
I think
other.
we can do SPC testing and site clearance. Both we can do it. We can start to start.
So
Geotechnical test.
So Agnivesh, you write here. Yeah, you dictate to him, so he will write. Tell him.
Soil testing, site clearance, as well as the soil testing.
Site clearance. This is one, and soil testing is second.
Site. Yeah,
the first one?
soil testing is second.
Okay. What is the first one?
Clearance. Site clearance.
Okay, so when you start the site clearance, then what you will start instantly with this?
Soil testing. Soil testing.
Yeah, I agree with this. So they are start to start, right? Because you can do the soil testing only after the site clearance is started. So basically, you need not complete the site clearance for the soil testing, but you can keep some time gap. So you'll say that let there be 2 days of the site clearance. After 2 days, we will start the soil testing. Now, I'm introducing to you the concept of lag time. Lag means delay. So lag means useful delay. You say that let there be some space created by the first 2 days of the site clearance, then we will start the soil testing. So what you do, it is still start, but you put a gap of 2 days here. So you write here 2. In the lag column, you write here 2. Okay. So you will see that there is a 2 days of the lag time. So what happens that during the 2 days, some part of the site clearance will be done, and then it will become conducive for the soil testing. So during this portion, the soil testing will take place, and maybe the site clearance. So basically, this can go on. Soil testing can go on for even a longer duration. But the thing is that if you're still doing site clearance, so definitely it will be useful for you to do the soil testing. So maybe it is of 18 days, right? So this can start 2 days later, it can finish 2 days later. So the entire site is cleared and the entire site undergoes the soil testing, right? So you don't have to wait for the entire site clearance to complete. So you can have the overlap, right? So how much time you are saving? 36 minus 20. So guys, how much is that? 36 minus 20?
16 days.
16 days. So how you are saving the 16 days? You can clearly see it here. So basically, you are saving the 6 days here due to the overlap. Then you are saving the 6 days here due to the overlap. And then you are saving the 4 days here due to the overlap. Now, if you add 4 plus 6, you will see that totals to 16. So due to the overlap between the two activities, for 16 days, you are saving 16 days duration. So instead of 36 days, you can complete both the activities in 20 days. Is that clear, guys? Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to ask you a very logical question. Suppose if I'm not doing the site clearance, so guys, without clearing the site, can I do the soil testing? Think of it.
Yes, of course you can do so.
So then you should not be having a relationship. So it means that without the site clearance, if you can do the soil testing, so there is no dependency at all. So guys, if there is no
There's no
dependency,
depend.
there is a dependency, yes or no?
Yes, it should be dependent.
Dependent. So if there is a dependency, then you establish a relationship. Now, what do we say? We just say like this. We say that there is a dependent. So the soil testing is dependent upon the site clearance, and that's why we establish the relationship. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Is this thing
Okay.
clear?
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think this example is now clear. Okay, now let us go to the finished operation. So guys, would you like some more examples you can put here?
So normally in mechanical
Normally in
construction
our
projects, whatever the kind of installation we complete there. So at the same time, we try to finish the documentation also for client submission.
Okay. So now let us go to the finish to finish. So I will give an example of the finish to finish just to stimulate your thought process. Okay, just to give you the concept. Then after that, you should bring a good example from your own domain. So let me write it. So I'm doing software testing. No, I'm doing software development. No, development. Now, this activity will be for 4 weeks. So I write here 4 weeks and it automatically becomes 24 man days. Now, I need the manual. So I create an activity here, write user manual. User manual. Now, the person who writes the user manual, so his role name is technical writer. So this technical writer is sitting right now in front of me. And then he says that, boss, when I should start writing the user manual. So I tell him, it is not important when you start, but it is very important that when the software development is finished, your manual should be also finished and ready so that I can package them both and give to the client. Because if I give the main product without any manual, so guys tell me, will that be useful for the client? Can the client use a product without the manual?
No.
No, that is not possible. Suppose if you bought a new mobile phone or you bought a new smart TV and you don't get the manual in the package, will you be able to use the full features? Possibly not.
No.
Okay. So that's why, so what we do, I ask him that what is the duration of your activity? He says that, boss, I will need 12 days. So I write here 12, right? So after I write here 12, so since my cursor is already on the successor, so I will assign the predecessor. Okay, so Agnivesh, so you click here on the assign button in the predecessor box. Now the predecessor is 1060. You select 1060, then click on the select once and close the box. See, guys, by default it assigns finish to start. Now, what is the total duration if I use the finish to start? 36 days, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if I use the finish to start relationship, it gives me a total of 36 days, and finish to start relationship creates the longest duration. Okay, and guys, let me tell you something more interesting fact about the finish to start relationship. So guys, if you assign the finish to start relationship to every relationship, so finish to start will never be technically wrong. It will be always technically okay. But what is the problem with the finish to start? The problem is that your project will be highly delayed. You will not be able to finish the project on time, right? So that's why we use the finish to start only in those cases where some other relationship is not possible. So what do? I tell the technical writer that you should finish your manual along with the finish date of the software development. So that is why I change the relationship type to finish to finish. You click here. So guys, do you see that the relationship type is established as finish to finish? Did you note that?
Yes.
So this is the relationship. Now, if you looked at the duration, it is not 24 days. Earlier it was 36. So guys, what is 36 minus 24? 36 minus 24 equal to 8 days saved.
12 days.
8 days saved, right guys? Okay, how do you save 8 days? See, look at the Gantt chart. No, 12 days. So sorry, my maths is wrong. So basically, this is basically not 8, but basically you are saving 12 days, right? So you can see it very clearly on the Gantt chart. There is a overlap of 12 days. So you are saving the 12 days. So guys, have you understood? Okay. Now let us ask a logical question. The logical question is like this. Suppose if I say that I'm not doing the software development. Okay. So guys, if I'm not doing the software development, would I still write the user manual?
Not. No.
If you're not developing the software, would you still need to write the user manual? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can
If you don't
Yes.
have
right,
what
but
is
it's
the
not
man?
this.
No, there is no software. If there is no software developed, then what do you need the manual for? How will you develop the manual? There's nothing to look at. Without the main product, is the accessory need to be produced? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
No. Are you sleeping? No. See, I'm not developing the software. So what would I need the manual for? How will I even develop the software? I mean the user manual without looking at the software details.
It may not be project specific, but the general manual.
No, there is no general manual. There is no software, no manual, guys. That should be clear to you. If you are not developing the software, so if you don't have the product, then why do you need the manual? Or how can you develop the manual without the product? You cannot develop it at all, right? So just keep that fact in mind. So if you are not developing the software, so there is no need to write the user. It means that the user manual is dependent upon the software. So that's why we say that the user manual is dependent upon the software. That's why we establish the relationship finish to finish. That is the meaning of the dependencies and relationship. The dependency knowledge comes from your technology knowledge, and the relationship you choose according to your project management knowledge, right? So your project management says that if you want to finish them both at the same time, you should use the finish to finish relationship. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so that's good. Now, I want you to find some example from your own domain. I think I've made the concept clear to you. Or what you can do that you can see something more. Suppose if you change the duration, so what will change for the successor? Will it change the start date or the finish date? Think of it, guys. What is going to change?
Start.
Hmm?
Finished it.
Finish date.
No, finish date is under the control of the predecessor, guys. So you can check it out. Finish date will never change. If you change the duration of the successor, it will change only the start date. Try to change it. You make it 16 and stick. Make it 16. 16, 1 6. So which date change? The start date or the finish date? Start date. It says that you start earlier. So you know how it is calculating. So it is basically it is counting backwards 16 days. So it is used like this minus 16 days. Okay, it is counting backwards from the 27. So 27 minus 16 is equal to 10th of the September. So basically what happens that on the 10th of the September, the manual writer, the technical writer will join the team. He will start to look at the screens and he will continue till the 16 days and to complete the manual along with the software. See guys, let me tell you one thing. Suppose if the technical writer comes on the 9th, so let him start his work. If someone wants to stay ahead of the plan, it's okay. It is always welcome, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
If you want to finish something before the plan, it is Okay, but you should never be lagging behind the plan. Okay, so when you change the duration of the right user manual, it changes only the start date, right? Okay, now let us see this thing. When the finish date will change, suppose you look at this is the same. Now, if you change the duration of the software development to 28, only then the finish date will change. You see that? Now the finish date is changing.
Yes.
So why the finish date is changing? See this, guys. Look at the dialogue here. Read this. What does the predecessor say to the successor? Read this text.
So
Read this.
when I finish, then you also finish.
Correct. So that's why the finish to finish is happening. So but basically, if you change the duration of the predecessor, so suppose if you change it to 24 days, so you will see change in the finish date. And if you change the duration of the right user manual to 12 days, so what do you see? Only the start date changes, but the finish date is constant, right? So I hope the example is clear to you.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to replace this. I'm going to write here P for the predecessor and S for the successor. So guys, you think and tell me that what is the example from your own domain? Finish to finish. Or how do you plan to use it?
So the piping, normally after installation, we do hydro testing. So the final documentation for that hydro testing also will be completed at the same time for client submission.
Yeah, I know. Example. This is a very, very good example. So you write this example. So who is that? Is it Agnivesh or someone else?
It's Agnivesh, sir, mine.
So you write it. You write the predecessor and successor and explain to your friends. See, normally if you do it in the finish to start relationship, technically it won't be wrong. What will be the duration? 36 days. It would never be technically wrong, right? If you completed the documentation after the pressure testing of pipe, you started the documentation, it is not technically wrong, but it's going to take a lot of time. So what do? You guys are playing smart with time. You're saying that, okay, we will complete the pressure testing of the pipe, but at the same time, we will update the documentation for client submission. So guys, is this clear? Is this clear or not?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Because when you need the document, so you can complete the document along with the pressure testing of the pipe completion. So you will be able to save, I would say, 36 minus 24. So you will be able to save 12 days. So how do you save the 12 days? Because of the 12 days of the overlap. So you get 6 days of the overlap here, and then you get another 6 days of the overlap here, right? So when you overlap the predecessor and successor activities, so you can save that much time. So you are getting the sort of 12 days saving, right? Documentation for client submission. Okay. So is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have any other example for sharing?
My understanding at that.
So guys, if you have not understood, so let me ask you a logical question. Logical question is that if I'm not doing the pressure testing, So can I make the documentation for client without doing the pressure testing?
No.
No, that is not possible because the document is based upon the completion of the pressure testing or the happening of the pressure testing. So I say that the documentation is dependent on the pressure testing, and that's why we establish the relationship finish to finish, right? If both of them finish at the same time, so it saves a lot of time, right? So is this thing clear to you? Okay. Now, if this is clear, then we go to the next example. So guys, do you have any questions on the finish to finish? No? Yes or no?
No.
No, sir.
Okay. Now we will add the start to finish, but we will understand it with a situation. So I will go to my whiteboard. So in my whiteboard, I have a situation here. So I will explain to you better with a situation. The situation is like this. See, it is the start to finish situation. So in this situation, basically I have, so you click here. So you read this. So Agnivesh, you read what is this situation here.
This start to finish situation. I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from the home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as to not miss the train at all?
Tell me.
4 o'clock, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. and before some transportation, all this thing.
Okay, so
before 4 o'clock.
So you tell me what is the decision at 4 p.m. or before the 4 p.m.
Before 4 p.m. by considering some contingencies during the travel.
So you want to put buffer time. Let's say that you set the start time at 3:30 p.m. right?
Yes.
So now what happens that as you are going, so the cab driver says that boss, I need 10 minutes to change tires. So he changes the tire. Change tire, he takes 10 minutes. Then he says that another 10 minutes is required to reroute. Okay, the usual route is blocked due to certain problem. So he takes 20 minutes, right? So guys, you tell me, would you be able to reach the railway station in time to catch the train?
Yes.
Yes, because you will be basically arriving at 4:50 p.m., right? 4:50 p.m. you will arrive like this. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let me tell you something. So basically, you know what the train says to you? Train says that look, I'm going to start at 5 p.m. So before I start, you finish reaching the platform. Now, guys, you tell me, suppose you reach the railway station at 4:30 p.m. So can you ask the station master to depart the train at 4:30 p.m.?
No.
No. Suppose the station master is your childhood friend and you have his number, mobile number, and on the way you tell him to delay the train by 5 minutes or 10 minutes, can he do it for you?
No.
No, even that is not possible because what he says that the train is a public utility vehicle. He cannot depart it earlier or later. It will start at the fixed time of 5 p.m. only, right? So what does the train says to you? Train says that before I start, you finish reaching the railway platform before I start, right? Because my time is fixed and predetermined. So basically, you can book a train ticket 1 month in advance, right? So who decides the time? The date and time is pre-decided by the railway board. You only select the train for whose time, whose time is suitable for you, right? But you cannot tell the railway board to start a train on a particular date and at a particular time. So they will give you the options. You will only select the options which is most suitable for you. But the date and time is decided. So guys, just imagine that It is not a train that you have an international flight which is departing at 5 p.m. And for the international flight, you would need a lot of time inside the airport terminal. You have to go through many formalities like corona test and then security test, then immigration test. Okay, so all those things are required. So it takes you 2 hours to get processed. Suppose if the flight is going to take about 5 p.m. and then you are targeting to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So inside the airport, it takes 2 hours. So guys, what is 4 p.m. minus 2 hours?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. So you say that, okay, I will basically reach the airport main door at 2 p.m. But to reach at 2 p.m., I have to start my journey at 1 hour earlier. So guys, what is 2 p.m. minus 1 hour?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. So you say that, okay, I should start from home at 1 p.m. But to get the cab at 1 p.m., I should start calling from the app. I should start hailing the cab from the app 30 minutes earlier, because sometimes, you select a cab and it comes and then it cancels, right? It happens many times. So you say, I'm going to put a buffer of 30 minutes. So guys, what is 1 p.m. minus 30 minutes?
12:30.
12:30. So, at 12:30, when you are ready, so what do you do? So you start basically looking for the cab in the app. And by 1 p.m., the cab comes and you reach the airport boarding gate of a flight at 4 p.m. Is that a problem? If you wait for 1 hour for a flight, is that a problem, or missing the flight would be a problem? Tell me, guys. What is the problem?
In the flight would be.
Missing the flight.
Missing the
Missing a
flight
flight
would be
a
problem.
problem.
Correct. So basically, the flight is international flight, and it costs a lot of money to book that. And maybe you will get the next flight after 1 week. So guys, just imagine. So tell me one thing: did you miss any exam in your school days or college days? Hmm?
No.
No, you did not miss any exam, because you knew that if the annual exam has been announced by the school board or the country board or the central board, so it is fixed. The date and time of the exam is predetermined and it is fixed. And if you miss that exam, so you can reappear only next year, right? So you don't want to miss that, right? So you know what you would do in the school or in the college, you will finish your study, the syllabus, then you will revise it, then you will take the mock test, then you will revise it, and then on the date and time of the exam, so you would reach the examination hall at least 1 hour earlier, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you can be on the spot, you can be cool, you can be calm, you can revise, and you enter the. So because if you looked at many of the videos on the social media, you must have seen many candidates were prevented from taking the exam because they were late, right? Okay, I think you must have seen such videos also. So basically, you have to understand there are certain things which are start to finish. Suppose you applied in a very good company and they give you the interview time at 5 p.m. and it's a dream job. So would you call them and tell them that I will come after 5, or you will reach much before the 5 p.m.? Tell me, guys, how are you going to approach? Hmm? How are you going to approach?
Much before.
So definitely you will be reaching before the start of the interview so that you look good and fresh, right? And if you reach later, so it won't put a very good impression on the people that are going to select you, because they feel that if you are going to be a manager and if you're not interested to reach the interview venue on time, then how is it possible that you will be able to start and finish your projects on time? So, that's going to put a wrong impression. So, there are many places like where we have a start to finish situation, like railway station, airport, examination, interview. But you know, guys, there is one place in our life where there is an exception. Cinema. Suppose your movie is going to start at 5:30 and you reach the cinema hall at 5:20. So nobody is going to stop you. And you know the person who is the torchman, he will take you to your seat and he will seat you there comfortably, right? So what happens that you are watching the movie after 20 minutes. Okay. So guys, tell me what's going to happen if you are watching the movie after 20 minutes of the start. And there's a lot of action going on. And will you be able to understand the story? Will that be useful? Think of it.
No. No.
Will not be able to understand it or comprehend it. You might have to watch the movie once again. So, guys, there are many places and many situations in our life where the situation is the start to finish, right? So we have to make sure that we understand it and we plan the predecessor in such a way so that we can complete the predecessor, we can finish the predecessor before the start of the successor. Okay, so now I will give an example. I'm not going to ask you for any example. Now let me explain to you with an example. So I will first go to the interface. First, I will collapse all the groups. Then I'm going to expand the start to finish group. So guys, these days I'm doing some consulting work with the telecom companies. So they are upgrading their 3G and 4G towers into the 5G. So, you know, there's an active.
One observation actually, they're about to start to finish. This is a reverse of finish to start. Like there's some activities. If we reverse this, they will become finish to
Reverse,
start.
the opposite. So I will explain to you with this example better. So the example is activate 5G's frequency, right? So in the tower, so you have to activate the 5G frequency because the 5G uses a different frequency to communicate with your mobile, right? So it is high, so it has got more energy density. It has got more data density. Now, you know, this activity is to be done by a subject matter expert. Now, the problem is that the subject matter expert is a constrained resource. So there is a one subject matter expert to help in 5 projects. So he is a distributed resource, right? So here is the ratio of the subject matter expert. So one subject matter expert is to cater to 5 projects. So I call in the subject matter, I call the subject matter expert and I explain to him that I need his assistance as soon as possible. So I ask him for an appointment. So he says that he can come on this date. So guys, can you tell me the date on the timeline for this Friday, which I marked by the arrow? I think you should be able to read the timeline date. See, every Monday is mentioned, right? So you can count. Count from Monday to Friday. What date will be the Friday? No, you look at the date which is marked by the arrow. See, the Monday
19. 19.
Guys, what is the problem, man? See, every Monday is mentioned. 15th is a Monday. So if you count forward till Friday, so what is the date of the Friday here?
19.
Correct. So guys, learn to read the time scale. You can read the measuring tape. You should learn to read the time scale also, right? So basically every Monday is mentioned. So every Monday is mentioned like 15, 22. So you can count backward also, right? If that is nearer. Okay, so it is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So it means that this activity has to be physically shifted to the 19th because he gave me a fixed date. So guys, I'm going to use a facility called constraint. I'll be teaching the constraint in the next lesson, but here I'm using the constraint to facilitate the learning. So what I do, I go to this activity and I go to the status tab. In the status tab, I select a mandatory start. What is mandatory start? Compulsory start. Compulsory start on which date? So compulsory, it should start on the 19th, right? So I select the 19th and I click on the select. Now what happens, this activity is positioned on the 19th, which is fine. And then I ask him that what should be ready before you come. So he says that before I come, the 3 things should be ready in the tower. The updated hardware, firmware, and software. So I write the activity, update hardware, then update the firmware and the software, okay, to control the billing and all other activities. So I call my engineering team and I ask my engineering team that, guys, so how many days do you need to update the hardware, firmware, and the software? So my engineering team says that, boss, we need 6 days. Then I tell them that, guys, I want you to finish your activity 3 days before the arrival of the subject matter expert. So, guys, what is 19 minus 3? What is 19 minus 3? How much is that?
16.
16.
16, correct. Now, how do we establish the relationship? I'll tell you. So, our cursor is already on the successor. So, Agnivesh, you grab the mouse and click on the relationship tab here. In the relationship tab, you select the predecessor, which is 1080. Okay, so the predecessor is 1080. Then you select assign and then you close it. Now, the relationship type by default will be always finish to start, but we have to use start to finish. So we change it to SF. So then we say that we want a lead time of 3 days. So in the lag column, you write here -3. You know what the -3 will do? The -3 is going to basically update. So it will prepone the finish date to the 16, right? So do you see that -3? So this is called the lead time, right? So it is basically doing the lead. So it is basically doing it by 3 days, -3 days like this, right? From here to here, it is putting here -3, right? Is this clear? Okay. Now, what happens is that, so I tell my team that, guys, you target to finish on the 16th. If you can't, then try to finish on the 17th evening. If you can't, then try to finish on the 18th evening, because basically on the 19th of the morning, okay. So on the 19th morning, the subject matter expert is going to come, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So basically, you will see literally, basically they have got the 9 days to complete this activity, right? So they have got the 6 days inside the activity and 3 days as the buffer. So this gives them a safety zone. Because I asked the subject matter expert, if you are not able to get the input on the 19th, then what is the next date that you will provide us? So he says that the next date that I will provide us is after 1 month. So guys, would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month?
No.
Tell me. No. No project manager wants a delay in his project. So the project managers are proactive managers. The project managers are always looking for the opportunity to complete the project, okay, before time or at least on the time. So that is why. So guys, is the example clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what are the situations when you might need to use this? I'm not asking you for an example, but let me tell you that when and where you will have to use the start to finish. The first example is right in front of you. This is a situation where you have the constrained resource, right? So the number one is when you have a constraint means limited, constrained high value resource. High value resource. Now, what is the problem with the high value resource? The problem with the high value resource that company cannot have multiple copies of that resource, right? You cannot have multiple workers if they are high value. Second, special request from client. Okay, if there is a special request from the client, so you can find it in the contract. The client will say, please finish this component earlier than the process date. So you'll have to plan a lot of things in the backward fashion, right? If there is a special request from the client, because these three, how do you determine these three? See, these three can be determined from the engineering dependencies, right? Very simple. These things are determined from these three are determined from engineering sequence, like this. Okay, is this clear? Hmm? So those three are easy, but for the start to finish, you have to be on the lookout. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me do this thing. Let me expand it, and you guys have a good look, and you tell me if you have any doubt or questions. So please tell me if you have any doubt or question on any of the dependency. So dependency is determined from technical knowledge, and the relationship is established by project management knowledge. So your engineering knowledge and the project management knowledge, they go hand in hand. Okay, they are both used in the planning. Is that point clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Sir, I am
Yeah.
unable to change one date, sir. Start date.
Okay, so you show me your screen. Let me understand what you are trying to do.
Okay, sir.
Okay, you tell me that what is the problem.
This start date, sir. Site clearance.
Site. See,
It
basically,
is supposed to be 1st of September.
yeah. So basically, if you look at the star, basically what has happened that you have added the constraint. Now, if you say here remove, right? You say none, then the constraint will be removed. So that's why my next lesson is the constraint and the soil testing. You should not have any constraint, but rather for the soil testing, you can introduce a lag time of 2 days, which you have done already. So if you look at the relationship, so which you have introduced a lag of 2 days, right? So basically, when you get to see a star, star means that a date has been adjusted manually. So how do you adjust? By using the constraint facility. So that's what we are going to learn next, right? So all these activities that now they don't have constraint, but this activity has a constraint, and the existence of the constraint is indicated by the star. So there is a constraint on the star. So what is the constraint? Mandatory. Mandatory means compulsory. So this activity has to compulsorily start on the 19th, because on the 19th our subject matter expert has given us the appointment to come, and he says that before I come, the three items should be finished and ready. That is the hardware, the firmware, and the software. All these three should be updated in the mobile tower. So that's why I asked my team that he is going to come on Thursday, 19th. Okay. So I would like you to finish your activity before 3 days of his arrival. Okay. So I give them 3 days buffer, and I asked them to finish by 16th. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So guys, let's take some break for 20 minutes, and then we will go to the date constraints, so which is also very important to adjust the schedule. Okay. Yeah. After that, you can start sharing your screen. So of the Agnivesh, you share your screen. Okay. See, the number 4 says the schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Now, guys, let me refresh you the meaning of the word constraint. Constraint means limitation. So there is a limitation at the project level also. So what are the limitation at the project level? The entire duration of the project is a constraint. You may not get the duration that you need. So then the total budget of the project is under the constraint, right? So you have the limited budget, you have the limited duration. So So these are the limitations at the project level, and at the project level, there are more constraints. Like you have the milestones. The milestone set up a constraint. Okay. So you have got various kind of the constraints at the project. Now, what is the date constraint? The date constraints happens to be existing at the activity level, right? The schedule is adjusted by date constraints. So on an activity, you have the dates, but limited. Okay, limited range of the dates. So that is the meaning of date constraint, but it will be much more clear when we use it. Okay, so now we go to this and we close this lesson by pressing Control W. Actually, we are closing the project. So you press Control W here and you close it. And you say yes. And now you select the lesson number 1 and you create a copy. You press Control C and Control V and you will see the lesson number 4. And then you rename this as date constraints. So you change the name of the lesson number 4, you change it to date constraints. Okay. Now you open this, you open the lesson number 4. Okay. Now we are going to create, to understand the constraints better, we are going to create the WBS groups for the constraints. So you click on the WBS button and we come to the WBS group. So guys, everybody please confirm that you are in the WBS group.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to understand the various kind of constraints, so we will create the WBS group. Now you click on the add button. Now you will write the constraint name. This is the name of the constraint, but I will write the first one. So it is to be written start, on, or after. Basically, if you would notice, every starting word is having the capital letter, right? So, okay. So Agnivesh, you write the next one. So guys, you go back to the parent because we have to create the new child from the reference of the top level parent, right? So then you write here finish on or before. Finish on or before. Okay. So then you go back to the parent and you click on the add and write in the WBS name primary and secondary constraints. Primary and secondary constraints. Okay, then you go back to the parent. Then you click on the add button. Then you write here as late as possible. As late as possible. This is the name of the constraint. And you press enter. Then you go back to the parent once again. Then you write as a mandatory constraint. I mean a mandatory finish. No. Don't write the word as, you just write mandatory finish. Okay. The name of the constraint itself is mandatory finish. Okay. So guys, have you created these 4 WBS groups?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you switch over to the activities. So you'll find there's WBS groups. In the activities, we have to group the activities. So you select the first 2 activity and you cut them and move into 4.1. Okay, like that. Correct. Now you select the next 2, 20 and 30, you cut them and move them into 4.2. And you select the next 2, 40 and 50, cut them and move them into 4.3. And in the 4.4, we need only 1. So you select only one. and you move it into 4.4. And in the 4.5, you select 8 activities. Okay, you count it and you cut them. And you move that into 4.5. Okay, now you delete the rest of the activities and you click on the delete button. Okay, so now we have created the group. So guys, did you note that when you delete activities, the recalculation of the schedule takes place and it marks these activities as the critical activities, right? Okay, now let's come to the main point. So to learn the first one, so let's do this thing. In the first group, that is the start, on, or after. So you have to do like this. You have to rename this activity as task 1 and the second activity you rename as task 2. Task 2. Okay, fine. So now you link them. You select the task 1 and then you select the task 2 and you link them. You have to select them in the sequence 1, 2. Okay, link. So once you link the successor activity, it acquires a start date, right? Do you see that when an activity is not having a predecessor, so their start date is 1 September, right? But for this activity, the start date comes to be 8 of the September. So guys, do you have the data like this right now? So
Yes, sir.
everyone tell me, Gangadhar, Biswanath, Varun, Yaya.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll explain to you that what happens. See, guys, just imagine you are working on a database which is on the network, right? Which is kept on a data center. So if you work in such an environment, that what happens when you assign a resource to the task 2, he's going to get the mail with the details. It's automatically generated by the server. So it will tell him the project name, activity name, start date, finish date, duration, project manager name, every detail will be there. So, the guy whom you assign to this activity, that is the task 2 or the 1010. So he comes to you, he says that, boss, I've seen that you have assigned me to the task 2. I have a concern. So he says that, boss, what has happened? That as I'm working on the current project, so I have taken the permission that after the current project, I will be on the leave duration, right? So he says that during these dates, he will be on the leave. So he won't be available, but he will be joining on the 22. After 22, he can be available. So it means that you can basically take another resource, right, guys? Is that clear? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If this resource is leave between the dates of September 8 to 20, so between these dates, if you don't want to delay the activity, so you will take another resource. Now, what happens is that as you are looking at the resource which are there in the resource pool, then suddenly you realize that none of them are competent enough to do this activity. So it is not possible for you to substitute him. It happens sometimes. So then you decide that, okay, so I will take this much delay. So you say that, okay, so since I don't have the choice of using another resource, so I will shift the date of the activity to match the availability of the resource, right? So in this case, what you do, you apply the constraint on task 2 and you shift the task 2 to the September 22. So how you do it? First of all, you will select the task 2. Then you will click on the detail button. So guys, you click on the detail. So after you clicked on the detail, you will click just a moment. So let us make a little bit more space here. Now you click on the status. Okay, I'll show you. So first of all, in the detail, you click on the status. So in the status, you will see, there is a constraint block. You see this constraint block here in the status? Guys, you are here. First you click on the status, then you will see the constraint. Now, so basically the constraint that you are going to select here is start on or after. So you select here start on or after. If you scroll down, you will be able to find it. Scroll down more, and then you can see start on or after. Now, for the date, you select here 20 September, which is a Monday. So he is going, no, 22 September, sorry, 22. He is going to join on 22 and you click on the select. So guys, you are going to notice certain things. First thing, whenever you apply the constraint on an activity, if you apply it on the start date, you will see a star on the start date. If you apply a finish constraint, you will see the star on the finish date, right? Second, you asked the activity to be shifted to the 22. So this activity has been physically shifted to the 22. Did you note that? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, since you applied the constraint, you will have to write a note. Because if you don't write a note, someone else looking at your plan won't know the reason that why did you apply the constraint, right? So what you do, you just go to the notebook. So guys, please come to the notebook. In the notebook, you click on the add. Then you select the reason for the note as constraint and click on the add button. Then you close this. And then you click on the modify. Click here on the modify button. And then you write the resource assigned on this activity will be joining from 22 September onwards, right? 22 September onwards. Now you click on the OK button.
The resource assigned this activity.
Okay. So now if someone is looking that why this activity has been shifted to the 22, he will have a reason. Now guys, there is a point here. If you look at this word, I asked you to write the word resource and not the human resource. Because an activity can be shifted not only due to the reasons of human resource, but also due to the reason of machine and material resource also. Suppose a machine is going to be arriving on the 22 and a material may be also arriving on the 22, you will have to wait the resources to be available till 22, right? So this activity will have to be shifted, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Agnivesh, at least you can respond. Is this clear to you?
Yes, yes.
If source, man, machine, or material, any one or any of the two or any of the three is available on 22, so you'll have to shift the activity till the resource is with you, till you get the resource, right? Is that clear?
Yes, yes.
That's why we apply this kind of a constraint. So, this is to adjust the schedule. Now, you will have to understand there are 2 points here. If you looked at the line, there are 2 lines. One is the float line. The black bar on the top is the float line. And you see the dash line? So dash line is the relationship line. So why the relationship line is like a dash? Because you stretched it, right? When you basically apply a constraint and pull away the successor, it creates the stretch mark on the relationship and it creates the float. Float means that there is a gap of 12 days, right? So you can see that there is a gap of the 12 days on the predecessor activity. So let me show you the float column, right? Do you see that there is a float of 12 days, right? So the 12 days float has been created like the 6 days here and the 6 days of the float is here. But why this activity is marked in the red? Why the successor? Because when you push away this activity, it goes
to critical part.
Extreme edge, right? It goes to the end of the project. In fact, it is defining the finish date of the project. So when an activity is on the extreme edge of the project and there is no other activity beyond it, so definitely it will become the critical path. So if this activity is delayed, then the project date will be shifted. How? So if you increase the duration of this activity, right? If you increase it to 8 days, so it will shift the finish date of the project, right? See this. You make it as 6, it comes back. You make it as 10, it just goes ahead. You make it as 6, it comes back. And if you make any increment in the duration of this activity, so first it will consume the float, right? If you are consuming the float like this, suppose if you make it 18, it will become 0 and it will become critical. But after this point, it will become basically, it will be going back to back. So if you reduce its coming, but if you reduce it to 6 days, but the successor is not going to come before the 22. Why? Because on the 22, the resource will be joining from 22 onwards. So it means this activity can be flexible after 22, but not before the 22. So it is helpful in such a situation. So this is just to explain so that you understand that if you need to apply the constraint, you can apply. Okay, start on or after 22 because the person assigned on the task 2 will be joining on 22. Maybe it's a man, machine, or a material. So we have to
So how
adjust.
to apply constraint to finish date?
Yes, so we are going to do it, the next one. So that is the next example, right? Okay, now we will turn this into 3 and 4. So Anivesh, you make this into 3 and 4. Now you make this activity as task 4 and you link them. Okay, you link 20 and 30. You link them. So now what happens is that if you looked at this activity, it has acquired a finish date of 13th of the September, right? So once again, the same story is repeated. The resource assigned on the task 4, he gets an email, the alert email, then he comes to talk to you. He says that, boss, I'm on a notice period till the 20th. He says that he can work on this activity during this limit only. So guys, he tells his limit, right? Between this date up to the 20th. So his last date of the working in this company is till 20th, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So 20th September is his last date. After the 20th September, he is not available. So I have to set up a constraint, right? So guys, what's going to happen when I set up the constraint? You will see that once I set up the constraint on the task 4, its float will be limited, right? So, all the float which is after this date, this float will be deleted, right? And its limit will come here. This activity will be limited up to the 20th. Now let's do it. First of all, you select the task 4. Then you go to the constraint block. From the constraint, you select finish on or before. Make sure that your task 4 is selected and you select finish on or before. So then you select the finish date as the 20th, which is a Saturday, and click on the select button. So guys, did you see that once you apply the constraint on the finish date, you get a star on the finish date. If you are not able to see in your screen, just increase the width of the finish column. You will be seeing the star on the finish date because you set a limit on the finish date this time. And what is the time limit you have set? You said that this activity should be finished on or before the 20th. Okay, is this thing clear? This activity should be finished on or before the 20th. So that's why there is a limit on the finish date. So there is a star which appears. Now let's do this thing. Let us try to do some experiment here. So since I know that the last date of this activity is the 20th of the September, so I'm experimenting. So I make the task 3 as the 12. Make this as the 12. Now it will consume the float as it pushes the activity towards the last date. So guys, do you see that its float has become 0? Why this float has become 0? Because this activity, this task 4, it has touched its finish date, right? So the float has become 0 float, because its finish reference is not from the finish date of the project. Rather, its finish is referenced from the constraint date, right? So its float will be calculated from the constraint date. Since it is touching the constraint, the finish constraint date, so its float becomes 0. Okay, now let's do this thing. Let us increase the duration further for the predecessor. You go to the task 3 and you make it as the 16 days. So you're pushing it beyond the finish date. So what happens? So you are seeing a negative float. Guys, do you see this? I think you have heard of the negative float,
Yes, sir.
but I will explain to you. So negative float is basically, let me reinterpret this for you. Negative float when at the planning stage, actually it is a friendly warning from the Primavera. So Primavera is telling you in a friendly manner that Agnivesh, you have actually exceeded the finish date for the task force. You please come back. So now I will tell you certain points. First point is that the negative float is represented by the yellow ribbon. Okay.
Mm.
And one more thing, you will see, do you see it twisted? Did you see this twist? Actually, this twist is representing the last date, 20th of the September. So basically, your boundary line is here. So the boundary line, the last date is represented by the twist, and the minus is, I'll show you the minus dates. So what it says here, guys, it says -4. I'll show you that how the -4 is calculated. Actually, the Saturday is the 0, Monday is the -1, Tuesday is the -2, Wednesday is the -3, and the Thursday is the -4. Is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Since it's a fictitious planning, basically you are trying to use more duration that is physically possible. Physically, you don't have those days. So what you need to do, you will call your engineering team and you will tell them that, guys, I'm going to provide you more man and machine, increase the work and reduce the duration to 12 days. So guys, you put here 12 in the task 3 and observe what happens. 12. So guys, the float becomes 0, which is technically fine. But guys, you tell me one thing, think like a project manager. Guys, it is technically fine, but is it practically fine?
No, sir.
You create a schedule like this, in which, there is a 0 float. Suppose if you have an international flight to catch at 5 p.m., so would you take a chance to target the boarding gate at 5 p.m.? Or would you target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m.? Tell me, guys, what will be your choice?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. So you will create some float. You will keep 1 hour float for safety margin. So maybe you target at 4 p.m. Maybe you reach at 4:15, 4:20, 4:30, 4:45. You will still make it to the flight, right? So that's what we do in the real life also. So you change the duration to 10 days. You must keep some float as a best practice, right? Note it, guys, note it. If you have a last date, some kind of constraint, make sure that you are targeting a couple of days earlier to finish the activity, right? Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to tell you about another kind of the activity. So no, another kind of constraint. You rename these two activities as 5 and 6. Okay. 5 and 6, and you link them. You select the 5, then you select the 6 and link. So it will establish finish to start, and you reduce the duration to 4 days each. 4 days, 4 days, like that. Okay, so once you did that, it creates a schedule. Now, let me tell you that what is the situation on hand. The situation on hand is that on the task 6, I need to use a 100-ton crane. So, it's a big piece of the equipment. So I take my plan to the resource manager. I show him and I tell him that, look, boss, I need the 100-ton crane on the 5th of the September till 9th of the September, right? For 4 days only, I need that. So he says that, wait, so let me check. Where is this crane installed? So because, there are multiple projects going on. So he says that, look, the crane is installed in a particular project site. So we can provide you between this range of dates. So he tells me the range of the dates. So guys, do you see this green patch here?
Yes.
So what is the range of the dates he's saying? He's saying that you can get it on the 8th morning. Okay, you can start to use, we'll pre-install it and you will have to work within 8 to 20. I say, fine, yeah, that's easy. because I need it only for 4 days. It is just like borrowing a book from the library. So if you need the book for 3 or 4 days, and usually the library gives you for a week, so maybe if you finish earlier, you can return earlier. So I say, yeah, fine, that works fine for me. So I'll have to set up the constraint on this activity for the safety reason, because if I forget to return after the 20, then there will be a penalty on me, right? So I don't want that. So what do? I set up the primary and secondary constraint. So guys, let me tell you, the primary and the secondary constraint is a Primavera only feature. It is possible only in Primavera, but in real life, it is required in every engineering project, because every engineering project resource manager will provide you the heavy resource, but he will not forget about it. He will take a note of it, right? Is that clear? He will tell you that you can use this heavy machine, but I'm giving you the range of date between 8 to 20. So what you have to do, you will have to control the schedule by using the primary and the secondary constraint, right? So guys, you will notice that in the constraint, there are two kind of constraints in the Primavera: primary constraint and the secondary constraint. Primary constraint works on the start date, secondary constraint works on the finish date, right? So let us learn the primary and the secondary constraint. First, make sure that you have selected the task 1050. Then in the primary constraint, you select here. Okay, in the primary side, you select start on or after. Start on or after. And the date of the constraint will be 8 September Monday. 8 September, which is a Monday. Click on the select button. Okay, now we will apply the finish constraint. So you go to the secondary and you select finish on or before. Okay, and then you apply the constraint date here as 20th of September, which is a Saturday, right? And click on the select. Now you will see the star will appear on both sides. See this. Did you note this, guys?
Yes.
Star is there. Now you will also note the constraint dates. See, the activity will start on the 8th and it has the opportunity to finish within 20th. So the activity can operate within this date range, which is set by the constraint. It will operate between 8 to the 20th of September. If you push it beyond to 20th of the September, it's going to start showing you the negative float. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
It starts showing you the negative float. Okay. Okay. So that is clear. So this is how you use it, and this is how you limit the use of the big resources. Now we will learn about the mandatory finish. So the late finish, as late as possible, I will tell you in the last. Okay. So first, let me tell you the mandatory. Mandatory means compulsory. So guys, let's do this thing. First
So
of all,
for me, for start date, it is not showing the stars, sir.
So you have to basically you select it like this. So please note from the screen, just have a look. First you select the task 6 and look at the status. So did you apply the constraint? Start on or after? See, there are two constraints here, right? The primary constraint should be start on or after, and the date should be 8 September. Did you apply this? Please check quickly.
Yes, sir. No, okay. It was different. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are going to learn about mandatory. So mandatory is very, very important. It is there in almost every project. Almost it is compulsory, right? I'll tell you in a while. So first of all, I will ask you to write these activities like A, B, C, D, right? You like this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like this. Yeah, you rename them into okay. Now I will explain to you this situation. See, I will go to my whiteboard. So this is my whiteboard. I will explain to you that what is the real use of mandatory finish. See, guys, look at this whole thing. I'm actually constructing a building. The project is about a shopping mall, right? So I worked with a lot of the consultants for the shopping mall projects. Now, The building is constructed like grounds upward. So I've created a plan which is really very unusual, right? So if you see this plan, it is going from bottom to the top. Now, what is my first deliverable? Basement -2 parking. My date is basically, let me change the date. So my constraint date is, say, I have to basically complete the basement -2 parking by 1st October 25, right? Now, when I complete the parking, I'm going to get 10 million units of money, right? Because the client does not pay the entire money in the beginning. The client pays as per the progress visible to him. So if the basement -2 parking is complete, he is going to make me the payment of 10 million units of money, and it is mandatory finish. Mandatory means compulsory. And guys, what is the advisory here? Read this.
It
Read
is
this.
combined with a finish milestone.
Yes. So keep this fact in mind. The mandatory finish constraint is combined with the finish milestone. It is used to limit the finish date, right? Okay, now let us use it. Now, for the last one, instead of the H, you write here basement -2 completed. Okay, you write here basement -2 completed. Okay, now since this is going to be a milestone, we are going to convert this activity into a milestone type, right? So to convert this into a milestone type, you go to the general tab. Then you select the activity type as finish milestone. Finish milestone. So guys, I want you to note certain things. When you make the activity as finish milestone first, for the milestone, the duration is 0. For the milestone, the symbol is diamond. And for the finish milestone, there is only the finish date. There is no start date, right? Is that clear? There are three things. A milestone has only one date. If it is a start milestone, it will have a start date. And a finished milestone will have a finish date, right? Is this clear? Three things.
Yes.
Anivesh, is it clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Now, where does the milestone come from? So, guys, you have to remember a little bit of the history. In earlier days, when the roads between the city that were constructed, intercity road, not the inside city road, but outside. When you need this road to travel, which we call as highways these days. Actually, these roads are used to travel from one city to another city. So, especially on those roads, you will see a stone placed on the side of the road, which will indicate the progress of the distance you made and the remaining distance to the destination. So, you will find them at regular intervals, right?
Yes.
Yes. So basically, in the earlier days when people used to travel on horseback or animal or walk, there was no meter, right? Because today is in the vehicle, we have got the meter, we have got Google map, which tells us the starting point and the ending point. So we can count the distance. But in earlier days, people would look at the milestone, they will be able to understand that what is the progress of their achievement to the destination city, right? So the milestone will then that you have completed these many units of miles, 25 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. So they will get an idea. And plus for the safety also, if you reach a particular milestone, you would be advised not to travel any further, but to stay during the night in a safe house. So that was also another important purpose of the milestone. Beside the distance, it will tell you places of importance for food, for shelter. Okay, now let's come to the main point. Since I have to complete the basement -2 by the 1st of October, now I'm going to set up the constraint, mandatory finish. Mandatory means compulsory. So click on the status. So on the status, so let me make some space here so that you can view the screen properly. So in the primary constraint, you are going to select mandatory finish, compulsory finish on 1st of October. And when you select the 1st of the October, you should select 6 p.m. You go to the month of October 25 and select first and make sure that you have selected 18 hours because you have the entire day to use. The end of the working day is 6 p.m., right? Is that clear, guys? Why I'm asking you to put here 18 so that you have the complete use of the 1st of October. Okay, so till evening you have the time to complete this activity and you click on the select. So guys, once you apply the constraint, you will notice two things. Since you applied the constraint, you will get a star and your milestone will move to the 31st October. Did you note that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I do that after this thing is done, so I call my engineering team, and because these activities they are supposed to have a sequence, right? So I just can't put the activities just like that. Not these activities are independent, nor they are parallel, right? So these activities have a sequence. So I ask my team member, guys, please tell me what is the sequence of this activity. So these guys are fresh, and I told what is the tendency of the fresher. So, they are going to put all the relationship in the finish to start. So this is what happens. So how do they tell me? I'll just tell you. First, they tell me, boss, you select from top to the bottom, from the A till you select up to this. Then you right click and link. So they're asking me to link all these activities. So when I link these activities, guys, what happens to the float? Look at the float, guys. Look at the float. What is the float? How much?
Next 15 days.
Minus 50. So what does it mean? It means that, this was the time limit for me. So I'm basically going beyond the time limit by 15 days, right? So if I go towards the right side, so if I exceed this limit, so all the days are in minus. So my currently is in minus 15 days. So it's a friendly warning. You don't have to worry. You have to do the schedule compression. So guys, have you heard of the schedule compression?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so fine. It is Agnivesh. So the rest of you, I will need to tell. So schedule compression, I will introduce to you. It is a project management concept that you have to do. Okay, so I will show you the schedule compression. So Agnivesh, I'm sure you know it will be a revision for you, and you read this loudly to your friends so that you remember it permanently, they also remember it permanently. We need to know it so that we can use the Primavera to the best possible. Read it.
Yes, sir. Schedule compression, reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities in two ways. One is fast tracking, when the finish to start is replaced with the start to start or finish to finish to put the activities in parallel. Two, crashing. When fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resources to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Yes. So guys, basically the reduction of the originally planned. Now, what is the originally planned? So guys, this is the original plan which comes to me. It comes with a minus 15. So from my point of view, this is the original plan which came to me. So I've got two options. Fast tracking is the first option. Why? Because when I do the fast tracking, I do not use any extra resources. I don't have to go to the resource manager to ask for extra resources. So when I run out of the options of the fast tracking, okay, then I use the crashing. So in the crashing, I do when fast tracking is not possible. So what we do, we can add more resources to the individual activities to reduce the overall duration. So guys, keep these two in mind. Fast tracking is the first option. After that, we do the crashing. In the crashing, yes, we have to ask for more resources for a short duration of the time, okay, to reduce the duration. But of course, we will use them for less duration. Now, let's see that how we do the schedule compression. So first of all, I select the activity A. Then I go into the relationship tab. So Agnivesh, you click here on the relationship. So guys, you can see that the activity A is related to the B in the finish to start relationship. Did you note that?
Yes.
So
Yes.
apply my expert judgment. So guys, what is the expert judgment? Expert judgment is the useful working memory you accumulate, you memorize that what is the best thing to do in a project, what are the best practices and what have been taught by the senior, what I have learned from my mistakes, right? They make you an expert so that you are able to do the things correctly in the future, right? So I apply my expert judgment from my memory and recall that such kind of the activity can be done in start to start fashion without any technical problem. So I am asking you to change it to start to start. Okay, so it is correct according to technology. Then I select the activity C. Then once again, I apply my expert judgment and I ask you to change the relationship type to finish, FF. So once I change you to the finish to finish, guys, did you note something? Look at the negative float. The negative float has come down from -15 to -3, right? Now my team members are saying, boss, can you reduce, can you change the relationship from E to F, F to G? I said, no, it is not possible to change the relationship because technically the output of the A has to be compulsorily produced first, then it will go to the F, and outcome of the F has to compulsorily go to the G. So we cannot change the relationship from finish to start, but what we can do, we can apply more man and machine on EFG to reduce the duration. So what do? I tell my team members that, guys, you apply more resources on the EFG and reduce the duration of each activity to 4 days. 4, 4, 4 for E, for F, for G. Four. So let me remove the marking so that you can see clearly it has to be 4 days. Now, guys, did you note something? So, when you reduce the duration to 4 days each, you create some float, 3 days, and which is a welcome sign. Now, what my guys are saying, the team members saying that, boss, that looks nice, but we promise not to go beyond 27. So we will make sure that we are able to complete the activities A to G, so which will lead to the creation of basement -2. Basically, what is the milestone? Milestone means what is your accomplishment when you complete the above set of activities. So they say that we will finish by 27. In very drastic circumstances, we might use the float. Okay, so guys, it is no harm to complete earlier than the expectation or promise date to the client. So guys, I will tell you that when you apply the constraint, you have to write a note. So I will tell you that what to write here. You select and you come to the notebook. Okay, I'll tell you. Now, click on the add button to select the reason, the notebook topic. Notebook topic is constraint. Click on the select button. Then you close this. After clicking the constraint, you close the box and then you click on the modify here. And in the modification, you write as per contract. Because all the constraints will be mentioned in the contract. You just write as per contract. That's it. Very simple. You don't have to mention the date or something. If someone wants to know that what is in the contract, they can read it. So you click here on the OK. Right? That's it. So this is the reason. Now, who is the hero here? Basically, the hero is the mandatory finish, which is combined with the milestone. So guys, that's why if you apply the constraint on this activity, the tail of the activity will be stuck on a particular date and it won't be flexible to move. That becomes a problem. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay, so that's why we combine. Because when I combine this constraint, if you come to the status, so when I combine this constraint mandatory finish with the milestone, so the milestone becomes pinned down on a particular date, right? So then guys, then what happens? See, the milestone, it behaves like a lighthouse. Do you know what is the purpose of the lighthouse for the ships? Have you heard of the lighthouse? What does a lighthouse do? What is the purpose? Why the lighthouses are made near the seashores? Do you know that?
To show that there is a port here.
See, basically, during the night time, when the ships in the earlier times, not these days you don't need the lighthouse. You have got the satellites for your GPS. Okay, so they can tell you exactly where you are. So in earlier times when there were no satellites, the ships would travel not in the middle of the sea, but they will travel very near to the shore. So when the ship would come to the shore of a particular country, the captain will see the lighthouse and he will send a Morse code to the lighthouse from the ship lighthouse. Even the ship has a lighthouse, so he will send a question, where am I? Now, what the man in the lighthouse would reply, he will tell you, he will tell the captain of the ship that you are near this country. The capital of the country is this, the king of the country is this, and the port of the country is this, and the latitude and the longitude of the lighthouse is this. So the captain of the ship would note this information in his coordinates and he will mark the position of the ship on the map, right? So for the reasons of safety, the international flights are required to fly near the airports. You know that even if it is a physically a longer route, because each time the flight nears an airport is not the target airport. See, suppose you are flying from say Delhi to New York. So in between there might be there 5 to 6 airports. The captain will be flying near the airport. He will report to the airport that we are safe and sound. Then he will go to the next airport. He will report that I'm safe and sound. So the record will be built in all these airports that this particular flight has passed over us. Right? This is to trace the aircraft route by using the records. So similarly, how? Because those are having fixed coordinates, right? So from the fixed coordinate, the reference of the aircraft can be noted. So that's how, this is the concept of the finished date milestone, that the finished date of this contract, this deliverable, is marked on the 1st of the October. So how near or far you are, that is indicated by this. So that is why it is combined with a mandatory finish. Is that clear? So that the activities are free to move, so that it gives you the calculation of the float. The float can be positive or negative, but it should be able to calculate freely from the reference of milestone. And the milestone is pinned down by the mandatory finish. Is that clear, guys?
It's kind
So
of clear,
Yes,
but
sir.
complicated.
there. So basically, if you looked at this project, guys, you will see that if you looked at this diagram, so basically how many deliverables are there? See, 7 deliverables are there, right? So we are making this shopping mall from -2, -1 ground floor first. So there are total 7 milestones, and 7 milestones have their own dates of the completion, right? Is that clear? So basically, it will be important for you to know and for the client, because for you have to complete the deliverable, and for the client, he has to arrange for the money to make you the payment. So you are expecting the payment, the client is expecting the progress. Is that clear? Clear or not?
Yes. Yes.
See, the last milestone is the finish date of the project. So guys, remember one thing. A project does not have one finish date, but it has got as many finish date as the milestones, which are written in the contract. Is that clear? This is how a project is done, right? So that is the importance of the mandatory finish, but mandatory finish is combined with the milestone, right? Okay, so every project has this. Now we are going to learn about the as late as possible, which is very, very simple. So as late as possible. So first of all, you rename this activity 1060 as closing process. Closing process. I'll explain to you. It's very simple. See, guys, I hope you remember that I had told you that there is a closing process at the end of the project, right? It is not after the project, but during the project, it has to be done. For example, I'm closing the construction of this shopping mall. So what I have to do, I have to clean up the site. I have to get quality acceptance certificate from the client. I have to raise final invoice to the client. I have to get final payment from the client. I have to give the final payment to the subcontractors and the vendors and the suppliers. I have to release the contractors from the project. I have to release the man and machine from the project. I have to remove the temporary structures. I have to hand over the maps, drawings, and documents to the client. I have to hand over the extra material to the client for the future maintenance of the building. I have to basically complete the landscaping, and I have to exit the site, close the project and exit the site gracefully, right? Keeping everything neat and clean. So, these are non-engineering activities and we put them into the lump sum duration. So for the closing process, I need 6 days and I align the closing process towards the end of the project. I'll just show it to you that how we do it. So guys, just do this thing. So you select the closing process, then you switch on the details. So then from here, you select in the constraint, in the primary constraint, you select here as late as possible. As late as possible, right? So guys, did you note something? Did you note? What did you note?
Critical path.
See, basically it aligns, aligned itself with the finish date of the project, right? So basically, where is the finish date of the project? So the finish date of the project is coming from the top. Okay, so it is coming from some from some activity. So basically, the task one is having a start on or before. So basically, the finish date is here. Suppose this task is, let's say, it is of say 12 days. Now, what happens that it sets the finish date. This activity is setting the finish date. So this will always align itself with the finish date of the project. Did you realize that? It will always align itself with the finish date. See this. I'll just tell you. So suppose if I reduce the duration of this activity to 10 days, then what happens? This comes back. I reduce it to 8 days. It comes back. Right? If I make it as 9 or if I make it as the greater, so this aligns itself with the finish date of the project. So this will always remain aligned with the finish date of the project, whatever is that. Right, guys? Is that clear? So this is basically to align this 6 days of the activities with the finish date. Now, where do we put the activities? Very simple. I go into the notebook. In the notebook, I select constraints. Then I click on the add button and then I close. Now I write here. This time I'm going to write the topic as list of closing tasks, right? Okay, I go here and I will not use the sequence number. I'll rather use the bullet. So I have to. So guys, have you heard of something called punch list or checklist? So I will write it like this checklist, right? Checklist of closing tasks. So what do I do? Clean up the project site. After that, what do I do? I try to get quality acceptance certificate from client, right? So once I get that certificate, then what happens? I raise final invoice because then client will accept it. Raise final invoice. Now what do we do? Get final payment. Then make final payments to contractors, vendors, release contractors, vendors from contract, then release my own man machine to resource pool. Why are you releasing them to resource pool? So that the other project managers can use them, right? Okay. Then gather up unused materials and stop them, right? So that it can go into the inventory. And then what do? I hand over maps, drawings, and documents to client, right? After that, what? After that, if you want to do something, so I do this thing in the last. So landscaping. So even before the landscaping, I do this thing, remove temporary structures, right? Because we build some temporary structures to store materials, temporary structures, in fact, for materials and also for people. Temporary structures from site, okay, landscaping and exit gracefully, right? Is that clear? So what happens that as I'm writing this task, so one of my team members says that boss, I would require 10 days. So just do this thing. You increase the duration of the closing process to 10 days and you observe what happens to the start date. Observe. Make it 10 and observe what happens. So that start date is now 24. Why? Because from the finish date, it is calculating backwards, right? So it says minus 10 days, right? If you increase the duration of this activity, so it will have to be started earlier because this finish date is being dynamically aligned with the current finish date of the project. Is that clear? Clear, guys? Closing process is clear?
Yes.
What is as late as possible? As late as possible doesn't mean that it will go beyond the project. So what is the last possible date in a project? The last possible date in a project is the current last date of the project. So it is aligned flexibly and dynamically with the currently calculated finish date of the project. And this is how it is planned. So what the Primavera tells that if you want to complete the punch list or the checklist, so at least you should be started by the 24th of the September. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sure that you will definitely find it and use it in your next project. So what you should be using in your next project right away. So let me tell you. So in your next project, you will be compulsorily using these three constraints. These three constraints is compulsorily used. Primary and secondary because you will be using heavy because you will be doing the closing and you will be having a contract. Without a contract, there can't be the existence of a project, right guys? Is that clear?
The mandatory finish is little bit, tricky.
Yeah. See, mandatory finish will be always there. As late as possible will be always there. Even the primary second will be always there, right? So you
primary, secondary, and at least they are easy. Mandatory finish is little tricky to bring.
no, it is not tricky, man. It is very simple. First of all, you look at your contract and you find out that what is the date of your first deliverable, and you write that you have to finish the basement -2 by this particular date. So you write it as a milestone. You create the finish milestone, then you go and apply the mandatory finish, right? So you have to do two things. You convert this into milestone. You don't write 0 because if you write 0, it's not going to become a milestone. The milestone is having the diamond symbol. The activity type has to be changed. Okay, guys, is this clear? Activity type has to be compulsorily changed into the milestone, finish milestone. It will look like a diamond, right? So this is the convention in the project management world, right? For the hundreds of years since the Gantt chart, I think it's more than 100 years, 1910, 2025, right? So how much is that? So we can say it is like 115 years. 115 years, this Henry Gantt, he created these milestones and all these symbols of the Gantt chart. Okay, so after his death, it was named as Gantt chart, but I think it had a like a time chart or something like that while he was living, right? After his death, people, so they renamed it as the Gantt chart, right, guys? Is that clear? Okay. So guys, for the today, that's all the today's agenda. But remember that tomorrow we will need 10 man hours, right? So you rest well and you recharge yourself well. So tomorrow we are going to start with fresh energy, and tomorrow we are going to do the resource we are going to finish the planning, then we go to the execution, then monitoring, controlling, we do the reporting, and then we will create internal report, external report, and then we will complete the life cycle of the project. And then we are able to use the Primavera to complete the project from initiating to the closing, right? So rest well. If you have any question in mind, please write it. Okay, please don't
Sir,
miss any.
for me, this closing process after updating the duration 10 days, date has not changed to 24, sir.
Okay, you show me your screen. I will explain that what is missing, and you will be fine.
Yes.
So just give me the control. See, when you are having the closing process as late as the possible, that's fine. So if you change it to 4 days, then what happens? Did you see the start date has gone back? Did you see that? See this.
Yes, sir.
It is only the start date will change because the finish date is under the control. The finish date will come from the current finish date of the project, right? Okay, is that clear?
Okay.
See, if you make it as 1 day, so where it will stand? It will stand on the 1st of October. And if you make it as 10 days, but its finish date will change if any of the previous activities increased in the duration. Suppose I've increased any of the previous activity in the duration. So, no, that would be too much. So let me make it as 18 days, right? Do you see that it is aligning itself with the finish date? Do you see that? Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Closing process will always align itself with the finish date. Suppose if I increase the duration, finish date will stay the same. So if you need to say more days, oh, sorry. So if you need more days, suppose if I make it as 15 in the duration, you need more days. So it will start earlier, but it will not change the finish. The finish is basically taken from the current finish date of the project, right? Which can be defined by any of the critical path. Okay. So that's all for today.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
so write your questions, think well, rest well, and stay away from the media and social media. Don't worry about the Ukraine-Russia war. Okay, worry about your career. Okay, sleep well tonight. Okay,
Okay.
bye. Okay, fine. So now you start the Primavera. You can close this. Okay, use. Oh. Now let's go into this. Okay, you can close the browser. Actually, you can close this particular group, this tab. Okay, so then let's go into the rules. So we are going to do the 5 number rule. Schedule is adjusted by the activity types, right? So activity types, this is a Primavera only feature, very good feature, and this is asked very frequently in the interviews, right? So we are going to learn this. So we go into the Primavera. So in the Primavera, so we are going to make a copy of the lesson number 1. So Agnivesh, you switch on your mic, okay? So we have to at least, I need to communicate with at least one person. So I think you are in a quiet room. So you just switch on your mic and you maximize the Primavera. Okay, you bring up the Primavera on the screen. I think you right click and maximize. I don't know what happens to the Primavera. You right click on the P6 icon and you click on the maximize button. So if that comes up, and also make sure that your laptop is connected to the charger at all the times, because suddenly it will go down. And yeah, you the Primavera P6 Professional, and I think it will maximize them. And if it's not maximize, just do this thing, close window. Click on the close window option.
Yes, I close this application.
Yeah,
It's not opening.
Maximizing, you just close the window, then you launch it once again.
Oh, it's open. It's open. So.
Now you just click no here, click no. No. Click on the no button. Yeah, that's fine. Now you connect a charger.
Yes, sir. Done.
Okay, good. Now you close this lesson. You press Control W, right? So Control W will close it. Okay, so guys, you can hear my voice clearly.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you select the lesson number 1 and you press the Control C and Control V to copy and paste, and it will create a copy, right? So it will create the series number 5, right? Okay, and those who had basically switched off the laptop and then they exited from the Primavera and they're restarting, so they will see the pop-up boxes once again. So I believe that you did not switch off your laptop, so it was on. You didn't even exit from the Primavera. That's why you are not getting the pop-up box. Okay, now you rename the project for the lesson 5 as activity types. Okay, you write here activity types. So Biswanath, you are fine. Gangadhar, Yaya,
Yes, sir.
Varun, you
Yes,
guys
sir.
are you're synchronized, right? So
Yes,
you
sir. Totally sync.
lesson number 5 from the copy of the lesson number 1 as the activity types, right? Now you open this lesson, right click and open this project. Actually, the project is a lesson for us. Okay. Now, in this particular lesson, we are going to learn the activity types by creating a small project plan. And also we will be also creating the resource breakdown structure, comprehensive resource breakdown structure with at least 25 to 30 resources. And we will be applying the resources to get the budget of the project. Since the budget of the project requires the additional column of the budget for man, for machine, for material, for cash, and also the total. So we need the extra 5 columns, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to utilize a ready-made template. So we will learn that how to make a template. Later we will also learn that how to share the templates, how to export the templates, right? Now let's do this thing. So just a moment. So where is my toolbox? Oh, there is no toolbox here. That's very surprising. Just a moment, guys. So I need to get my toolbox. So the Agnivesh, can you share the whole thing once again? Your entire desktop? I'm not
Yes, sir.
seeing the toolbox.
Oh.
Now let me, yeah, now I've got the toolbox. Okay, great. Now remote control. Even though I don't need the control, but I keep it just to intervene if something goes wrong. Okay, now guys, first of all, you have to click on the open layouts button. So this is the button for the open layouts. You want to save the changes, you click yes. So this is good till this point. So you keep the changes. Now you will come to the open layout box. So guys, you are all here in the open layout box. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the open layout box, you click on the import button. So it will take you to the hard drive. Click on the import. So on the hard drive, you click on the desktop to find your Primavera link. And from the link, you will go into the Primavera folder. You scroll down, you will find the link. Scroll down. Now click this link, click the shortcut. Now you will see that inside the Primavera folder, you will see a folder called layout files. See, these are very neatly created folders, very, after so many years of the observation, that these best practices have been created. So, there is a folder for every kind of the thing that you need as a supporting environment for using the Primavera. See, these folders will not be taught you in the Oracle book or manuals. Oracle will say that, okay, you press this button, press that button, you create this. So they will teach you all the features of the Primavera, which is also good. But, to use it practically, so we have to use it like a pro. So you must have the different folders for the different things. So you will very soon know that when you go into the work environment, real work environment, you will have lots of different data. So it will be useful to classify the different data in the different kind of the folders. Now, what we are going to use this time is the resource class layout. So basically, you see this extension PLF. Extension PLF means Primavera layout file. It stores the layout of the screen for us. So guys, remember one thing. If you created a layout in the project, it can be utilized in the project tab only. You cannot mix the layout, even though they have the same extension. But if you created a layout for the project and if you try to use it in the activities, it will give the error. It will complain that this layout is not for activities, it is for the project. So different screen will have the different layout. So there will be different layout for projects, activities, and the WPS. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now we need the resource class layout, which is useful in the activities. Okay, so you can try this. See this. This is the project tracking. No, project tracking layout is also for the activities, which we will use in a while today. First of all, we are in the planning mode. So we select this layout and click on the open button. So after we clicked on the open, we click on the save. So guys, you are up to here.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing the resource class layout under the user?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the user collection is the private collection. It is visible to you. Your layouts are private to you, but in the global, everybody can see and use it. Now click on the open. So if you click on the open, then it applies the layout and closes the box. So you can see immediately that what is the additional column in this layout. You can see the budgeted labor, non-labor, material, expense, total cost, right? So we are going to use it. Okay. Now you scroll to the top, you click here and scroll to the top of the screen, top of the data. Okay, now you select activity number 1000, select the top activity, and then you click on the Gantt chart here to get the Gantt chart. Okay, now you click in parallel to the activity, but double click here so that you get the Gantt chart. Okay, yes. So that's the way. Now, at this point, what do you do? Since the font is 8 and if you're comfortable with it, so we can reduce the space here so that we can get to see much more columns. So we can rearrange the screen according to our screen size and according to our comfort level, right? Everybody would have a different kind of the comfort level, but you should be able to see all the column names and the data. Now, since we just changed the layout and which is useful, so we save it till this point.
For me, this Gantt chart, it is coming in red color bars.
So because because it got rescheduled, right? So that's not a problem. Why it would come? Because you might have done one of the changes which triggers the rescheduling program. Suppose if you click here, so everybody click here. See, this is a copy of the lesson number 1 when the scheduling was inactive, right? Now you click on the schedule. Okay, so for everybody it will happen. Okay, once you interact with this, once you interact with the activities, if you delete or add any activity, so it's going to trigger the change. So we did the scheduling yourself. Since all these activities are equally the longest, so that's why they are the critical path, right? I hope it is clear. The critical path is clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Now we are going to create a small little project plan, which is about setting up railway line between two cities, right? So we are going to write the activities, which is to set up the railway line between two cities. So through this project, we will be able to understand the best use of the activity types. Now, for the first activity, guys, you write here project management. Write the first activity as project management. Okay. Project management. I think for the benefit of your friends, so I think you can switch to the font number 9. So you switch over to the font number 9 because I'm using 24 inches screen. I can see it, but for the rest of your friends, it might not be so comfortable. So you select the font 9 because someone might be looking at the mobile phone. So guys, this is, I hope this is now comfortable to read.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. See, why are we creating this activity? Let me explain to you. See, the project manager is a resource. I told you that the project manager is a resource inside the project. His man hours are also accounted for. His timesheet has to be created and his cost to the project is also to be calculated for the work time he is contributing to the project. So the project manager is assigned in the beginning and then we also assign the quality manager. So you write the activity name in the 10,010, 1010, you write quality management. So quality management is an activity which is assigned to the quality manager because according to the PMI, the quality has to be planned in because if you don't plan in the quality and by the time you inspect something, then it might be too late. Right, guys? I hope that is logical to you. Hmm?
Yes.
Okay. So what does the quality manager do? He joins in the beginning of the project and he understands the requirement. Then he determines the correct quality process and procedures. He documents that. He ensures that if these quality procedures and processes are involved, the quality standards are involved from the beginning, then we will have the right selection of man, machine, material. We will have the right process to build the product. And then we will have the quality acceptable product. Right? Okay. So that's the idea. Now, the rest of the activities have to be inserted under the WBS summary. So you click on the WBS button to get the WBS summary tab. Click this. So you have got the WBS summary, right? So now you create the WBS. You click here. And then you write here, set up railway line. Okay, so we will do a series of activities to set up the railway line from point A to point B, right? Set up railway line and click on the activities.
Do we have to select the parent cell? No?
Okay. Yes, of course, there is only one right now. Now you switch off the bottom layout so that you can see the group. Now you select all the activities which are named as task and you cut them and move them into 5.1.
All the one task.
Yeah, all of them, except the first two, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just make sure that you are looking at the demo screen.
Yes.
Yeah. You have another laptop, right? Fine. So in the setup railway line, the first activity is site supervision. Write the activity as site supervision. Site supervision. So guys, I hope my accent is clear. Indian accent, not American accent, right? Okay. Now the next activity you write as lay gravel bed. Lay, lay gravel bed. Okay. Now after the lay gravel bed, you write the next activity as install railway tracks. Install railway tracks. Okay. Then next activity 1050 you write as install track fencing. Install track fencing. Now you write the next activity as do parallel testing. Do parallel testing. LLEL testing. Correct. Okay. Fine. So you are up to here, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to create another WBS and we will insert the rest of the activities there. So come to the WBS. So this time we make sure that our cursor is on the top level, that is the parent, right? So after that, we click on the add button on the right side. And then we write here testing and commissioning. Just write the group name as testing and commissioning. So basically the WBS is a summary. So summary group, right? Testing and commissioning. Now you click on the activities. So after that, you select the activities which are named as the the task. You select them all. Control X. And move them into 5.2. So in the 5.2, you should have these activities starting from 1070. And for the 1070, you write the activity name as do pilot testing. Do pilot testing. Now, you write here in 1080, you write external certification and commissioning. Certification and commissioning. And if you need more space, you can expand the activity name column, right? So that, all the activities are clearly visible to you. You can balance how much space you give to each of the columns, just to make sure. And so just do this thing. So first you click on the activity ID so that the sorting, because once you're handling the column, so it might be possible that the sorting shifts, right? So now after this, so what do? You delete this extra task. You don't need them, right? Delete them. You click on the delete. See, either you can click you select this extra ones, 90 to 1200, you select and delete them all. Correct. So you have this activities. So let me put a little bit more space on this. So you have this activity names. Okay. Now we are going to relate the activities. We are going to set up the relationship. So first of all, guys, you select the 10330. Everybody select the 1030 and listen carefully. With your left hand, you press the control button and keep it pressed. Did you press the control?
Yeah.
Keep that pressed. Now you click 1040. You click 1040. Now you click 1070.
070.
Now you click 1080. Right. So basically, what is the difference between the shift and the control? Because the shift will select continuously and control will let you select the activities in a selected manner, right? So you select the ones that you need. Now you right click on this. You right click and then you click on link activities. We want to link these activities. So once you link these activities, so guys, you will note that on the Gantt chart, the critical path has been created. You see this? This is the critical path. So as the critical path has been created, and you will see that the project duration on the project timeline has expanded, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
That the project timeline has expanded. Okay. So the project timeline has expanded to become equal to the critical path, and you can see that what is the duration of the project. So guys, do you see this? What is the duration of the project? 24 days.
24 days.
Now the question is that I'm going to ask you a question. So guys, what should be the duration, the assignment of the project manager to the project? Should it be part or it should be full duration of the project? It's a very less duration, full duration, because in not only the project manager, in fact, the quality manager should join from the beginning of the project, and he should be basically helping the project manager achieve the quality goals of the project, right? Till the project is delivered. It means that the project manager should be full duration, and also the quality manager should be also full duration of the work. So normally what we do, that as soon as we have completed the planning, so we just go to the project management activity and put the same duration as the project. So you go and put 24 days into the project management and 24 days into the quality management. Okay, so you can see that these two activities, they have become equal to the project timeline, right? Okay.
Yes.
So what happens is that the project is not yet finalized. It is still in the planning stage. Now what happens till the planning stage is completed and the baseline is made, any subject matter expert can come and he can change or fine tune the duration of any activity. Now you have a subject matter expert in your team who is an expert on installation of rail tracks. Now he comes to you, he says that boss, the installation of the rail tracks is going to take 12 days. So please make this activity as 12 days duration. 1040, you change it to 12 days. So once you make it to 12 days, the guys, then what happens? The critical path is increased in duration, right? Okay, it is elongated by increase in the duration of one of the constituent activities, right? So the critical path goes ahead, but the thing is that the project duration is also updated, but these two activities would need repeated manual updation, right? Now, just imagine that it's a very big project, not only here, but there are many other activities which need to be kept equal to their WBS summary groups, right? So at least these two will need to be updated very frequently as soon as you are basically updating the plan. You know, sometimes it might happen that you might not even remember. So it might happen that you might baseline the plan and this duration might not be equal to the project duration. So it will create a wrong time sheet. It will create less man hours. It will create less cost, and which is basically not good for the project controls or the baselines, right? So we need everything to be as precise and accurate as possible. Okay, so what do we do here? That we use the facility of activity types. Now we will use the activity type. We make sure that the project management and the quality management activities automatically stay equal to the WBS summary, which is their parent, right? So let's use the activity type facility in Primavera. So now you select the project management activity and then you click on the details button to get the details at the bottom. In the details, everybody make sure that you are in the general tab. So guys, you are here in the general tab.
Yes, sir.
Now in the general tab, you will see that there is a box here for selection of the activity types, right? So, you know, this is a key feature of the Primavera, unique feature of the Primavera. And due to this unique feature, you know, the Primavera has no competition at all. So engineering companies want it. They need it very frequently, right? So they want this feature. They want the people who know this feature, right? Okay. So guys, you are going to get a very unique skill. Now you click here and you select WBS summary. So this is one of the activity types which you select. And then what happens? You will immediately see the change on the Gantt chart. So guys, did you note the change on the Gantt chart?
Yes, sir.
Automatically the project management, it has become equal to that because now it is deriving the duration from the WBS summary, right? So, you know, this top line is called the WBS summary. In fact, not only this is the WBS summary, this is also the WBS summary. This is also the WBS summary. All these green lines, they don't have their own data. And in fact, the top line doesn't have its own data. They are actually summarizing from the activities below them. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So that's why these are called the WBS summary groups or the lines, right? Okay, now the same thing is required for the quality manager. So you select the quality management and change the activity type to WBS summary, right? Okay, so instantly they become equal. Now this is quite an automatic process. Now let us check whether it is automatic or not. So you go to the installed railway tracks and you change the duration to 4 weeks. Okay, 1040 guys, make it as 4 weeks, and notice the change on the top. Do you see that? Instantly expands. Now let me fit this into the screen. So let me squeeze it a little bit so that you can see the whole screen. You can see if the critical path is extending. So what is the trigger? See, when the critical path is extended, it extends the project duration, which is the summary, and this in turn gives the duration to these activities, right? It is going in this direction. First this, then this, and then these two activities, they are getting updated, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us do this thing. Let us reduce the duration of the activity 1040 to 2 weeks to W. Now once you do it, you will see that everything is getting updated. Now this is quite automatic. Let us do this thing. Let's go to the project management activity and try to change it manually. Try to put a different value. Let's say 0. What if you're trying to make it 0 or 1? Suppose if you feel that 0 is not a right value, it is not accepting, try to make it as 5 or something else.
It is not happening.
Yeah, it is basically reverting back to the WBS summary value, which is coming from the parent. So this is the benefit, right? Is that clear?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, now there is one more place where we need the application of the WBS summary. Basically, if you look at the activity number 1020, so this activity is the site supervision. So I want the supervisor guy to be present throughout the duration of 5.1, right? So guys, what is the overall duration of the 5.1?
18 days.
18 days, right? And I want the site supervisor to be always present for the entire duration of the, so this can change, so this will get updated automatically. Now you select 1020. Now after selecting 1020, you come to the activity type for this and change it to the WBS summary. So instantly you will see that it is inheriting from the parent. Suppose you update this activity, you go to the install railway tracks and you change the duration to 3 weeks. So what happens? It will update the summary, right? In fact, it will update in both the places. So it's going to update here and it's going to update here. So do you see that it is automatically keeping equal to the 24, right? Is that clear? So you can use it in many places throughout the project. You just imagine a project where you're having 10,000 activities, and in many places it's like this. So it is a sort of a fit and forget thing. You fit it, forget about it, and it continues to work automatically, right? So that you are sure that your schedule will be the most perfect schedule, right? Okay, now you change the duration of 1040 to 2 weeks and see the change. And it changes all over the place. Right? Do you see that? It is updating.
Yes.
Right? Okay, that's good. So guys, I believe that's a very cool feature you have come to know. I'm sure that you are going to use it immediately in your next project. I think you are now getting the ideas. Okay. Now we will learn about another activity type, which is also very cool. It is very required and it is used right away. Okay. So let's see. Let's go into the whiteboard. So I'll show you that what this feature is all about. So this is another activity type. Read the name. Agnivesh, read the name.
Activity type is level of effort.
Now read the description.
The successor durations and dates are derived from predecessor automatically.
Correct. So this is the level of effort. So let's say that I'm doing this project in which I'm going to lay the railway tracks. Now the railway tracks are to be laid for 1000 kilometers, right? So I write that what is the extent of the project? It is 1000 kilometers. Now along with the track, you understand we need the fencing to protect the track. And we also need the part of the track which we have just installed. We need to test it. So guys, can I do the project like this? First, I proceed in this direction, okay, east to west. Then I proceed in this direction, west to east. Then once again, I go from east to west. So do I do the project like this, or there is some better way of doing it?
We can do parallelly also after some.
We should
Yes.
in parallel.
Yeah, we should do it in parallel. So what we do, we can divide the project into, say, distances of 50 kilometers. So we plan like this, 50, 50, 50, like 50 kilometers, because it involves a lot of logistics to do this project. There are a lot of equipments, and it's a small little township. I don't have to explain to you the details. We have to move this township every 50 kilometers. So we move it 19 times, right? So what happens is that we are able to make sure that whatever part of the track we have completed, that is absolutely fine, right? So we do the testing immediately. We lay the track, we set up the track fencing, we do the parallel testing. In fact, not only the track fencing, you need electrification, you need signals, you need the compaction of the embankments. You need to do a lot of activities in parallel. I'm just taking a small little data to give you the big picture, right? So basically what we do in this kind of the activity, so these activities, basically the successor, there are two successors right now, there can be multiple, they are set up as the activity type level of effort. Now, first of all, these activities are related to the predecessor from start to start and also finish to finish. Guys, I told you that in Primavera, you can relate the predecessor and successor in multiple relationships, right? So here we need only two relationships, start to start and the finish to finish, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So we link it up and then we change the activity type and it becomes automatically equal. Now, what is the behavior like? Let me show it to you. If you increase the duration of the predecessor, the duration of the successor will be automatically increased or even decreased. You decrease the duration of the predecessor, the duration of the successor will be decreased. Now, if you move the predecessor with its own predecessor, the successor will also move like that. Do you see that? If the predecessor moves, the successor also moves along, right? So there are two things which are happening, and the successor duration and dates, they are derived from the predecessor automatically. So this is not just about two successors, there can be 15 successors, right? So, in real life, in real engineering. So this is very much required in the real life. Now we go to the Primavera. So let me explain to you. So actually install railway tracks is the predecessor activity. Just to remind yourself, so you guys, you write the word predecessor here in short. Please write it. It is just a reminder for yourself. Okay. But we don't need to write it for the Primavera. You are writing it for yourself. So did you write it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So after you write this, now you select the 1050, which is the first successor. Now we are going to set up the double relationship. So select 1050, then you go to the relationship tab. In the relationship tab, you go to the predecessor side and click on the assign button like this. So guys, you are here. Everybody please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Biswajit, Gangadhar, Yaya, please confirm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you the predecessor 1040. You can see it clearly in the name that this is the predecessor. That was for our reminder. Okay. Yeah. After you have selected the predecessor, go to the assign button and you click it 2 times. Right? 1, 2. Just be careful, 2 times. Not less, not more. 2 times exactly. After this, you close the box. Okay. Since we know that by default the finish to start is applied, so we change the finish to start into start to start. Right? We change it to start to start. So we can clearly see that two relationships has been established. You see that this is the start to start and that is the finish to finish line. Okay, fine. Now we do the same thing for the next activity, that is the do parallel testing. So you select the do parallel testing. After selecting the do parallel testing, so you click on the assign button in the okay. Now after that you select 1040 and you click on the setup relationship button two times. Assign two times. Okay. Now you click on the close button here. So once you did that, you have to change it to start because we need start to start and finish to finish, right? Okay. So you can see the same here. Now, after doing that, you select the 1050 once again. Now we are going to change the activity type for the 1050. So you come to the general tab here. And in the general tab, you select the activity type level of effort, LOE. Okay. Now do the same thing for the 1060 also. Then we will look at what changes it does. You select the LOE, level of effort. Now instantly you will see that as you change it, you will see that these activities acquire a different shape. You know, their bars are a little bit thinner and in green color. So guys, this is the way the level of effort activity looks like. Okay, take a good look and remember it. You have to remember it visually. You have to keep it in your mind. Is that clear? Okay, now we will see that how this thing works. So first of all, you go to the predecessor and change the duration of the predecessor to 5 weeks. You put there 5W. Did you note that, guys? Look at the demo screen. Is the same happening on your screen also?
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, you are changing only the predecessor and these activities are automatically expanding in the duration. Now, what is the benefit? The benefit is that the duration is used to calculate the man hours, the machine hours, only man and machine. Okay. Man and machine, the cost of the man and machine is based upon the duration utilized in the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So that is why it is important to have the automatic calculation of the resource cost here, because this is going to basically, you know, set us mentally free. So basically we will be mentally free, because if I'm focusing on some other part of the project, it will be easy for me, right? I know that if I'm making any changes, you know, so in the predecessor, either the duration of the predecessor or the basically the schedule of the predecessor is getting changed. So automatically I have the updated plan, right? The plan is automatically updated. Okay, that is the reason. So once you have this, so you can basically be having automatic calculation in a reliable manner for the cost and for the man hours and for the machine time. Now do this thing, you reduce the duration of 1040 to just 1 day so that you can see the full effect. Just change it to 1 day. You say that it reduces. Now change it to 2 weeks. So once you change it to 2 weeks, this also increases, right? Now you do the thing, go to the lay gravel bed, which is the predecessor of the installed railway tracks. You change it to 3 weeks. Change it to three weeks. You see that when the successor is moving, when the predecessor is moving, the successor also moving along. Now you change the lay gravel bed back to 6 days. 6 days. Okay. So is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how it's going to work. So now let me tell you something more interesting. If you try to change it manually, see if it changes, you try to put here some other duration directly into the successor. Does it change?
No.
No, it doesn't change.
No.
It is deriving all the details from the predecessor completely. So if you look here, so it is deriving the duration and the dates completely from the predecessor activity, right? Is that clear? Okay, now let's see one more thing. Basically, it is because it is related from both the ends, it's happening. Now I'm going to give you the demo. Just see this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to disconnect it from the finish relationship. So if I disconnect it from the one side, so what do you expect to see in the duration and dates? What's going to happen? Okay, let's see. See, I disconnected from the finish date. So what do you see, guys?
If you increase the duration, then this successor duration will also increase.
Yeah.
That.
Correct. It basically it shrinks like the elastic zero, right? So instantly it becomes zero because this activity is totally dependent upon the predecessor for the duration and the dates. That's why. So I click on the assign button once again, and I select the predecessor, and then I assign another relationship, and then I change the relationship type to finish because whenever you assign a relationship, by default it will always assign the finish to start. So I click here the finish to finish. Okay, so it is reassigned here, right? So it is basically having the same dates and the duration as the predecessor activity. Okay, guys, is that clear? Okay, so this is how you're going to use it, and in the Western world they call it the hammock task. Hammock is a kind of a swing which is tied between two poles. So that's what they call it. They call it the hammock task. Okay. So this is basically in the Primavera, it is called the level of effort. So if you are asked this question that tell me an activity type, so which is basically making the successor equal to the parent. So then you can tell them that it is the hammock task or the level of effort activity type. The benefit is that if it is the activity type is the level of effort and there are multiple successors required, so you can join the successor to the parent and the successor type is the level of effort. So as per the updation of the predecessor, the successor will be updated, right? So it's going to mirror the duration and the dates from the predecessor. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we will learn about another activity type. So guys, you come to the last activity here and you change the duration to 12 days. Change it to 12 days. Okay, now I'm going to bring this activity nearer to the boundary line, that is the vertical divider line. Okay, so after I bring this and I expand the date a little bit so that you can see it clearly. So guys, you can see that this activity is 12 days activity. It is spread over 2 weeks. Now the situation is that I have a consultant. That consultant is external quality consultant, and he works three days a week. The 3 days he works are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So guys, if the external quality consultant works three days a week, Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. So guys, you tell me how many weeks is he going to take to complete? How many weeks is he going to take to complete? Right? So is that clear? Is that clear? Okay, now you tell me how many weeks is he going to take if he works 3 days a week and is assigned 12 days activities. So how many weeks is he going to take?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. So he will be doing the work like this, okay? Every week he will work the three days like this. And his activity is going to be finished on which date? So guys, what will be the last date of his finish? Read the time scale now. Read.
23 October.
October.
21.
17.
Yeah. No. Guys, how can you make such mistake? You're an engineer. See, all the Mondays dates are mentioned. All these dates are for Monday. 20th October is for Monday, right? You count 3 days. 20, 21, 22, right? So you know how to use the scale. You should be able to use the time scale now. Okay, I'll just get used to it. Okay, don't make mistakes. So just keep this fact in mind. So such activity types basically they are called the resource dependent. So guys, you come to the general tab. So you will see an activity type like the resource dependent. Now this resource dependent will not work right now. So basically, what is the activity type resource dependent does when you assign a resource, a primary resource to this activity, and the primary resource is having a personal calendar, right? So what this activity type will do, it will reschedule the activity according to the personal calendar of the resource. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
So this activity will be rescheduled according to the personal calendar of the primary resource. So that's why it is called the resource dependent. So this is not going to work right now. So we set this back to the task dependent. So what is the meaning of the task dependent type of the activity? Task dependent means that the schedule of this activity will be derived from the activity calendar, right? So that is what it means. So all the activities when they are created by default, they are task dependent unless and until you change it to the different type. For example, if you want to create a milestone, you have got two options. If you look at the top, you have got a finish milestone. Then you have got a start milestone, right? So what is the purpose of the finish milestone? The purpose of the finish milestone is to mark the achievement. And what is the purpose of the start milestone? The purpose of the start milestone is to flag the start of some set of activities in the middle of the project. So what you can do, you can create a start milestone with a mandatory start date, and then you can basically relate the chain of activities from the project start. So it can be a set of engineering activities which are not exactly starting on the start date of the project, but they might be starting somewhere after the paperwork is done. So you put a tentative date of the paperwork on the project start milestone, I mean the engineering start milestone, and you start to relate the engineering activities from there, right? Is that clear, guys? Okay, so these are the various activity types. Now, if I want to learn and use the resource dependent activity type, what I need is a resource, right? Without a resource, I cannot test the activity types. Now I'm going to create the resource. So guys, we are all going to create the resource breakdown structure, not just one or two resource, but a comprehensive, resource reporting relationship, resource tree. We are going to create that, right? Learning just one or two resources is not good enough in the industry. Okay, now you click on the resource button so that you can go into the resource tab. Click this. So once you are in the resource tab, you will see a list of the resources. If you want to see the full list, you then switch off the bottom details. Click on the no bottom layout so that you can see the full list. So you can see the resource, they have basically a tree-like structure. So this is called the reporting relationship. Who works in whose team, who reports to which boss. Okay, so this is the reporting relationship which exists in the enterprise, which exists in the project teams inside the enterprise. Now this resource, this resource list, it can be displayed in three modes. Right now, this is the tree mode. If you click here, it will change into flat list. You see that it is a flat list now?
Yeah.
So it is A to Z flat list, and if you click again, it will become Z to A flat list. Okay, it is the reverse, right? And if you click it once again, it will turn into tree. Okay, is that clear, guys? So you just remember. So don't be confused. If you see a flat list, you click it again to get the tree mode, which is the best mode, because it gives you the idea that which resources are working in which group, which resources are reporting to which manager, and which machines and materials are under the ownership of which person, right? So that's very important. Now, you can see the whole thing in the tree, in the graphical mode also. First of all, you click on the collapse all. Click on the collapse all button. So you can see there are top level 3 groups and there is a material group also, but the material group doesn't have any list of the materials yet. Okay. Now to see it in the diagrammatic format, you click on the chart view. Click on this. So this is the chart view. Now what you see on the chart view that since it was condensed, so you are seeing the top level classification. So the classification is like this: engineering and construction resources, product development resources, information technology group resources, and material resources. The material resources, the group is there, but the material list is not there. But you can have that later. Suppose you want to know what are the various departments under engineering and construction resources. So guys, you can click here on the plus button. So once you click on the plus button, you can see the department. Now, if you want to fit this onto the screen, you click on the minus button. You click on the minus button. Zoom, no, not on the collapse all, man. I told you to click on the zoom minus. First, you expand the group here. Now you click on, see, look where I'm drawing. The Agnivesh, look at the screen. Zoom out. So it fits the data onto the screen. Now you know that who is in the engineering. So you click here to expand the engineering group. So if you want to fit the data onto the screen, so once again you will click on the zoom out. So you know it will become smaller and it will fit the data onto the screen. So if you have a larger screen, so basically you would still be able to read. If you have a small screen like 13-14 inches, so that might not be good enough, right? So what you do in those screens, if you have a very small screen, so you can zoom and then you can scroll, right? Okay. So now you click on the expand all. So you will see the entire data, right? You will see the entire data. It will become, it might have a little bit of scroll or it might become very small. So if you are using a bigger, 24 inches or 27 inches monitor right now, so you are able to read this, right? So you can scroll it. And if you have a projection screen, maybe you can squeeze it a little bit more and still be able to see. See, if you are at home and if you are having a long HDMI cable, you can connect your laptop to your TV set, right? All the TVs and the laptops, they have the HDMI port. And if you connect using the HDMI port, you can basically watch your laptop screen, the laptop data on the TV monitor, right? Is that clear? Okay, so your television set can be used as a big monitor for the laptop and you can see a lot of things. And if you use a wire mouse and you use a big monitor, so you can work very comfortably in the Primavera and in your engineering drawing software also, right? You will be able to see the diagrams, the details very clearly. Okay, so this is how it works. Now, if it is open at this level and if you switch to the table view, it will be opened at that level only. Click here. So you get the table view, right? Now you click on the collapse all. So once you click on the collapse all, it collapses into the top level group. Now we can see that there is a lot of space here, right? From here to here, a lot of space is there. So let us add more columns. Okay. Now to add the columns, where do you click? You just right click here. Okay. So guys, you are here in the right click.
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar,
Yes, sir.
Biswanath,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now you select customize. So it will get you the column toolbox. Okay. So once you get the column toolbox, so you will see that, when you are in the resource columns, the resource columns are different from the activities column, right? So there are a different set of columns for project, for activities, for resource, for WBS, right? Now we do the usual thing. We increase the height and we may increase the width a little bit more to see the column names clearly. And then you change the font to Vardhana regular 9. Okay. You select the font Vardhana regular 9 and then you select the Vardhana regular 9 font. Okay. Now there is a column which you don't need. So what you do, you select this column called the primary role, and guys, you return it, right? Remove it from the list. You click here. It will be removed from the list, right? Did you remove this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will take the columns we need from the general group only. So first you select this column, assign to current project. Select it. Then you select this calendar. Take it there. And then you also select this column. I will tell you the next one. Next one, you select max units per time. Take it to the right side. Okay. So after you selected the max units per time, so then you select the roles. Select the roles. Take it to the right side, and then you select the column standard rate. Okay. Fine. So you have selected these columns. Now, what do you do? We need to sequence the columns. So to sequence the column, first you select assign to the current project and you bring it to the bottom of the list. Bring it down. Okay, fine. So after that, then you select the standard rate column and you take it and you bring it just below the unit of measure. Correct. Like this. Then you select the next column, that is the max units per time, and you take it below the standard rate. Push it up till it comes below the standard rate. Correct. Now, then you select your column. I think you're fine. Absolutely fine. So guys, please look at the demo screen and you check what is the total number of the columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You make sure that you have 10 columns and make sure that they are in the sequence as displayed on the demo screen. Okay. After you're done, please confirm to me. Then we will move to the next step. Please confirm it.
I've done, sir.
Yes, sir.
This, yeah.
Yes, sir. Done.
Yes, sir.
Done.
You're done. Okay. So after you guys are done, so you click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will see that these columns, they come here. Now guys, we are going to use our common sense. So we have some empty space here. We are going to redistribute this empty space across all the columns so that they look good. So first column, I give the priorities to the standard rate because it is a numeric data column, right? The numeric data column should be fully displayed. Then I go to this column standard unit or the max units per time so that this is also displayed properly along with the heading. Then I give the priority to the calendar column, give it some space. Then I give some space to the resource name column. And then I give some priority to the assigned to the current project. So it is just a checkbox. There is nothing much. Then I think I can give more space to the roles column. And then whatever is space is remaining, I can give it to the calendar column. See, the calendar column, I gave it more space than required. So I reduce the space. I think I can use some more space for the resource ID column, right? So as I give the space to the various columns, do you see that the empty space on the right hand side is fully utilized? And guys, there is one more thing. Let me tell you something about. So on this particular tab, the layout is not required. It doesn't have any layout, right? It automatically stores the layout. So the moment you make a change, it automatically stores the layout. And next time, if you start the Primavera and come to the resource, you will find it in the same way. I don't know why don't they have the same facility in all the other tabs, but in the projects, activities, and the WBS, you have to save the layout, right? But not in This one, you don't have to save the layout. Here, the layout is automatically saved in the Primavera. So you will not see any of the layout buttons active, right? So there is no layout. Do you see that? No layout is active, right? It is not required. It is automatically saved. Now, after you have saved the layout, so you can see all the data very clearly. Now you click on the collapse all. You click on this button, collapse all. Now our next step is to create our own resource group, right? So what we will do, that you will be assigned as the resource manager and all the resources will be created under you. So the advantage will be that if we create the resource for you, see, as a resource, you might not be utilized in the project, but you know what is the advantage you will get? If you create all the resource under your record, so they will be very usefully grouped. Whenever you want to assign the resources to the activities, you will find them in one group, right? It will be very easy for you to find. Okay, that is the concept. Now you click, just make sure that your data is collapsed. Okay, and then you click on the add button. So once you click on the add button, resource wizard will be started. Okay, so guys, this is the new resource wizard. So you know what is the wizard? You have used it in the project. So wizard is a series of forms. They're asking you information step by step. Now in the resource ID, you write here RM. RM stands for resource manager. RM. Now in the resource name, you write resource manager dash, then you put your own name. Manager, and then space, then dash and space, and then you write your name. So you are the resource manager for this group of the resources, right? So guys, please copy the same, please understand.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so you have done.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the next. So you are going to create a labor, right? So in the Primavera, there is the man is labor, machine is non-labor, right? So just remember this fact. This is due to the American English. Okay. Now click on the next. So we are fine with that because we are creating man. Now there are three columns here. I'll explain to you. So guys, you have to listen to me very carefully to understand it. This is very, very important. Okay. See, there is one column is maximum units per time. So guys, you tell me one thing. If you are having a full-time resource, so what is the work capacity of a full-time resource on how many man hours a full-time resource can give on per day basis?
8 hours per day.
Correct, 8 hours per day. So that is the maximum units, which is the default all over the world. So it is mentioned here, just in case you have an exception where it is less than 8, you can change it, right? To depict the correct capacity, the working capacity of the resource, you may increase or decrease, but the default will be 8. But if you have some exception on the lower or the higher side, you can make change. Now there is another column here. It says default units per time. Actually, you know what they are trying to say? What is the default application of this resource on per day basis to an activity? That's what it means, right? So guys, if you have a full-time resource, so what would be your tendency? Your tendency will be to utilize him for the full day. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So basically, if you have a full-time resource, but you want to utilize him less in any particular exceptional case, you can adjust it below. So, but guys, you remember one thing. Default cannot be greater than the maximum capacity, right? Default can be up to or below the maximum capacity of the resource. Is that clear to you?
Yes.
Okay. So if you think that if you want to utilize a particular resource for 6 hours in the project work, okay, and maybe 2 hours you want to keep for spare for the administrative work, you can do it. Okay, but by default, we have a tendency to use the full time of the resource. That's what it means. Now we come to the third column. The third column is the price per unit. Basically, what are the units for man and machine? the units of the pay rate for the man and machine is per hour, per day, per week, or per month, right? Is that clear? Now, in the American culture, basically they use per hour as the default rate of a resource. Everybody in every place, even the president of the United States is also having a per hourly rate. So, everybody fills up a timesheet on weekly or fortnightly basis. So, in which they log in their man hours of the work, and based upon their per hour pay rate, they are paid. So, everybody might be getting different amount of salaries every month according to the man hours they logged in for the organization, or they worked for the organization or the project. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Because that is most common there, and the software comes from their culture, so it's having the per hour as the default, but you can change it to per day, per week, per month. Now, how to use this column, I will tell you. I will tell you the best practice. First of all, you should delete all the data, clear it. After that, you write like this 10/h to indicate per hour or per day or per month, right? Per week also. So once you write here 10/h and you move away the cursor, you will see that it is automatically getting formatted, right? Okay. So anyways, you try it out. To write here 10/h and move your cursor, you will instantly see that it is getting formatted. So you don't have to worry about the formatting. So guys, remember strictly, never try to edit, okay? Or never try to format it yourself. Always enter the basic values, because if you make a mistake here, this mistake will be multiplied maybe 1,000 times or 10,000 times, right? Is that clear? Small mistake here can become big, right? Okay. So make sure that you are entering from a clean slate or a clean cell. Don't try to edit. Never ever do it, because I made that mistake. So why do you want to make that mistake again? Right? So the next generation should be expert, right? So that's what I'm trying to ensure for you guys. Okay. Okay. Now for the purposes of this exercise, we are going to use only single rate for all resources, 10 rupees per hour. Because when we look at the computation, we will be easily able to understand it. That's why I'm going to use, but you understand that in real life, the resource rate would be different. So whatever the pay rate per hour, per day, per week, per month, but the data should be correct, right? Okay, fine. Now, after we have basically entered the pay rate, we click on the next here. So, it is having the phone and email, which you will use in the real life. It will help you create a directory, right? So we don't need this here right now, but definitely it is useful in real life. So click next. And the rules we ignore for now, then you click next here. And select an existing calendar, resource calendar. So we are going to select an existing calendar. Why? Because the availability of the resource, the working days of the resource should match the working days of the project or the organization, right? That is why. So you click on the next, and then since currently we are using Indian Standard Time, so we should apply the Indian Standard Time calendar on the resource also. So you click here,
IST.
and you select the IST. Now, what happens is that when you select the IST, the resource is scheduled according to the IST. The availability and non-availability days of the resource is scheduled according to IST, right? Okay, now you click the green button. So IST will be applied on this resource, and it will match the schedule of the resource with the schedule of the organization or the project. Now click next. Auto compute the actuals. I'll tell you that what is the meaning of the actual. Basically, the Primavera provides the facility to automatically compute the actual resource units applied in the execution phase. So, this is a very beneficial feature. Now, what is the assumption? The assumption here is that most of the times, whatever the resource units that were planned, so they have been actually utilized, right? Is that clear? They have been actually utilized on the activity. So that's why we say auto compute the actuals. So this is a very beneficial option. So we keep this on always for all the resources. Now click next. Congratulations, click finish. So you will see that the resource RM has been created under the UNC, but we want it to be an independent group, right? So what we do, first of all, we bring this out. You look at the right side and there is a shift left button here. You shift it toward the left side and then you shift it up, you push it up. So this goes to the top, right? Okay, is this clear? So guys, you have done this. Did you bring this to the top?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to create the rest of the resources under this resource. The purpose of this resource is only to group. This is a virtual resource. This resource will not be applied on any activity in the project. We have created this resource so that when we create the resource tree under this resource, so all our resources will be grouped under this and it will be very easy to track and find them and use them in the various activities. You know, this is a best practice that I'm trying to teach you, right? So keep that. Now you click on the add button here. So once you click on the add button, so then you get the resource wizard. Now type the resource ID as PM. PM stands for project manager, right? So right now we don't have the name. We don't write the name. So we can create the entire plan just using the designated roles. So in the resource name, you type here project manager. Okay, project manager. Okay, so after you've done that, so you click on the next. Project manager is labor, which is correct. Then you click next button. Then the pay rate of the project manager is 10 per hour. And then you click next. And we can use this in real life. Next. Next. Select an existing calendar next. And existing calendar should be IST. IST has come. It is basically correct. So we click next button. Auto compute the actuals. Yes, this is correct. We click next. And we click on the finish. Right? So the PM has been created, right? So under the PM, there is one more resource which is reporting to the PM. So guys, make sure that the PM is selected. Then you click on the add button. We will create the QM, which is the quality manager. Now the resource ID is QM and the resource name is quality manager. And click next. Quality manager is labor, which is correct. Then you click next. And the pay rate of the quality manager is also 10 per hour. Then you click next. 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 Select an existing calendar next. Next. Auto compute the actual for the resource next. And then click finish. Okay, fine. So basically you have this hierarchy at 3, but under the quality manager, there is one more resource who reports to the quality manager. So that is the quality tester. So now you click on the add. So right here, resource ID as a QT. Quality tester. Tester, and then you click next. So the quality tester is a labor, which is correct. Then you click next. And the pay rate is 10 per hour. Then you click next. And next. And next. Select an existing calendar next. Next. Auto compute the actions, correct, next, and then you click on the finish. So once you clicked on the finish, you will see that you have created the hierarchy of 4 levels, right? 4 levels, starting from the RM to the. So in the Primavera, there is a default provision for 20 levels. So we are using only the 4 right now. That's okay. We will basically not use more than 4 or 5. Even in the biggest of the project, we are able to handle all the large number of the resources, right? Okay. Now, there are resources reporting under the PM. So now we will select the PM. So guys, you select the PM because we want to create the resource under the PM. So under the PM, we are going to create the resource called site supervisor. So keep the PM selected and click on the add button, and then the resource ID will be SS. Okay. Resource ID will be SS, resource name will be site supervisor. Okay, and then you click on the next. So site supervisor is labor. Then you click on the next. So basically his pay rate will be also 10 per hour. Yeah, you just put the pay rate as 10/H. Okay, yes. Now click next button. Then you click on the next. Okay, then select an existing calendar, then you click next. And next. Auto compute the actual for this resource, then you click next. And then you click on the finish. Right, so you have created the site supervisor. Now guys, under the site supervisor, there are 10 workers, right? So these 10 workers are having the similar profiles. Now we will use a technique, that is the copy paste technique, to create these 10 workers under the site supervisor. So what we will do, we will create the first of the worker, then the rest of the workers from 2 to 10. So they will be created using the copy paste method. So we have to use the copy paste method in case the profiles of the resources are similar. So that's going to save us time and trouble, right guys? So we are going to learn this technique. Okay, that's a technique. So now you click on the add button here. Now in the resource ID, you write exactly as I tell you right here, WK-1. -1. That's correct. Now in the resource name, you write here as worker space numeral 1. Numeral 1, that is the number 1. Yes, like this. So guys, please look at the demo screen and make sure that you are doing the same.
Yes.
So you have done the same?
Yes.
And everyone is synchronized till this point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we go to the next. In the next, it is labor, which is correct. Next, the pay rate will be the same, that is the 10 per hour. Now, after that, we click on the next. So we click next. Roles we skip, we click next. Select an existing calendar, click next, and that should be the IST calendar. That is correct. So we click next here. Auto compute the actual for this resource, and then you click finish. Okay. Now you press Control C. Did you press it? Control C.
Yes, sir.
Now you select the parent, that is the site supervisor. Okay. So guys, have you selected?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After selecting the site supervisor, you press Control V. Okay. So guys, do you get this box here?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
In this box, you read this text. What does it say?
Specify the resource information to be copied.
No. Read this text next to the checkbox.
Of resources, role assignments, prices.
I don't know what is happening to you. Read this.
Do not show this window again.
Don't show the window again.
Do not show this window again.
Yes, because we are going to paste it 8 more times. We want to suppress this window, right? Because it will come for the number 2, but I don't want it for the number 3 onwards. So you understand, okay? Don't follow me blindly. I'm not a preacher. I'm an engineer, you are an engineer. Okay, we will talk about logic and maths, right? So logically, I don't want this window again. So from 3 onwards, so this window will be suppressed. So that's why you should select it, right? Okay, now you click here on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, you will see the worker number 2 has been created. Now, how to create the 3 to 10? Always select the parent. Select the parent and press Control V. Okay. Select the parent. Paste. 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 So once you get 10, you stop. So guys, do you have this?
Yes, sir.
10 workers and related from the site supervisor directly. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you make a mistake?
No.
So guys, is anybody has anybody made a mistake? You can tell me. I will help you correct it right now.
No, sir.
Vishwanath, please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Whether
I
you are
have
fine,
copied.
you're fine. Well, same. Okay, very good. That's nice. Now, what we have to do? We have to reorganize the series from 1 to 10. So what we do? This 10 number has to be brought to the bottom of the list. So we use the shift down arrow. Look at the right side. Okay. Yeah, you bring it to the bottom of the list. Now you select the number 1. And when you go top, when you go to up, you select this and take it to the top. Right. Okay. Now you are going downstairs. You select the number 9 and take it downstairs. Right. Now, when you are going upstairs, you select the number 2. That's a technique. This is an accelerated experience for you, right? Okay. So you have jumped up many years in the experience. That is the benefit of the live training, right? Okay, so after you have arranged according to the ID, so we have to change the resource name. So what we do, we go to the worker 2 and we double click and change it to number 2, 3 to 10 onwards like that. Okay, yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you know what happens that with this technique, you are quickly able to create the resource having the same profile. Only difference is their ID and their resource name, right? So you just have to change the resource name only. Okay, guys, you're done.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
you are able to create the multiple resources having the same profile very quickly, right? So this is a technique, you remember it, you will need it in the real life, because in the real life, you will not be creating 3 or 4 resources, but you will be basically creating the entire hierarchy of the project team, right? Okay, now we will take a 20 minutes break and then we will continue further to make more resource in this tree, right? So during the break time, we stop sharing. Share. Start your recording, okay? Okay, so Renivesh, you share your screen. So guys, I think we'll have to wait for a couple of minutes for Varun to join us. Okay, so you're here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I was just outside only, reaching quickly.
Oh, no, you are still here, or I mean, you have
No,
reached.
no, reached. I am home only. I was just
Oh.
went outside little to buy something, home or household.
That's fine. That's fine, not an issue. So guys, now we are going to work further on the creation of the resources. Now we have got certain resources who are again reporting to the PM. So guys, you select the PM once again. Now, after you selected the PM, then you click on the add button here. Now the resource who is reporting to the PM is the TLE, track laying engineer. T for track, L for laying, LAYING. So you write only the short form. Now the full form is track laying engineer. Okay. Engineer. Then you click on the next button. And track laying engineer is labor, which is correct. Then you click on the next button. And the pay rate of the track laying engineer is 10 per hour. No editing. No, delete it. Don't take this habit. It's going to land you in trouble. Yeah, 10/H. Okay. Then you click on the next. And then next resource calendar is select an existing calendar, click next. Next is IST, which is correct. Next. Auto compute the actuals, yes, next. And congratulations, finish, right? So you have created the track laying engineer. So under the track laying engineer, there are two resources, the material and machine, right? Now we are going to create those resources. To create the material and machine, so you click on the add button here. Okay. Now we will create the material. So the material is railway track, RT. Railway track. In the resource name, you write railway track. And then you click next. See, it is a material resource. You select here material. Now, one second, wait here. See, look at the symbol of the material. It is the brick, right? Is this thing clear? So when you see the brick symbol, you should realize that it is a material resource. Now, whenever you select the material measurement, the unit of the measurement has to be specified. If you don't specify the unit of the measure, then the default measure will become the counting or the units. Okay. So since it is a railway track and it is measured for the length in meters, so we are going to select the unit of the measure as meter. So you select here meter and you click on the selection button here. So after you have clicked it, so you get the meter, then you click on the next. And then you have to mention the rate per meter. It's very, very simple. Since this railway track has only one unit of the measurement, you can simply write 10. Just write 10. Don't need to write anything else. and you click another column, you will see that it will be automatically formatted as per meter, right? Okay. Now you click on the next button here.
How it will affect this max units per time?
So max units per time we can ignore. We don't need for the material because the material is not based upon time. It is based upon the requirement quantity, which is measured by the quantity surveyor. Now, why does the material have a phone and email? So this could be the contact of your procurement manager or your vendor or the supplier, right? So that's why the material has a phone and email so that you can get the material supplies. Now click on the next. Resource calendar. Actually, we don't need a calendar, but we can still click on the next and skip it. Skip. Next. Auto compute the actual for this resource. Yeah, that's correct. We need that. Next. And click on the finish. Right. So you have created the material resource. Now, under the tracking engineer, there is a machine under his ownership. So you select the tracking engineer once again. Now, after selecting the tracking engineer, you click on the add button. So this is track laying machine TLM. TLM, and the resource name would be track laying machine. Okay. Now we click on the next button. Track laying machine is non-labor. So you select the non-labor. So guys, look at the symbol. The machine is represented by the gear symbol, right? So keep that in mind. Now we click on the next. See, man and machine both are measured in units of time. So now you write here 10/h here. Okay, usage rate of this machine is 10 per hour. Okay, 10/h. And then you click on the next. 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 Calendar, select an existing calendar, IST, which is correct. Next. Auto compute the actual for the resource next, and then you click on the finish button. So you have created the track laying engineer and the machine and the railway track under his ownership. Now we have the same set of another engineer that is for the fence. So we will use our copy paste method, right?
Hello.
So what we do, we select the track laying engineer. You select the track laying engineer and you press Control C to copy. So it's going to copy all the resource, I mean the track laying engineer and the resource under it. There are two resources under it. It will copy the entire tree. Now you select the PM. Select the PM and you paste Control V. You will see the same tree structure is created. Just to make them unique, it is going to add -1 -1. But this is the fence laying engineer. So here in the first one, you write here FLE. So you change only the letters which are required, right? FLE. Then you remove the -1. Now in the resource name, you replace the word track with fence, right? You just write here, instead of the track, you write fence and you're fine. Okay, press enter. Now you expand it. Expand the FLE. So this is FLM, not TLM, but FLM. That is the fence laying machine, right? FLM. So here you write, instead of the track, you write here fence. Now the material is RF, right? In the material code, the resource ID will be RF. No, RF, railway fence. So here you replace the word track with the word fence. Okay, you write the word railway fence. So you have created this very quickly. So you have created the fence laying engineer, fence laying machine, and railway fence. Okay, Now you select the quality manager once again because there are more resources under the quality manager. Now after selecting the quality manager, you click on the add button to add resources under it. So now you write here TED. T for test, E for engine, D for driver. Test engine driver, you write the full spelling here. Test engine driver. And then you click on the next button. So the test engine driver is a label which is correct. Then click next. And the pay rate of the test engine driver is 10/10 per hour. And you click next. 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 Select an existing calendar next. So it will be IST, which is correct. Okay. Then you click on the finish, right? So the test engine driver is a labor type resource and the test engine driver uses a machine, right? So keep him selected, then you click on the add button. So now we are going to create a machine under his ownership. That would be TE, test engine, TE. And the resource name will be test engine. Test engine, then you click on the next. Test engine is a machine. Okay, you select here non-labor. Then you click next. Okay, the usage rate of the machine is 10 per hour. Then you click next. And then you click next. Then you click next. 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 And then you click on the finish. Okay. So you have created the hierarchy for the test engine driver. Now you select the quality manager once again because there is one more resource, that is the external quality consultant. So he reports to the quality manager for his work, right? Okay. So after you selected the quality manager, you then now click on the add button here. And you write here EQC. Resource name will be external quality consultant. And then you click on the next button. External quality consultant is a labor. Then you click on the next button once again. So external quality consultant is having the pay rate of 10 rupees per hour. Okay. Then you click on the next once again. Next. Select an existing the calendar. No. Just wait. Please come to the previous. I'll tell you what. We come to the previous once more. Okay. Click to previous once more. I'll tell you that what's happening here. Okay. See, external quality consultant, he works 3 days. So guys, did you reach this point in the resource calendar?
Yes, sir.
Everybody please confirm that you are here.
Yes, sir.
Gangadhar, you are here. Vishwanath, yeah, you are here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I'll explain to you. This is the external quality consultant. So he works 3 days a week, right? So since he works 3 days a week, so we cannot use an existing calendar. So for this resource, we have to create a new personal calendar. So that is going to reflect his schedule, right? Create a new personal calendar for this resource. Okay, so that's why we will click on the next. So now you can see here very clearly that the unique calendar which is created for this resource, the calendar name is actually having the combination of the resource ID and the resource name. Did you note that?
Yeah, automatically picked up.
Yeah, automatically it will create, and it is going to make sure that the name of the calendar can be associated with the resource at a glance, right? So if you look at the calendar, you can know that who is the resource, whose personal calendar is this. Now we are going to modify this calendar, right? So click on the view edit. So after you click on the view edit, now you select the button on the left side, the radio button on the left side. That is the total work hours per day. So guys, have you selected this?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to set the template of the week, right? Which days are on and off. So click on the work week. Click this work week. See, in the work week, these 3 days they are off. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday is already off for all. So you put here 0, right? Because he works only on the Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. So that's why the rest of the week will be off. So we put here Thursday, Friday, Saturday as off. Okay. So after we did that, then you click on the OK button. So once you clicked on the OK, you will note that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday they are on and the rest of the days are off. So because he works 3 days a week. Now we are going to make sure that the breakup of the day, that is the 8 hours per day, it is correct according to the organization's daily schedule, right? So how are we going to do it? So first of all, we select the Monday and then we click on the detailed work hours per day. So guys, have a look at the detailed work hour per day. Does the Monday look correct for you? Guys, everybody please check.
Yes, sir.
So if it is not correct for you, for any particular person, so we can fix it. See, it is correct here. That does not mean that it will be correct for the everybody's screen. Biswanath, is it correct? Does it have this breakup of 4 hours lunchtime and 4 hours?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Gangadhar,